Born Red. A Chronicle of the Cultural Revolution. Gao Yuan. To my son Nathaniel Taihang Gao, with the hope that his generation will be wiser than mine. Contents by William A. Joseph 9. Preface. Sending off the monsters. Springbuds Family Skeletons. The Way Out. Appendixes. Contents. VLLL. Gaoyuan's Chronicle takes us through the first violent years of China's Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. Like Anne Frank's diary of the Holocaust closing in around her, or the story of Dith Pran's journey through the killing fields of Cambodia, it offers a voice that speaks to us of the human anguish of inhuman events. The immediacy of Gao's account of his experiences as a Red Guard in the Cultural Revolution brings us as close as we are likely to get to the political vortex that turned millions of teenagers into the agents of national madness. His description of how the movement gripped him and his schoolmates reveals, as no scholarly analysis can, the fury that brought China to the brink of civil war. Through his eyes we see how ideological expletives gave way to deadly explosives as the weapons of revolutionary conflict. His witness to the unspeakable violence that the young rebels inflicted on one another and their teachers evokes images of the children run amok in Lord of the Flies. The graphic depictions of brutalities committed in the name of idealism may at times shock us, yet they are also needed reminders that noble rhetoric can often be a mask for ignoble deeds. But Born Red is so much more than the recollection of a political nightmare. It is a deeply personal narrative of an adolescent torn by conflicting loyalties as he is called upon to join in the destruction of the world that has nurtured him. FO. Some of the book's most powerful moments tell of family ties and friendships sundered by class struggle, yet it is just such bonds that ultimately provide the only safe harbor as the storm of the Cultural Revolution rages beyond reason. Gao's saga also provides tribute to the durability of cultural traditions at a time when nihilism appeared triumphant. We can almost smell the dumplings cooking and hear the firecrackers popping as Lunar New Year festivities unfold, even while Red Guards desecrate ancient artifacts in the name of revolutionary purity. For readers already familiar with the Cultural Revolution, Gao Yuan's memoirs need no further introduction. But for those who come to this book with less background in contemporary Chinese history, it is helpful to set more fully the context of events that Gao describes. The origins of the Cultural Revolution are to be found in Mao Zedong's perception that the People's Republic of China in the mid-1960s was drifting away from the road to socialism down which the country had embarked after its founding in 1949. Mao had been the preeminent leader of the Chinese Revolution since the 1930s, when he had become the principal architect of the strategy of peasant insurrection that had brought the communists to power. Since liberation he had not only retained his leading position as chairman of the Chinese Communist Party, but had also come to see himself as the guardian of the ideals for which the revolution had been fought. As Mao surveyed the situation in China in the 1960s, he saw much that clashed with his notions of what a revolutionary society should be: a tract educational system that provided better opportunities for the children of intellectuals and officials than for the offspring of the working classes, a cultural life dominated by traditional themes and forms rather than revolutionary content, economic policies emphasizing individual prosperity instead of the collective good, and a communist party that had transformed itself from a servant of the people into an elite organization managing society in a bureaucratic manner. He was alarmed by corruption and self-seeking among cadres, a bias in social programs that favored urban dwellers and neglected the welfare of the peasantry, the very class that had been the lifeblood of the Chinese Revolution, and the ideological softness of China's young people, who had grown up in relatively good times and knew of the hardships of life before liberation only through books and the tales of their elders. If such trends continued, Mao thought, China would experience a return to the dark days of the past, a restoration of capitalism, and all the sacrifices and struggles of the past would have come to naught. How had the PRC reached such a juncture? Mao concluded that many Chinese communists had succumbed to the ideological disease of revisionism, that is, they were revising the fundamental principles of Marxism-Leninism, retaining the shell of doctrine to justify their continuing political domination and to preserve the special status and perquisites that they and their families enjoyed. The chairman had a long-standing fear that the CCP would lose its revolutionary spirit once it had come to power and settled down to the mundane tasks of governance and modernization. In the mid-1950s he dissented from the view of some of his senior colleagues that with the completion of land reform, the collectivization of agriculture, and the nationalization of the country's major industries the party could shift its attention from radical change to economic development. Mao came to believe that even though landlords and Cap. XL. Italists had been eliminated as functioning social classes, the influence of their feudal and bourgeois ways still permeated Chinese society. Unless class struggle continued against the remnants of reaction, the revolution would be lost, defeated not by the invading armies of imperialism or by a counter-revolution of the defeated classes of the past, but by the political degeneration of capitalist rotters lurking in the body and the soul of the party. This conviction would later take the form of the theory of continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the guiding doctrine of the Cultural Revolution, which encapsulated Mao's view that only by persisting in the ideological battle against the new bourgeoisie and by constantly remaking social institutions and human values could socialism in China survive. Gao Yuan's family bore the practical brunt of Mao's theories of revisionism. His father, veteran communist Gao Shangi, came under brutal Red Guard attack at the start of the Cultural Revolution for paying too much attention to economic matters while ignoring class struggle and revolutionary politics in carrying out his duties as head of a county government. Mao's fears about the threat posed to socialism by internal enemies found political expression at several points before the Cultural Revolution. In 1957, the CCP waged a fierce anti-rightist campaign against intellectuals and others judged to have revealed their die-hard opposition to socialism during the Hundred Flowers period, when they took too literally the party's invitation to offer professional advice and constructive criticism as an aid to national development. Millions were adversely affected, some were sent to prison, others were put to work in factories or on farms to remold their bourgeois thoughts through hard labor, and still others had their career prospects and those of close relatives ruined by being branded as rightists, conservatives who had to be closely monitored to prevent their corrosive influence from diverting the course of the revolution. In the midst of the Great Leap Forward, Mao's grand design to achieve rapid economic growth through the mobilization of China's enormous reservoir of human labor and attain true communism through radical social engineering, the chairman wrathfully rejected the warnings of Defense Minister Peng Dehui that the movement's extravagant targets and precipitous methods were courting calamity. Mao accused Peng and several other prominent leaders of attempting to sabotage the Great Leap by denigrating the revolutionary spirit of the masses. A vituperative media campaign against right opportunism accompanied a purge of party cadres deemed to have been less than completely enthusiastic about the leap. A resurgence of radicalism did, indeed, undo the economy, plunging China into an industrial depression and rural famine now believed to have claimed as many as 30 million lives. And again in the early 1960s, when China was just beginning to recover from the agonies of the Great Leap Forward, Mao, although somewhat chastened by the disaster, still pressed his claim that class struggle against the enemies of socialism should remain the party's first priority. A socialist education movement was launched in 1963 to ferret out bourgeois tendencies among lower-level cadres, and the less than thorough manner in which the campaign was conducted fed Mao's growing suspicion that the poison of revisionism had infested the highest ranks of the country's leadership. The Soviet Union also figured prominently in the genesis of XLLL. Mao's concern about the rightward drift of China's development, a concern that would eventually culminate in the Cultural Revolution. The Sino-Soviet alliance began to unravel in the late I-950s as the two major communist powers diverged sharply in their positions on a number of important issues. China bristled at what it considered the heavy-handed way in which Moscow sought to maintain control of the socialist bloc and at the compromises the Soviets were willing to make with imperialism simply for the sake of peaceful coexistence. The Russians, for their part, were appalled by what they saw as the PRC's reckless foreign policy and were increasingly skeptical of Mao's unorthodox brand of communism, manifested most clearly in the Great Leap Forward. Ultimately, Mao deduced that Soviet deviance in foreign policy matters could only be traced to even more profound deviance in ideology and domestic politics. Under Khrushchev, the Soviet Union had forsaken socialism for a brand of capitalism in which the Communist Party had become a new ruling class. For Mao, the question was, would China follow a similar political trajectory? Thus, by the mid-1960s, events both at home and abroad had led Mao to the conclusion that without decisive remedial action, socialist revolutions inevitably degenerated into revisionism. There was little he could do about Soviet revisionism other than to orchestrate an international propaganda cam. 14. Pain against Khrushchev's phony communism and the great power chauvinism of the Russians, an endeavor in which he was enthusiastically joined by his closest comrades in the CCP leadership. Within China, though, Mao still commanded the power and the prestige to stem the tide of revisionism. His solution was the great proletarian cultural revolution, but, in this case, some of his closest comrades would eventually become his targets. Only when the revisionists had been removed from power, Mao believed, could the PRC resume its march towards socialism and communism. The Cultural Revolution, then, was intended to clear the way for a more egalitarian and participatory society. Through mass political struggle and ideological transformation, bourgeois bureaucracy would give way to proletarian democracy, self-interest to self-sacrifice, and cultural elitism to populism in the arts. Radical organizational changes would redistribute power, while adjustments in the flow of resources would greatly reduce individual and group income inequalities, regional economic disparities, and the gap between city and countryside. Such a revolution would, it was promised, unfetter the productivity of the masses and open the door to a new era of abundance for all. These ideals, hammered home at every opportunity, were instrumental in attracting adherents to the early stages of the Cultural Revolution, both within China and among many foreign observers who were fascinated by the Maoist model of development. Mao had two other motivations for launching the Cultural Revolution. First was a concern about the youth of China. Mao believed that they could become worthy successors to the revolution only if they themselves participated in making revolution. This perception was critical to the decision to fight. 15. The early rounds of the Cultural Revolution in the schools and to the emergence of the Red Guards as one of Mao's main allies in his struggle against the party bureaucracy. Second, although the Cultural Revolution was a battle of ideas, it was also a power struggle. In the aftermath of the Great Leap Forward, Mao had voluntarily stepped back from day-to-day decision-making within the party hierarchy, choosing instead to concentrate on ideological questions and broader policy matters. But by 1965 he felt slighted by other top leaders. They paid him lip service as chairman of the party and proclaimed symbolic allegiance to his theories as their guiding philosophy, but they ignored his counsel and circumvented his authority. Mao saw the Cultural Revolution, then, as an instrument through which he would re-establish his personal dominance in Chinese politics. Both of these underlying motives for the Cultural Revolution themselves derived from Mao's preoccupation with revisionism. An untempered youth would provide a breeding ground for the spread of bourgeois ideology, while the same leaders Mao perceived as snubbing him were also those whom he believed were leading China down the road to capitalism. The Cultural Revolution itself was an enormously complex event, or, more precisely, series of events. Although some argue that the movement ended with the demobilization of the Red Guards and the reassertion of political order by the army in 1968-69, the official Chinese assessment now considers the Cultural Revolution to have lasted for an entire decade, 1966-76. There is merit to this view since it took the full 10 years to work out all the contradictions unleashed by Mao's campaign, although the event said to mark the formal end of the Cultural Revolution, the arrest of the Gang of Four in 16. October 1976 ironically paved the way for a complete repudiation of the movement by those now in power in Beijing. The first tremor of what was to become the political earthquake of the Cultural Revolution was felt in the fall of 1965, when Mao sanctioned a scathing press denunciation of revisionist trends in Chinese culture. This attack initially appeared to be only another installment in the party's periodic upbraiding of intellectuals seen to have taken liberalization too far. But Mao quickly became disgruntled by the efforts of officials charged with overseeing cultural policy to define the critique as merely an academic debate and to obscure the deeper ideological and political implications of deviant trends among China's intelligentsia. This evasiveness on the part of high-ranking cadres hardened Mao's view that the party could not cleanse itself. Instead, he would have to turn to the people to bring the party back into line with its own ideals. Nothing short of a mobilization of the masses against the organizationally strong but ideologically rotten bulwark of the Communist Party would put an end to revisionism. It would be a revolution from below, although one inspired by and ultimately subservient to the man who stood at the pinnacle of power. By the spring of 1966, the Cultural Revolution was a full-scale national movement in which counter-revolutionaries within the party, along with representatives of the bourgeoisie in academic and cultural circles, had been identified as the targets of attack. This was the beginning of the mass phase of the Cultural Revolution and the beginning point of Gao's narrative in which power at the center passed into the hands of radical ideologues and anarchy prevailed below as the institutions of order were either paralyzed by the hunt for revisionists or stood by in tacit support of local rebels. XVLL. The centerpiece of this period was, of course, the emergence of the Red Guards, a generic label for the vast array of student groups that took up Mao's call to battle against the enemies of socialism. The Red Guards first appeared spontaneously on Beijing campuses to resist the efforts of school authorities to limit the scope of the burgeoning Cultural Revolution to criticism of a few scholars and academic bureaucrats. As word of the rebellion by Beijing students spread, Red Guard organizations quickly sprang up all over China. A major party meeting in August 1966 sanctioned the mass uprisings that were becoming the main thrust of the Cultural Revolution. The Red Guards received Mao's personal blessing to continue their efforts to expose revisionism at 8 dramatic rallies attended by some 13 million youths in the capital between August and November of that year. Thus, the Red Guards became one of the pillars of the Maoist alliance in the first phase of the Cultural Revolution. They were joined by elements of the People's Liberation Army, which, under the command of Lin Biao, had been fashioned into what Mao considered the only remaining repository of revolutionary virtue among the established institutions of society, and by a coterie of radical ideologues that included Mao's wife, Jiang Qing, and Mao's longtime personal secretary, Chen Boda, who is one of the few national leaders to figure prominently in the events described by Gao Yuan. The rapid expansion of the Red Guard movement revealed that Mao's call to make revolution had struck responsive chords among China's youth. Some responded out of blind 15-111 faith in the man they had been indoctrinated to love since childhood. Others saw the movement as a chance to vent simmering frustrations about inequities in the educational system or about clogged channels of mobility after graduation. Still others used the Red Guards as an instrument of vengeance against teachers they disliked or classmates they envied. And many, intoxicated with power and uninhibited by authority of any kind, simply went along for the thrill. As Born Red tells so dramatically, few of the youthful participants really understood the ideological meaning of the Cultural Revolution, and in their hands the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie degenerated into gang wars, joyrides, souvenir hunts, and orgies of destruction. Among the issues that propelled the Red Guard movement into the violent factionalism that ultimately proved its undoing was the question of class origin. Children from bad classes, regardless of their own political credentials, were definitively excluded from joining the Red Guards, and indeed often became targets of attack. The sons and daughters of intellectuals also frequently suffered ostracism or physical abuse, especially if their parents had been denounced. Rebel groups were themselves divided by the family backgrounds of their respective memberships. The offspring of workers, cadres, and soldiers were pitted against one another as each faction claimed that only its class status was pure enough to embody Chairman Mao's sacred cause. They fractured and fought over who were the true rebels and who were merely royalists out to protect their parents and their parents' patrons from the rightful wrath of the revolutionary masses. During all of I-967 and the first part of I-968, The conflagration of local rebellion spread throughout China, burning. 19. With ever greater intensity as internecine Red Guard warfare responded to the leadership struggles in Beijing. Factions of factory workers and military units also joined the fray, thereby greatly escalating the tempo of violence. Power seizures rooted out suspected revisionists of both large and petty stripe, and left authority in the hands of rebels who often had little in mind except vengeance against their opponents. Efforts to restore order proved abortive as Mao's political whirlwind took on a momentum of its own. By mid-1968, Mao became frustrated by the persistence of turmoil and discord, and he ordered the PLA to restore peace in China's cities. In any case, the Red Guards had largely served one of his purposes in the Cultural Revolution. They had helped immobilize the party establishment, allowing Mao to reassert his personal power and depose his chief rivals, the president of the PRC, Liu Shaoqai, and Deng Xiaoping, secretary-general of the CCP. The capitalist roaders at the top had been toppled. The army took control of schools, factories, government offices wherever authority had broken down. PLA units disarmed the rebels and set about rebuilding the political system in the form of revolutionary committees composed of representatives of the military, the masses, and cadres who had weathered the tempest of the Cultural Revolution. Millions of Red Guards were dispatched to the countryside, where they were expected to continue their revolutionary tempering, but this time through hard physical labor under peasant supervision. Others, like Gao Yuan, were demobilized as Red Guards and remobilized into the army as China's military manpower. XX. Needs expanded in response to escalating border hostilities with the Soviet Union. In April 1969, the convening of the 9th Congress of the CCP brought to a close the first stage of the Cultural Revolution. The keynote speech lauded the rooting of the bourgeoisie in the ranks of the party and the reaffirmation of proletarian power. Delegates waved the little red book of quotations from Mao's writings that had become the Bible of the campaign. Lin Biao was named as the CCP's only vice-chairman and enshrined in the new party constitution as chairman, Mao's close comrade in arms and successor. The radicals who had shaped the ideology of the Cultural Revolution and who had been the patrons of the Red Guards were also strongly represented in the leadership lineup, as were central and regional military commanders charged with maintaining civil peace while a new political order was put in place. The 9th Party Congress was a celebration of all that the destruction of the previous 3 years had achieved. But it also planted the seeds of the political conflict that would mark the next stage of the Cultural Revolution. It is here that the main body of Gao Yuan's book leaves off, although his postscript provides a concise overview of the major events in China through the mid-1980s and an update on the lives of the many personalities we come to know so well in the pages of Born Red. But the Cultural Revolution continued to dominate the Chinese political scene for several years after Gao and his schoolmates ceased to be active participants, albeit in a form very different from that of the Red Guard era. The period from April 1969 through the summer of 1971 XXL was a time of military ascendancy in Chinese politics. Army officers held a preponderance of power in the upper echelons of the party under Mao and in the revolutionary committees that were the main organs of government beneath the center. However, the political role of the People's Liberation Army began to be curtailed drastically following a showdown between Mao and Lin Biao that reached fateful proportions during the years 1970–71. The chairman and his designated successor clashed over a number of issues, including Lin's desire for even greater power and his resistance to the restoration of civilian party authority. Lin also opposed Mao's decision to begin a diplomatic rapprochement with the United States as a counterweight to the perceived threat from the Soviet Union, whose conflict with China had broken out in military hostilities in the late 1960s. The radicals in the leadership also bore a grudge toward Lin as the commander of the forces that had suppressed their beloved Red Guards and kept the rebels from playing a major role in the revolutionary committees. The factional struggles within the top leadership escalated to the point that, in September 1971, Lin and a number of his close associates attempted to stage a coup. Their plan was to assassinate Mao, blame the deed on the radicals, and seize power in the name of national security. The plan was exposed prematurely, and Lin, along with several of his co-conspirators, allegedly perished in a plane crash in Outer Mongolia while fleeing to the Soviet Union. Although Lin's demise removed one of the prime movers of the Cultural Revolution, the tumult was by no means over. The next stage of the Cultural Revolution was the heyday of the ideologues. It was a period when Jiang Qing and other radicals used their grip on XXLL, the PRC's media and propaganda organs, to stoke the embers of class struggle. The physical persecutions that had marked the first phase of the movement subsided, but the climate of intimidation persisted as intellectuals and others suspected of being tainted with bourgeois ideology were forced to work in degrading circumstances. In policy matters where the radicals exerted strong influence, reforms meant to give substance to the ideals of the Cultural Revolution were implemented. For example, new school admissions criteria stressed political activism and gave preference to the children of the working masses, while curricula were revamped to emphasize their revolutionary content and encourage participation in productive labor. In economic policy, radical rhetoric persisted, yet was unable to undermine the moderating influence of surviving veteran cadres like Premier Zhou Enlai. The 10th Party Congress, in August 1973, ushered in the final stage of the Cultural Revolution. This meeting put in place a leadership sharply divided between radicals committed to pursuing the goals of the Cultural Revolution and moderates who wanted to turn down the political heat, refocus the nation's energies on modernization, and reinstate some of the party officials overthrown in the earlier phases of the movement. The ideological schism at the top was reflected dramatically in two personnel decisions endorsed by the Congress: the appointment as a party vice-chairman of Wang Hongwen, a young factory worker who had been among the rebel leaders in Shanghai, and the rehabilitation of Deng Xiaoping, who 6 years earlier had been purged as China's second most notorious revisionist. The next 3 years can be characterized as a tug-of-war. XXLLL. Within the Chinese elite over concrete policy and abstract ideology, but the critical issue that lurked behind the debate was the succession to Mao. All the players were increasingly aware of the aged and ailing chairman's mortality. Radicals and moderates became locked in a struggle for positions that they hoped would give them the power to determine China's direction in the post-Mao era. Mao, despite his increasing infirmity, seemed to ply a balancing act between the contending groups. For instance, he approved plans spearheaded by Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping in 1974-75 to speed up China's economic development, including a more tolerant attitude toward scientists and a more open attitude toward foreign involvement in the economy. He also is known to have warned Jiang Qing and her associates to cease their factional maneuverings. On the other hand, he allowed the radicals to use his mantle in a series of propaganda campaigns aimed indirectly at Zhou and Deng, intended to revive the spirit of the Cultural Revolution and to stand as a warning that attention to modernization was no excuse for a resurgence of revisionism. Zhou Enlai's death in January 1976 ignited a furious final round in the battle of the titans of Chinese politics. Zhou was succeeded as premier by Hua Qiaveng, a relative political neophyte at the center of power who emerged with Mao's endorsement as a compromise candidate between the radicals and the moderates. The radicals were able to engineer yet another purge of Deng Xiaoping the following April, accusing him of masterminding a betrayal of the Cultural Revolution and once again plotting to lead China down the capitalist road. In the summer of 1976, the radicals seemed to be riding high. Their two main nemeses, Zhou and Deng, were gone. XXIV. Mao appeared to be backing their side. A pliable premier stood astride the machinery of government, and their control of the media allowed them to project an image of enormous strength while loudly touting the themes of class struggle and proletarian dictatorship that had been the ideological fuel of the Cultural Revolution. When Mao died on September 9, the radicals had good reason to believe that they had indeed won the war to succeed him. But the Cultural Revolution had one more twist in store. Less than a month after Mao died, Hua Qiaveng, acting with the support of veteran cadres and key PLA officers, ordered the arrest of the top radical leaders, the so-called Gang of Four, Mao's widow Jiang Qing, the worker rebel Wang Hongwen, and two propagandists, Yao Wenyi Yuan and Zhang Chunqiao, who had been at the forefront of the Cultural Revolution since its inception. Hua was named party chairman and moved quickly to undercut the radicals' bases of support, especially in the paramilitary People's Militia and propaganda organs. Although the final scenes in the decade-long drama of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution took several more months to play out, the ouster of the Gang of Four signified the virtual end of the movement. The radical rhetoric continued for a while, and Hua Qiubeng's efforts to shroud himself in Mao's memory raised doubts about whether there would really be an ideological turnabout. But the second political resurrection of Deng Xiaoping, in August 1977, set in motion the chain of events that, over the next few years, put to rest all such doubts, the removal of leaders who preferred to cling to some of the symbolism and substance of the Cultural Revolution, the replacement of Hua Qiubeng in the posts of state premier and party chairman by XXV closed Deng protégés, the reinstatement of a multitude of veteran cadres pushed aside by rebel upstarts, the posthumous exoneration of those who had been denounced as counter-revolutionary revisionists and had lost their lives during the radical storm, a re-evaluation of Mao's record that affirmed his contributions yet forthrightly blamed him for serious political mistakes, the dramatic trial of the Gang of Four, in which detailed testimony about their misdeeds during the Cultural Revolution served as the major evidence to justify long prison sentences. Perhaps the most important indication of how much post-Mao China has turned its back on Mao's Cultural Revolution lies in the package of remarkable economic and social reforms implemented under Deng's aegis. Whether it be the blatant appeal to material self-interest that is the essence of the shift from collectivized to household-based agriculture, or the restructuring of Chinese education along strictly meritocratic and professional lines, Deng's reforms are, in many ways, reminiscent of the policies of the early 1960s that so incurred Mao's ideological indignation and predisposed him toward the launching of the Cultural Revolution. The Deng Xiaoping era in China represents a victory of the victims of the Cultural Revolution. The movement that was hailed at its outset as a profound effort to transform the very soul of the nation and as the only way to ensure that China would continue to march along the road to socialism is now depicted as the darkest period in the PRC's history. The Cultural Revolution is said to have been a time of political chaos that ripped apart the fabric of Chinese society, of cultural repression that maimed the country's intelligentsia, and of XXVI economic stagnation that seriously jeopardized the people's livelihood. Mao's allies in the Great Campaign have met unforeseen fates. His chief lieutenants have perished in disgrace or been imprisoned for their crimes against the Chinese nation. Even the chairman's mortal remains, which lie embalmed in Beijing's Tiananmen Square, have been made to confront the inversion of all that was held sacred during the Cultural Revolution. In late 1983, Mao's mausoleum was remodeled to incorporate a memorial to other deceased party luminaries, including Liu Shaokai, the arch-villain of the assault on Rev 1's Elamzam. In the immediate aftermath of the Cultural Revolution, former Red Guards were written off as a lost generation, scorned for their acts of rebellion and often consigned to inferior jobs because of inadequate education. Several million still languish in the countryside, where they have remained since being abandoned by their radical patrons at the top. Representatives of this group occasionally make their way to Beijing or other cities to demand resettlement in the urban areas. But the open economic environment in China today has provided many of these ex-rebels with new opportunities to put their pasts behind them. Some are moving into positions of responsibility commensurate with their abilities and age, while others are enriching themselves by taking utmost advantage of private commerce, free markets, and other sprouts of capitalism attacked vehemently during the Cultural Revolution but now greatly encouraged in the current climate of reform. Mao's children have become Deng's heirs. What legacy has the Cultural Revolution bequeathed China? On the one hand, there are deep psychological scars. XXVLL. That individual Chinese will bear for life and social wounds that will not heal for generations. There is pervasive political apathy and ideological cynicism that is a welcome retreat from the frantic politics of recent decades, yet is worrisome to a regime still committed to socialist principles. And there is fear, based on the vagaries that have seized the party in the past when its leadership or priorities have been challenged, that another such movement could erupt,
witness the widespread nervousness when a short-lived campaign against the spiritual pollution of bourgeois ideology in I 983-84 was heartily endorsed by leaders who felt that Deng's reforms were going too far too fast. On the other hand, some good might be born of the tragedy. Past excesses have created an environment conducive to change. The urgent need to revive production after the disruption of the Cultural Revolution has provided an important impetus for the creative rethinking of economic policy. The discrediting of radical ideas about the relationship between politics and production, which are widely seen as having been a recipe for national weakness and personal poverty, has immeasurably increased both popular enthusiasm and ideological leeway for a reform of the economy. The lessons of the Cultural Revolution may also yield political fruit. There is a growing recognition in China that the roots of the decade of chaos go deeper than one man's fantasies or the fanaticism of his followers, and must ultimately be traced to the nature of the political system constructed under Mao's command. Weak institutions proved susceptible to usurpation by individuals and factions, and inadequate constraints on power and a lack of legal safeguards provided fertile soil for autocracy and repression. Many believe only political reform that brings the nation a true measure of democracy can prevent the recurrence of a nightmare like the Cultural Revolution. There is great interest at all levels of society in finding forms of democracy suited to Chinese conditions and traditions. Some of the most urgent and eloquent demands for such political reform come from former Red Guards, especially those fortunate enough to piece together a decent education, who are now in the forefront of movements based both in China and abroad to champion the cause of Chinese democracy. They share the political skepticism of many of their generation, but they have chosen activism over apathy. Once again they call for a profound remaking of China's polity, but now their call is for the likes of a separation of powers, checks and balances, contested elections, the rule of law, freedom of the press, principles and procedures they once repudiated as merely the political trappings of capitalism, but which they today know must, in some manner, lie at the heart of any democracy, be it bourgeois or socialist, Western or Chinese. Many of China's leaders also talk of the necessity for political change, and, despite noticeable opposition from conservatives who feel threatened by a more open political system, some meaningful steps have been taken in that direction. Recent policies have provided for greater accountability of public officials, limited tenure in office, prohibitions against the adulation of individual leaders, and laws that give some degree of protection for the rights of citizens against arbitrary incursions by the state. While such measures do little to undermine the ultimate authority of the Communist Party, they are hopeful signs. The abuses of power that caused so much misery during the Cultural Revolution have heightened press XXIX and sensitivities to political malfeasance and have generated some momentum toward democratic reform. How far this momentum proceeds is one of the most vital questions facing China as it heads toward the 21st century. During the Cultural Revolution, Mao often said that there could be no construction without destruction, and, indeed, that destruction had to precede construction. This dictum became the rationale for an assault on Chinese culture and the persecution of countless men and women. But the Cultural Revolution, which destroyed so much, could not construct. Its ideals were overwhelmed by the violence that became its motive force. Its claim to be a moral cause was belied by the hatred on which it was built. That the new order emerging in the movement's wake bears so little resemblance to all Mao hoped might rise from the ashes of his crusade against revisionism is but the Cultural Revolution's final irony. William A. Joseph Wellesley College. XXX. Preface. One of the casualties of the Chinese Cultural Revolution was my diary. Sometime during the factional battles at my middle school, amidst the advances and retreats, the victories and defeats, it disappeared. So the best chronicle of what I saw, heard, thought, and felt at the time has been lost. This book is an attempt to recover that loss, to recapture an experience that shaped the lives of millions of young Chinese like myself. Everything in these pages is essentially true, virtually every scene remains vivid in my memory, although I necessarily had to reconstruct much of the dialogue. I have changed some local place names. The reader will not find Ximen, Yijin, Lingzi, or Shuiyuan on the map of Hebei province. I also have disguised the names of my schoolmates, in the recognition that all, innocent or guilty, were caught up in a movement beyond anyone's ability to control. As for my own name, the reader will notice that I am called one thing as narrator and another as author. I gave up Gao Jianhua in favor of Gao Yuan after the Cultural Revolution. I considered Jianhua, construct China, too common a given name, and my grandfather had long before thought up an alternative. He called me Gao Yuan after Chu Yuan, a poet of the Warring States period. Gao Yuan also suits me because it means highland, describing the area where I was born, on the edge of North China's Loess Plateau. Preface. XXXI. This book owes its existence to those who went through the political storm of the Cultural Revolution with me, fellow students, teachers, and administrators, and family members. My first debt of gratitude as an author is to them. I am also grateful to numerous people who helped me transform my memories into print, including a certain University of California professor whose harsh critique of my writing prompted me to throw out my first attempt at autobiography and start afresh. Many other people helped me in less painful ways. Those whose enthusiasm for earlier drafts of this book encouraged me to press on include Thomas Leonard, Marilyn Young, Peter Collier, Orville Schell, and Carolyn Wakeman, and my friends Nancy Jervis, James Caldwell, and Pat and Jerry Wertheimer. Low special thanks to Barbara Chan, who lent me her home in the Berkeley Hills while she was on vacation, providing me with an ideal environment at a key stage in the writing process. I am also thankful to Beata Grant, who introduced my memoirs to Stanford University Press, Vikram Seth, my first editor at the press, and Muriel Bell, who took over where Vikram left off with an equally high degree of enthusiasm and care. Nuna and Ted Polenbaum gave me much encouragement and advice during the 3 years that I worked on this book. But my greatest thanks go to my closest comrade in arms, Judy Polenbaum, who helped me rework my prose in the course of 3 major revisions. Her sensitivity to Chinese experience combined with her vantage point as an American reader and her skill as an editor are in large part responsible for the form in which my story comes to you. G.Y. Preface. XXXLL. Born Red. Early one morning in the spring of 1966, I awoke to a rocking sensation. I opened my eyes to see the bare bulb that lit my dormitory room at Yijin No. 1 Middle School swinging like a pendulum. My roommates and I scrambled out of our quilts and spilled outdoors in our underwear. Little Mihu knocked over the urine-filled chamber pot on the way out. At this time of year, it was still cold on the North China Plain. Little Mihu began to shiver. I assumed an earthquake had roused us, but the buildings on campus appeared intact and no cracks had opened up in the ground. After milling around for a while, students began to disappear back into their dormitories. I went back to my room to put on the long-sleeved knit shirt and thick, cotton-padded pants and jacket that I wore from late October to early April. Later in the day, with schoolmates clustered around me, I tuned in a Beijing news broadcast on my homemade transistor radio. A quake measuring 6.7 on the Richter scale had struck a county 100 kilometers to the south, killing thousands of people and leaving thousands more injured and homeless. The People's Liberation Army was conducting relief and rescue operations, and Premier Zhou Enlai himself had flown in by helicopter to comfort the survivors. We officially learned of the earthquake at an outdoor assembly after dinner. Vice Principal Lin Sheng, speaking from a podium set up between 2 red pillars on the porch of the teachers' building, called on us to donate clothes and bedding for the victims, and instructed us to form stretcher-bearing teams to meet injured people who were coming by train and helicopter to the Army Hospital in Yijin. I brought my buckwheat husk pillow to the collection station set up at the school's main gate and helped chop branches from trees to make stretcher poles. My classmate Yuan Xiao, whose father ran the Army Hospital, had brought a real stretcher to school for first aid training, so he and I paired up to carry it. Most of the stretcher team set out in a torch-lit procession to the railroad station. Yuan Chao and I went with a smaller group to a flat area behind the hospital. Guided by campfire light, 5 helicopters landed in succession, the wind from their rotors raising dust and scattering embers. Medics passed an old woman with a crushed leg onto our stretcher, and we carried her into a ward. Students had almost stopped talking about the earthquake when the aftershocks came a couple of weeks later. For one night, we were advised to sleep in our clothes with our feet toward the door. The next day, Vice Principal Lin announced that a regional earthquake alert was in force. Every class set to work building wooden shacks to sleep in. As a precaution, we carried our desks, chairs, and blackboards out of our classrooms and had classes outside. As far as we students were concerned, all this was an exciting diversion. Some of the townsfolk of Yijin took the earthquake more seriously. Although most of Yijin was untouched, the quake had snapped off the tip of the wooden pagoda, one of 4 ancient pagodas in town. Local people saw this as an evil omen. One of the superstitious diehards, as we called them, was 2. The white-bearded man who climbed our school bell tower every morning to ring the wake-up bell. He claimed that history already had proved that earthquakes portended disaster. For instance, he said, after a strong quake in the year 8 AD, General Wang Mang usurped the throne of the Western Han dynasty and wreaked havoc throughout China. Not until 17 years later did a relative of the Han emperors, Lu Xiu, kill Wang Mang and set up the Eastern Han dynasty to carry on Han rule. If you had the slightest doubt about the truth of this story, the old man would remind you that Lu Xiu had stopped in Yijin on his way to fight Wang Mang. The head of Yijin County, recognizing a bright young man, convinced Lu Xiu to marry his niece Guo. After Lu Xiu's victory, Guo became empress. If you still were dubious, the old bell ringer would add that, at their wedding, Lu Xiu and Guo had cut a gourd in 2 and each had drunk wine from one half to express their love and loyalty. And where did they buy the wine? At the very tavern now called the Empress Guo Wine Shop, on 4 Harmonies Street downtown. By this time, how could you not believe the old man? Just to be sure, I went to the school library to look up the old man's stories in the county chronicles. I found accounts of everything he had said. He had failed to mention one important fact, however. Empress Guo's good luck did not last very long. Soon after Lu Xiu set up his dynasty, he took a fancy to another beautiful woman, demoted Guo to concubine, and made the other woman empress. Such tales were common in Yijin, a town more than 25 centuries old. Civilizations had risen and fallen here so many times that you could dig up broken bricks 3 meters deep in the ground. Yijin was still surrounded by an 3. Old city wall, now collapsing and overgrown with bushes and shrubs. A stream circled the wall on 3 sides like a silver belt. The Huchuo River lay to the south. To the west ran the highway, still unpaved, and next to it the tracks of the Beijing-Guangzhou Railway. The town itself was a blend of ancient cultures. Besides the quartet of traditional Chinese pagodas, there was a Gothic-style cathedral, once presided over by a powerful Catholic bishop and now used by the army hospital as an auditorium, and an onion-domed mosque where local Muslims still worshipped. A favorite playground was Defo Temple, a walled compound near the town's east gate. Its scores of shrines and halls included the Hall of the Goddess of Mercy, whose statue was 22 meters tall and had 42 arms. In recent centuries, Yijin had attracted all kinds of people, from Jewish merchants to American missionaries to Japanese invaders. In 1900, the Allied troops of the 8 Western powers had come all the way here in pursuit of people who had burned churches during the Boxer Rebellion. The town had changed hands nobody knew how many times. When I happened on a rusty spearhead or arrow point in the fields outside the city wall, I could almost imagine ancient soldiers swarming over the battlements. The last fighting in the area had been in 1947, when the People's Liberation Army had stormed the town and wiped out a whole Kuomintang division. Yijin carried on many ancient customs and trades. Virtually everybody knew how to make firecrackers from scratch. The townspeople even made their own nitrate, scraping soil from the surface of local reed ponds and then boiling and filtering it. They mixed the homemade nitrate with sulfur and charcoal to make gunpowder. The men liked to hunt. 4. Hares, and peddlers plied the alleys at night selling pot-stewed hare meat. It was said that the base of the sauce they used for stewing had been handed on since the days of Lu Xiu. Each time the sauce got low in the pot, they added to it, but they never threw it out. Every household in Yijin contained treasures centuries old, from Shang tripods to Ming vases to the 18 types of ancient weapons. And the old folks, like the man who rang our school bell, were full of tales. They talked about the prime minister the town had produced for the Ming dynasty and the various native sons who had become ministers in the Qing court. But the favorite figure of all was the heroic general Zhao Yun. Armed only with spear and sword, Zhao Yun had broken the siege of an entire army to save the son of Liu Bei, a descendant of Lu Xiu, who later became emperor of the state of Shu, one of the three kingdoms. Yijin was Zhao Yun's hometown. His birthplace was thought to be a mansion on Perpetual Victory Street. One of the girls in my class lived on that street. Her surname was Zhao and she claimed to be Zhao Yun's descendant. I accepted her claim readily. People said Zhao Yun had watered his war horse and sharpened his green iron sword at the stone trough in Defo Temple. I believed that, too, until workmen who turned the trough over to repair a crack discovered an inscription from the Tang dynasty on its bottom. The inscription showed the trough was 1300 years old, 4 centuries too young for Zhao Yun to have used it. Yijin was not my hometown. My 3 brothers, one of my 2 sisters, and I had all been born in Yuan, a town in the Taihang Mountains just inside the Great Wall. My older brother, Yuan, had arrived at the beginning of the Korean War, and his name meant safeguard China. I was 5. Born 2 years later, in 1952. My name, Jianhua, meant construct China. My first younger brother was Zhihua, command China, and my second, Xinghua, make China flourish. These were all common names for the time. My younger sister Miwen's name suggested refinement and beauty. Our littlest sister, the only native of Yijin among us, was named Yuan after the town. My father, Gao Shangi, whose given name meant mountain laurel, had led a guerrilla unit against the Japanese aggressors in the Taihang Mountains. After the Japanese surrender in 1945, he was named head of Yuan County, already a communist base area. In 1955, the Hebei provincial government assigned him to head the criminal division of the province's high court. He preferred discussing farming with peasants to reading legal documents, so before long he asked for a transfer back to a county post. In 1957, he was appointed head of Yijin County, which then had a population of 350,000 people, and he and Mama moved to the county seat. We children stayed in Yuan with Mama's father for another 2 years. That was the time of the great leap forward. To me, Chairman Mao's dream of entering the industrial age overnight was personified by a man astride a rocket, the man I saw in billboards captioned, "Surpass England in 15 years." I spent several days helping Grandpa smash the family's iron pots and strip the front door of its handsome brass fittings to provide scrap metal for the homemade neighborhood steel furnace. Swept up in the mass mobilization, Grandpa went to work as a cook in some neighboring houses that had been turned into a public dining hall. All the villages around Yuan were merging into the new People's Com. 6. Munes. People were saying that true communism was just around the corner. Grandpa and the 5 of us rode to Yijin in the back of a pickup truck late in 1959. We brought along our rice bowls and chopsticks. Grandpa got another job as a neighborhood cook. We quickly discovered who the town hero was, and every night we begged Grandpa to tell us stories from the classic romance of the Three Kingdoms, especially the parts about Zhao Yun. One day, the neighborhood dining hall suddenly closed, and we had to buy new pots to do our own cooking in. Soon, everything began to run short. For the first time, we were issued ration coupons to buy such daily necessities as grain, oil, cloth, coal, even matches. As the economic difficulties spread, townsfolk and peasants from the surrounding countryside began to dismantle Yuan's city wall. People pried the bricks off the rammed earth core and sold them or used them to build pigsties and privies. Papa became very concerned about the destruction. For one thing, the wall was one of the best preserved city walls in the province, and Papa wanted to maintain it as a historic artifact. For another, he knew the wall was important for flood control. Sometimes during the rainy season, the Huchuo River overflowed its banks, but so far the wall had kept the water out of the town itself. Papa issued a directive forbidding any further vandalism to the wall. The notice was posted on buildings all around the town, with Papa's bold, rough signature at the bottom. The directive halted the destruction, but it also got Papa in trouble. At the next meeting of the Yuan County Party Committee, the party secretary, Han Rong, accused him of issuing a decree without approval of the party leadership. 7. Papa, also a member of the party committee, argued that he had acted within the scope of his responsibilities as county head. Other members of the committee supported him. But Han Rong did not give up there. He sent a letter to the provincial party committee charging Papa with forming an anti-party clique. Papa had criticized Han Rong in the past for being autocratic. In private, Papa also complained about his womanizing. Now Han Rong was getting back at him. The provincial leaders removed Papa as county head, decreased both his official rank and his salary, and had him transferred to work as an ordinary laborer in a steel plant in the prefectural capital, Ximen. Our family continued to live in a quiet neighborhood of Yuan. Yuan, the sixth child, had just been born. Mama cut short her maternity leave to return to work as an accountant for the local tax bureau. Grandpa took care of the household. We 5 older children attended Democracy Street Primary School. The years 1960 to 62 later came to be called the 3 difficult years. During that period, I often came home from school so hungry that I could no longer stand. I would lie down on the stone steps in front of the house. At mealtime, Grandpa would dish out thin gruel and distribute steamed bread made of cornmeal and sweet potato flour among the 6 of us, with portions determined by age. Weawa and I each got 2 buns, Zhewa, Xinghua, and Miwan 1.5, and Yuan 1. Grandpa would remind us that Kong Rong gives big pears to his elder brothers. Kong Rong, a descendant of Confucius, had lived during the 3 kingdoms. One story about him said that as a child, he chose the smallest pear because he was the youngest in his family. 8. Grandpa's tales made meals as pleasant as possible under the circumstances, and we never fought over food, even though we rarely finished a meal with full stomachs. Zhewa would lick his bowl several times to make sure he got every drop of gruel. Sometimes we went foraging for wild plants for the table. We added boiled willow and poplar leaves to our bread dough. We peeled elm bark and chewed it ragged. We tried a recipe whose main ingredient was ground corn cobs, which resembled meat in texture but not in taste. We grew algae in jars of water set out in the sun. This was supposed to be a good way to manufacture protein, but we abandoned it after one batch because it tasted so awful. We ate insects whenever we had the energy to catch them. We would tie a female dragonfly to a string and flaunt it around the reed ponds, enticing the males and then catching them as they were mating. We also caught cicadas on the tip of a pole primed with glue. Sometimes we went scavenging for cooking fuel. When our coal rations ran out in the spring, Grandpa would take us to the cotton fields in the southwest part of town to dig roots out of the thawing, muddy ground. In autumn, we put dry leaves and grass into the stove. As for clothing, it was not exactly as Radio Moscow claimed -1 pair of pants for every 2 Chinese, but we were in rags, and even our patches were patched. Because of his demotion, Papa's income had dropped from 30 yuan a month to less than 100. Mama's salary was 42 yuan a month, the same as it had been for a dozen years. Inflation during the 3 difficult years was so bad that the price of a persimmon soared from less than 3 fen before I-960 to 50 fen by I-962. So the family's total 9 income was worth only 280 persimmons a month. Luckily, the government had kept the price of rationed grain stable. Meanwhile, the cost of just about anything that was not edible went down. People sold incense burners, porcelain, figurines, jewelry, and other family heirlooms on the street at ridiculously low prices. You could buy museum-quality antiques for a couple of yuan. Even such bargains moved slowly, for there were far more sellers than buyers in the market. One day when Grandpa was out buying food, he saw a Ming Dynasty porcelain bowl at a peddler's stand. The dappled brown bowl was in perfect condition, just big enough to cup comfortably in the hands. An imprint on the bottom testified that it had been made during the reign of Emperor Yuan, in the early 15th century. The price was 50 fen, the cost of a persimmon. Grandpa bought it without even bothering to haggle. My big brother Yuan was intrigued by street corner salesmanship and decided to try his hand at it. He took a camel hair sweater to the marketplace and stood there for a day, refusing to budge from his price of 15 yuan. He came home with the sweater. He went to the railway station the next day and again failed to find anyone who would meet his price. Grandpa recommended that he abandon the effort. After all, if people would not buy a 2,000-year-old bronze tripod for 2 yuan, how could you expect them to buy a used sweater for 7 times that much? Papa had never spent much time with us children because of the demands of his work. Now, even though he was no longer an official, we still saw little of him. When he came home from the steel factory, he would lock himself into a run-down little shrine near our house. The place belonged to old Lu, a retired army officer who supplemented his pension by 10. The author's father. Gao Shangi, early 1960s. Growing corn on a vacant lot on the western edge of town. Old Lu felt Papa had been wrongly dismissed and let him use the dilapidated shrine whenever he wished. We finally learned what Papa had been doing in that shrine one day in early 1963, when a messenger arrived with a piece of paper saying that county head Gao Shangi had been rehabilitated. Papa had been writing petitions to the Provincial Party Committee and the Central Committee, and they had re-examined his case. Papa had been a very popular county head, and his dismissal had provoked a flood of complaints to the provincial authorities. People even compared him to Hai Rui, a county head in the Ming dynasty famed for his integrity and fairness. Hai Rui had once carried a coffin to the court and criticized 2. the emperor to his face. He had been dismissed and reappointed several times during his life. Papa was to be reassigned to government work. He was not totally vindicated, however. It soon became apparent that his partial rehabilitation was the outcome of a deal between Han Rong and the provincial party leaders to placate the public. Han Rong escaped without punishment, or even criticism. On the contrary, he was promoted to the post of party secretary of Ximen municipality. Papa was named head of the neighboring county of Lingzi, which had a population of 250,000. He and Mama, Grandpa, and the 4 youngest children moved there on a rainy day in August 1963, which turned out to be the start of a week of torrential rains. The Huchuo River overflowed its banks, and Yijin city wall kept the flood waters out. Papa's prestige in the county he had just left rose another notch. Afterward, the people of Yijin continued to think of him as a kind of county head emeritus. Unfortunately, they also resumed dismantling the city wall. Learning to be read and expert. After Papa's reassignment to Lingzi, my big brother Wei Hua and I stayed in Yijin. Wei Hua had finished primary school and passed the entrance examinations for the Yijin No. 1 middle school, better known as Yizhong. I did not want to switch schools in my 6th and last year of PRI 12. Mary School, so I stayed on at Democracy Street Primary School as a boarder. With Papa's name cleared and the general economic situation starting to improve, I felt a new sense of confidence. My teachers, knowing I was the son of the man whose foresight had saved the town from flooding, were especially kind to me. My homeroom teacher helped me wash and re-sew my quilt before winter set in, and made me a new pair of cloth shoes. The food in the school cafeteria was not abundant, but it was adequate and tasty, and I could feel my energy growing by the day. That was the year my concentration shifted from the next meal to my studies. My favorite class was Chinese, taught by Teacher G, an emotional man who often got angry with us and then left apologies on the blackboard in flowing, classical-style poems. Like the other teachers, G gave me special attention, including monthly haircuts. But he was strict with me when it came to schoolwork. I became a prolific writer, completing 24 compositions during winter vacation alone. I was especially proud when he gave me a grade of 100% on an essay about a snowball fight. I also was learning the basics of poetry. By the end of the school year, several of my poems were accepted for broadcast on a provincial children's radio program. I passed the entrance exams to Yizhong and joined Wiawa in the fall of 1964. I was 12, quiet and studious. Wiawa, now 14, had established himself as a natural leader and something of a prankster. Nonetheless, he studied hard and was especially good at Russian. I began to learn English. Yizhong was a fairly new school. It had been founded in 1946 as a guerrilla school in territory where control was seizing between the People's Liberation Army and the Kuomintang. In 1964, there were 1,200 students 3-6. I3 grades. After the first 3 grades, you crossed the divide from junior middle school to senior middle school. Each grade was further divided into classes of 50 students. Each class had a number. Wiawa was in class 79, the 79th group to enter the school since its founding, and I was in class 85. Our walled campus sat on the northernmost side of town. Part of the north side of the city wall formed our rear wall. We slept, ate, and went to classes in gray brick buildings with tiled roofs and upturned eaves. Almost all the campus architecture was Chinese, except the principal's residence, a THRESTE building with arches, pillars, and balustrades, and the south gate, a triple marble arch that framed the main entrance to the school. These two Western-style structures dated from the days of a missionary school set up in the early I-900s. Before that, a Daoist monastery had occupied the site. The school's temple-like reading room and bell tower were legacies of that period. At the back of the campus was a lake, a product of the Great Leap Forward. The school originally had planned to build a spring-fed swimming pool there. Enthusiastic students had dug a hole 3 times Olympic size. But the cement to line the pool never arrived, owing to a shortage of building materials. During the 3 difficult years, fish were raised in what came to be called Rear Lake. It became the focus of a school tradition, a marathon fish catch and feast held on the first day of June, the anniversary of the founding of the school. Between Rear Lake and the north wall was a communal vegetable garden. From spring until autumn, classes took turns growing everything from turnips and cabbage to eggplant and cucumber. We also grew experimental plots of wheat for our botany classes. The 25 boys in class 85 lived in 2 adjoining dormitory rooms. The 25 girls lived in the area we called Vatican City, from which boys were strictly barred. Every morning, the girls would meet us under the willow trees on the path outside our dormitory. The boys never got around to washing up until later, but the girls always started the day with their faces scrubbed and their hair combed or braided. Our class monitor, Catalin, whose name meant orchid, had 2 pigtails that stood stiffly off her shoulders. All 50 of us would fall into line by height and file out the south gate to the sports ground for our morning jog and calisthenics. Our commander for this daily routine was the class sports manager, Shuangan, a stocky boy with a square, bronzed face. Shuangan's name meant double roots. He was expected to carry on the family line for both his father and his childless uncle. If anyone was capable of such an arduous task, it was the seemingly inexhaustible Shuangan. He never seemed short of breath as he ran alongside our formation shouting, 1, 2, 3, 4. Panting, we would chorus back, 1, 2, 3, 4. After 5 laps around the track, my heart would be pounding. By this time, the whole school was out exercising. When the loudspeakers over the field emitted the scratchy prelude to the Warren Calisthenics recording, everybody stopped jogging and spread out at arm's length. In unison, we stretched, bent, twisted, kicked, and jumped, first to one side, then to the other. The recorded voice barked instructions over the stirring music, but nobody needed to listen. Every school child in the nation knew the set of exercises by heart. After the final set of jumping jacks and marching in place, many students raced to the far end of the field for a turn on the obstacle course, 200 meters of walls, planks, trenches, and 15. Barbed wire that had been built so we could supplement our militia training. We had militia drill with wooden rifles several times a week to prepare for war against the imperialists and hegemonists. I was learning about imperialism and hegemonism in politics class, and also from my big brother. We're besieged from all sides, Wiowa would remind me from time to time. To the north is the Soviet Bear. Southwest are the Indian reactionaries. The Japanese devils still harbor secret desires against us. Chiang Kai-shek on Taiwan talks about recovering the mainland. To the south, the American imperialist wolves are trampling over Vietnam. We got to breakfast with a good appetite. I looked forward to every meal in our dining hall, simple as the food was. Grains were the staple, with salted turnips at breakfast and 1 or 2 vegetable dishes flavored with bits of meat at lunch and dinner. Extra meat would appear on holidays or when people from the provincial education department arrived for an inspection. Because of rationing, the grain distribution system was carefully worked out. Students from the countryside were the luckiest, they got as much grain as their families could afford to give them. Before each term, the village kids swapped some of their grain for coupons at their local ration offices, and in the school dining hall they traded back the coupons for grain. Some also brought their own rice and millet to school. In autumn, many returned from weekend visits home with sacks of sweet potatoes over their shoulders or tied to their bicycle racks. Students from towns were limited to a set amount of grain, starting at 30 jin a month for boys and a bit less for girls in the first grade, and increasing with each grade. Just over half our coupons were for coarse grain, usually Watu. R6. But sometimes millet, soybeans, or sweet potatoes. The rest were for fine grain, rice, or wheat. We carefully figured out how many ounces of what kind of grain to order at each meal so as not to use up our rations too early or finish up our fine grain first. I once made the mistake of using up my fine grain coupons in 2 weeks. For the next 2 weeks, I ate a steady diet of Watu, which sat like lumps of clay in my stomach, while my schoolmates savored their rice gruel, noodles, and wheat cakes. Not that coarse grain was bad. I especially liked the corn porridge served at breakfast, with its little flecks of seaweed and soy bits. The only student in our class who almost never ate coarse grain was Yuan, whose father was head of the army hospital. Yuan was proud of the fact that his father was a Long March veteran. He was proud of his name, which meant Aid Korea, and his younger sister's name, Kang Mei, Resist America. He also was proud of his privileges, which he seldom shared. He often brought food from the hospital kitchen to school and ate salted eggs with real oven-baked bread in his room instead of coming to the dining hall. Meal times were chaotic and noisy. We rinsed our tin bowls, spoons, and chopsticks at a long sink and jostled for a place in line before the serving windows. If you were early enough, you could grab a stool. Otherwise you stood at one of the square wooden tables that we called Tables of the 8 Immortals because you could fit 2 people at each side. I usually ate with the other boys in my class. Often we were joined by the class tomboy, Huan Tian, whose name meant changing heaven. We liked to tease Huan Tian about her habit of talking with her mouth full so that little bits of food and saliva flew out. Sometimes she got angry and traded. 17. Earthy curses with Sangzi, triple happiness. I was shocked the first time I heard Huan Tian say, "Fuck your mother." Because girls did not say such things. But I soon got used to her language and almost forgot she was a girl. Class 8-5 was a tight-knit group by the time we got to the second year of middle school, united by a common stock of jokes, insults, and nicknames. Nobody called Little Mihu by his real name. He was Little Muddle to us, a timid, accident-prone boy who was forever tripping over the chamber pot. Little Bawang, Little Overlord, had earned the title of a capricious general of the Three Kingdoms period with his overbearing manner. Urko, two foul odors, was notorious for his farts. He claimed sweet potatoes were to blame. His noxious smell aside, Urko was a dependable fellow. Our homeroom teacher, Wenqiu, appointed him daily life manager of the class, which meant he was responsible for such things as grain rations and coal for the dormitory stoves in winter. In the campaign to learn from the model soldier Lei Feng, when we pooled money to buy ourselves shears and cut one another's hair, Urko emerged as the best barber. Little Bawang was our manual labor manager. This manual labor, to which we devoted 2 afternoons a week, involved such tasks as cleaning latrines and planting vegetables. Teacher Wen introduced each work session by reminding us of Chairman Mao's observation that peasants might have cow dung on their feet, but their minds were purer than the intellectuals. I especially disliked latrine duty because I ended up with night soil on my clothes, which I could not take off to wash since I had only one winter and one summer outfit. I kept my bourgeois thoughts to myself as we trooped off to the worksite armed with oversized ladles, buckets, brooms, and powdered lime. Little Bawang strutted ahead giving did. 18. Wrecked irons. Inside the latrine, the girls ladled the night's oil from the brick-lined trench into the buckets and then sprinkled lime into the trench. The boys carried the buckets outside and emptied them into a wooden tank cart. I would stagger with my bucket, trying to hold it away from my body. Yuan Chao usually wore a surgical mask, which the rest of us considered prissy. "Oh, you're wearing your muzzle again," Sangzi would taunt him. "Shut your mouth, you country bumpkin," Yuan Chao would retort. The rest of us would take a break to watch the skirmish. "What's wrong with country bumpkins?" Sangzi would say. "Your father was a country bumpkin before he went on the long march. Who are you to insult my father? He climbed snow-topped peaks and crossed dangerous marshlands to help make the revolution, and what was your father doing? Your father was quaking in his mud hut." Yuan Chao would be quaking with anger, but the easygoing Sangzi would merely shrug and resume heaving buckets. When the cart was full, Sangzi would position himself between the shafts like a donkey and lift them from the ground. The rest of us pushed and pulled to help him haul the load to the manure pit by the vegetable garden behind Rear Lake. When we worked in the girls' side, Sangzi would go through a repertoire of crude peasant jokes. "What are the 4 big reds?" he would ask. "The rose, the tomato, the evening glow, and the horse riding cloth." The last was a euphemism for a sanitary napkin. "What are the 4 big exhaust irons?" "Cleaning the pigsty, making bricks, pulling wheat, and fucking." He did not care that the girls were there too. Yuling, our class study manager, always blushed bright red and looked down at her feet. Yuling had become my best friend, although I could never admit it because she was a girl. She had been my classmate at Democracy Street Primary School. Like most primary school pupils, we both belonged to the Young Pioneers. But I was just an ordinary member, whereas she was a brigade leader. Every year, she made the list of 3 good students, those who exemplified good schoolwork, good ideology, and good health. When we entered Yizhong, we were assigned to share a desk. At first, we drew a chalk line down the middle of the desktop, dubbed the McMahon line by our classmates after the boundary that had been in dispute during the 1962 border war between India and China. At first, Yuling and I rarely talked. Gradually, as the line rubbed off, I began asking her for help with English, and she asked me for help with math. I regarded Yuling almost as a big sister. She was taller and stronger and more grown up than I. Once when I snagged my padded pants on the barbed wire of the obstacle course, she mended the tear while I lay on my stomach. I went to her first with all my new discoveries, like the time I discovered that Chairman Mao was staring at me. His gaze from the portrait over the blackboard at the front of our classroom followed me wherever I went. When I told Yuling, she laughed and told me not to be neurotic. She said every portrait was painted that way. Yuling's mother taught music at a nearby normal school. Her father was a professor at a medical college in Xiamen. He had studied in the United States in the 1940s and had returned to China in 1950 to help build socialism. He had tutored Yuling in English from the time she began learning Chinese characters. Yuling hoped to join the Youth League but worried that her intellectual background would work. 20. Against her. Youth League members were the aristocracy of Yizhong. Applicants had to prove themselves worthy of carrying on the glorious tradition of the Chinese Communist Party. Good grades, good character, and correct political views were required. Your chances were better if you came from a revolutionary family. And everybody knew that it helped if you acted obedient and never offended anybody. I learned how fierce the competition to join the Youth League could be during my first year at Yizhong. A senior student was under great pressure from his father, a county security official, to advance politically. He became desperate after his application for Youth League membership was rejected several times. He stole his father's pistol and shot at the Youth League secretary of his class as she was walking across campus. Because he was nervous, he missed and hit a tree. The boy fled from the campus, and all of us were alerted to look out for him. A few nights later, under a full moon, he climbed over the school wall and fired a shot through his dormitory window, wounding a classmate he suspected of blackballing him. Other students chased him to Rear Lake. My roommates and I, roused by the commotion, ran to the lake to see a crowd of angry seniors pelting him with turnips as he floundered in the water. He had jumped in, hoping to commit suicide, but the lake was too shallow. Finally, he came ashore. Later he was sentenced to 20 years in jail. Class 85 had 4 Youth League members. 10 of us still belonged to the Young Pioneers, but as a children's organization, that group was not taken very seriously in middle school. The rest were known as the masses, though some called themselves the Democrats or Bolsheviks outside the party. My most revolutionary friend was an older boy, the thin 21. Pale, bespectacled Fang Pua. He was in his last year and I in my second when we got to know each other. Fang Pua was a Youth League member and a good orator who often gave speeches at school assemblies. We had read each other's poetry on the literary bulletin board on the porch of the teacher's building. His poems, elegant and full of imagery, always had political themes, perhaps because his father was a revolutionary martyr, having died in the civil war between the Communists and the Kuomintang after the defeat of Japan. One day at lunch, Fang Pua noticed me eating horse greens, a wild vegetable I had discovered during the 3 difficult years. I still ate them because my 10 yuan monthly allowance from home did not buy as much food in the dining hall as I would have wished. Horse greens grew free for the plucking along the base of the city wall. I cooked them on the steamers provided for common use. They were rather tasteless but had a nice crunchy texture. Fang Pua felt sorry for me because he thought I was eating weeds. "Can't you afford to buy cabbage?" he asked me. "What's your family status?" I introduced myself and told him that my father was Gao Shangi, head of Lingzi County. Fang Pua recognized my name from the literary bulletin board. He patted me on the shoulder and said, "Nowadays, not even peasant kids eat weeds, but the son of a county head still does. If your father had been a Kuomintang magistrate before liberation, you'd have lived a luxurious life. But a communist official and his whole family sacrifice for the sake of the people." Fang Pua was not rich either, his mother lived on the revolutionary martyr's pension. But relatives in the countryside supplied him with good vegetables. he insisted on sharing his cabbage and onions with me. At lunch the next day, he gave me a poem he had written. 22. In my honor. It referred to me as little brother and praised my revolutionary spirit of hard work and plain living. I wrote a poem with the same rhyme scheme in response, thanking him for his encouragement. That was the start of our friendship. We usually discussed poetry. Fangpyu delighted in modern poets who put revolutionary sentiments into time-honored classical forms. One of his favorite examples was a poem by scholar Zhao Puchu called Weeping Over the Three Nis. Written in ancient style, it used a pun on the Chinese names for John F. Kennedy, Nikita Khrushchev, and Jawaharlal Nehru, all contain the character Ni to ridicule the misfortunes of imperialism, revisionism, and reaction. Imperialism, revisionism, and reaction were also the themes of our politics class. Unfortunately, our politics teacher, Guo Pei, was not as interesting as Zhao Puchu. When Weihua first pointed out teacher Guo to me, I was struck by her smallness. She looked like a fragile doll, with a small nose, small mouth, and delicate limbs. Her small eyes glinted behind thick glasses. Weihua told me that, first, she never smiled, second, she never talked about anything but politics, and third, she was boring. I was prepared for the worst. My first conversation with teacher Guo did nothing to disabuse me of my preconceptions. She told me that, as a middle school student, I would have to pay more attention to politics than I had in primary school. Without thinking, I blurted out, "Politics is boring." Teacher Guo looked shocked. "Who told you that?" she asked. "My big brother," I answered. Her glinty eyes bored into me as she said, "You and Weihua both need to heighten your political consciousness." A few days later, my homeroom teacher, Wen Chiu, called me to her office. She spoke gently. "Jianhua, I invited you here to tell you that what you told teacher Guo was wrong. You should know better. You're not the son of uneducated peasants, your parents are both veteran revolutionary cadres. If I planned to go on to college, I would have to be both read and expert," she said. "The only way to become read was through ideological remolding. Examine yourself. Perhaps you feel superior because of your family's good political status. That is all the more reason to work hard to remold yourself." Periodically, teacher Wen would call me back for another gentle reprimand. I began to feel that my family's revolutionary credentials were a burden. Maybe being born red was not such an advantage after all. I became even more certain of this when the school party committee launched an ideological campaign aimed at students from revolutionary families. It started with the case of the senior student who had failed to get into the youth league. After he was sent to jail, our school party secretary, Ding Yi, called an assembly. This case is a vivid example of how the son of a veteran cadre can degenerate into a criminal. He declared. The campaign intensified after a senior student drowned during a school outing to the Huchuo River. The boy had gone outside the swimming area and been caught in the current. Lifeguards recovered his body a kilometer downstream. This boy had been at the top of his grade in both English and Russian. His father was an official in the provincial government. Everyone had been sure the son would get a high-status job, perhaps as translator for the foreign ministry in Beijing. When he drowned, his body was hastily buried at an unmarked grave outside the north side of the city wall. There was not even a memorial meeting. Instead, Ding Yi called another assembly, at which he criticized the dead boy for violating discipline. 24. In politics class, teacher Guo instructed us to search our hearts for inner contradictions. Family origin was important. Those of us from good backgrounds had to be certain not to stray from the path, and those from bad backgrounds had to struggle against their inferior inheritance. Yizhong had only a handful of students of high antecedents, which included capitalists, landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, rightists, and bad elements. Most students were of low origin, meaning their parents were poor or lower middle peasants, farmhands, workers, or revolutionary cottars. In between were middle and upper middle peasants, petty proprietors, and intellectuals. I did not know any real capitalists or even landlords. The highest students in class 85 were 3 from upper middle peasant background. The lowest was Yuan, whose background was both poor peasant and revolutionary cotter. I had once been the same combination. Papa had always told me not to claim revolutionary cotter status when I was filling in forms because it might bring me privileges I did not deserve, so I would write in only poor peasant. However, Papa's home village had reclassified his origin to lower middle peasant not long after I enrolled in Yizhong. The reclassification was part of a movement going on in the countryside, the 4 cleanups. I was upset to lose my poor peasant designation. Mama, who came from middle peasant stock, tried to comfort me by saying poor and lower middle were about the same. But I knew there was a difference. Now I had a double burden, living up to my revolutionary father and living down his lower middle peasant status. In addition to searching for contradictions within ourselves, we were supposed to be on the lookout for class enemies outside. Several classmates and I managed to find a class 25 enemy right outside the school's main gate. We came upon a peddler soliciting orders for name seals carved from pear wood. He was charging only 3 mao a seal, so we eagerly placed orders and paid him in advance. He said the seals would be ready that afternoon, but when we came back he had disappeared. We introduced the swindle in politics class as a real-life example of class struggle. For once, Teacher Guo looked a little pleased. This campaign dominated our political study well into my second year at Yizhong. Then the 4 cleanups moved from the countryside into the towns. We took a few trips to a 4 cleanups exhibition in Yijin, which displayed photographs from all over the country of land deeds, silver and gold coins, and even weapons that landlords, rich peasants, and other bad elements had been hiding since liberation. One morning before breakfast, our class monitor, Catalan, called a meeting of the boys and instructed us to fill out forms listing how much medicine we had received from the school clinic, and at what price. Catalan called a separate meeting of the girls. Yuling told me afterward that Catalan had asked if there were any complaints about medical treatment, and specifically, about Dr. Zhang. It did not take long for the news to spread that Dr. Zhang had been charged with embezzling and indecent behavior. Some of the girls had complained that he always insisted on giving injections in the buttocks, claiming it would hurt too much in the arm. Pretending to have a headache, I went to get a last look at the villain. To my disappointment, Dr. Zhang already had been replaced by a woman, Dr. Yang. She told me that Dr. Zhang was in custody, writing his confession. The Yizhong faculty had been holding political study sessions practically every evening. Dr. Zhang was the only cull. 26. They were able to ferret out. Although many of our teachers came from less than perfect backgrounds, none of them turned out to be a bad element. I felt relieved, because I liked most of them. Teacher Guo was the only one I disliked, and her politics were above reproach. My favorite teacher was Teacher Li, who taught us Chinese. He had been a Kuomintang army major and was rumored to have worked closely with Chiang Ching-kuo, Chiang Kai-shek's son, in the Kuomintang Central Guard Regiment. Right before liberation, Li had gone over to the communist side and stayed on the mainland when the Kuomintang fled to Taiwan. Teacher Li still had an officer's bearing. He walked with his back straight and his chest thrust out. He was going bald, but his skin was as smooth as a youth's. He always wore an old-fashioned high-collar jacket. At the start of class, he would stride into the room, take off his cloth cap and scarf, carefully fold the scarf and place it on a corner of his desk, and then place the cap on top of the scarf. We would rise. Students always stood when a teacher came in and greet him in unison, and he would respond with a stiff little bow. Then he would square his shoulders, clasp his hands behind his back, and begin the day's lesson. Li read with great feeling, often acting out scenes from our books and from the lives of their authors. Once when he was reading a piece about a woman communist going to her execution, his voice suddenly broke and his eyes grew teary. I pondered how a veteran Kuomintang man, a friend of public enemy Chiang Kai-shek's son, could be so moved by the story of a communist heroine. Li mixed freely with students. Sometimes he played ping-pong with us before class. We would beg for demonstrations of his favorite trick, furiously pedaling a bicycle without 27. Moving forward an inch. He also showed off his military prowess by holding a rifle steady with one hand for 10 minutes, with a brick suspended from the barrel for extra weight. Teacher Lu taught geography. He always brought the same props to class, a pointer and a globe. None of us could forget that China was shaped like a chicken, with 2 eggs representing the province of Taiwan and the island of Hainan. Lu described the mountains, jungles, deserts, and oceans of the world, and the plants, animals, and cultures of different countries. He talked about the different races of mankind. According to him, the Eskimos and American Indians were descended from the Chinese. I had heard that Teacher Lu had been labeled a rightist during the anti-rightist movement of the late 1950s, and that his salary had been cut to 30 yuan a month, just enough to buy necessities. Teacher Lu also mixed with us outside class, sometimes joining us for meals instead of going to the teacher's dining hall. He seemed to know all the words of all the revolutionary songs that had ever been written. A meal with Teacher Lu usually ended with a rousing rendition of "See the Five-Star Red Flag Flying High." All the boys in my class would try to imitate his deep baritone. We had history class with Teacher Yang, who combed his smooth black hair back over the crown of his head like Chairman Mao. Teacher Yang fit my image of a modern scholar. He talked without pause, lacing his lectures with legends and anecdotes. When he came to a crucial point, such as Stalin's declaration of war on Japan in 1945, his voice and his eyebrows would rise at the same time. Teacher Feng taught us physics. I had heard of the American at Yizhong while I was still at Democracy Street PRI. 28. Mary School. Feng actually was only half American. His father, a U.S. Navy officer, had married a Chinese woman in Tianjin. Feng had been born in Tianjin's American concession in the 1930s. He was more than 6 feet tall because of his American blood, we assumed. He performed miraculous feats on the basketball court, which had earned him the nickname Kong Zhonyushi, aerial superiority. That was the phrase the press used to describe American air power in the Vietnam War. Feng was advisor to the radio club. When I became head of the club in my second year, he trusted me enough to give me the key to the physics lab in the bell tower courtyard, where we did our tinkering. We built everything from the simplest single-diode receiver to 7-transistor radios. The best radios picked up signals from Moscow. Our English teacher was Teacher Shen, who had the short stature, dark complexion and simian face that were said to be typical of Southerners. Shen had worked in Hong Kong for a trading company until liberation, when he returned to serve the new China. He was reputed to be the best teacher of English in the province. He used riddles to make things stick in our minds. Most of us learned not to answer them, since we would only end up looking stupid, but little Mihu never caught on. When we were learning numbers, Shen asked us, there were 40 birds in a tree. A man shot 5. How many were left? 35. Little Mihu shouted proudly. Wrong, said Shen. None. The others all flew away. One day, we all had to answer the question, what shall I be when I grow up? We went around the room. Urko, who came from the countryside, said he wanted to be a soldier. I knew that he really wanted to be an Air Force pilot but had 29. Abandoned the idea because he could never meet the strict physical requirements. He was tall and thin, with a disproportionately large head. Little Bawang, whose father was a retired army officer of fairly low rank, said he wanted to be an army commander. Little Mihu, like Little Bawang, a village boy, said perhaps he would be a clerk for a leading cotter. Zongwei, the most artistic member of our class, wanted to be a master of traditional Chinese painting. Yuling wanted to be a doctor. I said I would be a journalist, or perhaps a poet. In the spring of 1966, just before the earthquake, Fang Pua and I had entered the school's annual poetry contest. My dream was to become poet laureate for the year. Fang Pua had the same desire. My poem told how the workmen had discovered the inscription showing that General Zhao Yun could not have watered his war horse at the giant stone trough in Defo Temple because the trough was made long after Zhao Yun's time. Fang Pua told me he liked the poem, but he sounded unhappy. I felt a bit guilty, knowing Fang Pua was going to graduate and would not have another chance to win the poetry contest, whereas I had 4 more years to try. Once the aftershocks were over, my class spent 2 days building temporary wooden shelters on the basketball court, 2 for the boys and 2 for the girls. It was embarrassing to live so close to the girls. At night, if one of them got up to 30 piss, I could hear the ringing of the chamber pot through the thin walls. Some of the other classes were living in even closer quarters. In some cases, one long shack housed everyone, with just a sheet hung in the middle to separate the girls from the boys. In a few senior classes, girls were sleeping in bunk beds right beneath the boys. Those arrangements did not last more than a few days. Secretary Ding called an assembly and ordered all classes to segregate the sexes, saying it was improper to put boys and girls together. He further admonished us against any romantic notions we might be entertaining. Everyone knew that this was directed at the seniors. Falling in love at this early age is bourgeois and individualistic, Secretary Ding said. Keep your minds on your studies. We had set up our desks and chairs in proper rows near our shelters and propped the blackboard against a tree. We left Chairman Mao's portrait hanging inside. Our classes went on as before. Despite the distractions of the outdoors, we studied harder than ever, for only a couple of months remained until finals. The pressure was greatest for the graduating seniors. They were preparing for college entrance examinations, which would be held in early summer. Most were confident of passing. Yizhong was a key school, and over 90% of its graduates went on to college, compared with only 4 or 5% in ordinary middle schools. The main question for the seniors was whether they would score high enough to get into the most prestigious schools. Simply passing the exams might bring admission to a provincial normal college, but top marks were required to enter the famous universities in Beijing or Shanghai. Students who were good in sciences hoped to go to Tsinghua University in Beijing, and most of those interested in liberal arts aimed for Beijing University, which we called Baida. Baida was where I hoped to go. I had made up my mind the very day I entered Yizhong in the fall of 1964, when I had seen the results of the previous summer's college entrance exams, inscribed in gold ink on red paper, posted on the front wall of the teachers' building. The names and scores of students who had been admitted to Baida and Tsinghua headed the rest. Red paper, golden characters. The imperial examiners of the Qing dynasty had announced the results of the court examinations on the wall outside the Forbidden City in the same way. Now things were different, of course. High marks were not supposed to mean power and prestige. Those who excelled were expected to serve the revolution, to go wherever the country needed them and do whatever jobs they were assigned. Still, we looked with awe upon the names of alumni who were now students in those famous universities. The list stayed up for 2 weeks. I looked at the Baida names so many times that I soon knew them by heart. Now, in the spring of 1966, I knew Fang Pua was studying hard in the hope of going to Baida. I discussed his plans with him just once. I told him he should not be too concerned about going to a famous school. After all, we were not imperial scholar bureaucrats seeking fame and fortune. Sarcastically, he asked me, "Then why do you have a Baida sticker on your desk?" Over the next few days, I tried to scrape the sticker off nonchalantly, hoping Yuling would not notice. The next time I talked with Fang Pua, he called my attention to a debate on art and literature that was going on in the 3-2 press. Fangpu read the newspapers posted outside the teacher's building with care, but I only glanced at them in passing from time to time. Remember the controversy over the historical play Hai Rui dismissed from office? Fangpu reminded me. 6 months earlier, the major papers had carried criticism of the play, calling it a veiled attack on the Great Leap Forward and the People's Communes. This debate broadens and deepens the criticism. I think it is the most important development on the cultural front since Chairman Mao's talks at the Yan'an Forum on Art and Literature, Fangpu said in an authoritative tone. Certain people are using art and literature to attack the party and socialism. Their methods are pernicious. We all have to be on guard. A few days later, Secretary Ding announced that every class would devote 2 afternoons a week to discussing the current debate on the literary front. After morning classes, I decided I had better look at the newspapers. Others evidently had the same idea. I had not seen so many students clustered around the display case since China's first atomic bomb test in the autumn of 1964. The People's Daily, Guangming Daily, Hebei Daily, and China Youth News all carried articles criticizing a series of essays by 3 authors who called themselves the Three Family Village. One was Wu Han, the author of Hai Rui dismissed from office. He and his 2 fellow villagers were accused of using innuendo to oppose the party. But at the same time the papers referred to the 3 as comrades, suggesting that their mistakes might not be irredeemable. At our afternoon political study sessions, my homeroom teacher, Wen Chiu, merely repeated the words in the newspapers. Even the class youth league secretary, Kong Fang, had 33. Nothing to add. I began to check the newspapers every day. Poisonous weeds were cropping up everywhere, on the stage, in the cinema, in books and magazines. But the main target was still the 3 villagers. The criticism grew harsher. And the 3 were no longer called comrades. One day, the People's Daily carried an editorial against them entitled "Open Fire at the Anti-Party Black Line." Secretary Ding called another assembly. He and the party committee sat on the stage beneath a streamer that read, "Open Fire at the Anti-Party Black Line." Ding Yi's speech was almost a verbatim reading of the editorial. He began practically every sentence with, "Holding high the great banner of Mao Zedong thought." At the end, he announced that we now would devote every afternoon to criticizing the 3 family village. Each class could pick up poster-making supplies at the school logistics office. In class the next morning, Teacher Shen wrote 3 family village in English on the blackboard and announced that the English version of Chairman Mao's book of quotations would soon be off the press. Most of us had copies of the Chinese edition. The Army's political department had designed the book for soldiers who could not read very well. The quotations were arranged in handy categories such as party, army, women, youth, and revolutionary heroism. It made a nice, pocket-sized souvenir. That afternoon, we set to work making dazabao, big character posters. The logistics office dispensed bundles of brush pens, bottles of ink, and stacks of used newspaper. In the dining hall, a big cauldron had been set up to make glue from sweet potato starch. My classmates and I spread newspaper over the floor of our empty classroom and began painting big, bold characters, one to a sheet. Little Mihu, who had 34, volunteered to help cook the glue, returned with a bucketful. We used brooms to paste the posters on the outside walls. Our classroom building soon was covered with a collage of slogans we had seen in the newspapers: "Down with the 3 family village," "Smash the Black Gang," "Down with the anti-socialist cabal," "Carry the revolution through to the end." Zhongwei, the class artist, had made a few exemplary specimens in his handsome calligraphy. Most of the other writing was crooked and crude, but seemed to suit the messages we were proclaiming. At the end of the afternoon, we stood back to admire our handiwork, our hands and faces smudged with black ink. I took a tour of the campus. The scene was spectacular. Posters denouncing the 3 family village covered every wall so that hardly a brick was visible. Some classes had festooned their areas with colorful streamers that waved in the breeze like the willow branches dangling over the paths. Most of the slogans were, like ours, copied from newspaper headlines, but a few were original. A couplet signed by Fang Pua caught my eye: the three-family village offended 700 million people, setting off a spiritual bomb greater than the A-bomb. Many students were strolling around reading posters. So were Secretary Ding and Vice Principal Lin. Ding Yi, a paunchy man who walked with a limp, the result of a wound he got in the Civil War, puffed and laughed delightedly as he read slogans aloud. Lin Sheng, a tall man with the stooped shoulders of someone who seldom left his desk, had a smile of satisfaction on his lips. The next afternoon, we made more dazabao. Logistics office was running out of used newspaper and began to hand out clean newsprint in pastel shades. Inspired by Fang Pua's 35 poem, I dashed off a new slogan: even the A-bomb cannot rival the masses' anger at the three-family village counter-revolutionary cabal. After a few days of frenetic poster writing, I realized that I still did not know very much about this three-family village. Curious, I went to the library to review all the papers of the past few weeks. All three villagers, it turned out, were municipal officials in Beijing. Wu Han was a vice mayor. Deng Tuo, former editor of the People's Daily and now chief editor of the Beijing Evening News, was propaganda director for the Beijing Party Committee. Liao Masha, a writer and scholar, did propaganda for the city government. It seemed the trio had been carrying on anti-party activities for years. They had started writing their three-family village essays for the Beijing Party Committee's monthly journal, Frontline, back in 1996. Deng Tuo was the focus of additional criticism for his column in the Beijing Evening News, Evening Chats at Mount Yan. The national papers had reprinted some of the chats for study and criticism. I found them witty and engrossing, so I needed the newspaper commentary to help me understand what was wrong with them. Two of them, Great Empty Talk and Stories About Bragging, were said to be attacks on the Great Leap Forward. Special Treatment for Amnesia, which referred to the quack remedies of hitting a patient with a rubber club and pouring dog blood on his head, signified hatred of the party. Plain water tastes best, about the belief that drinking plain boiled water is good for one's health, was a smear of the party's economic policies. Some of Deng Tuo's columns retold traditional folk tales. The family fortune of a single egg was typical. A cautionary tale, it related how a poor man, finding an egg on the 36th Street, took it home and announced to his wife that the egg held the family fortune. But it would take a decade to realize the wealth. He outlined his plan to her. First, he would give the egg to his neighbor to hatch under the neighbor's hen. When the chick grew up, it would lay eggs, which would hatch into another 15 chickens a month. Within 2 years, his new hens would have produced 300 chickens, which he would sell for 10 taels of silver. With the money, he would buy 5 cows, which would give birth to more cows. In 3 years, he would have 25 cows, and in 3 more, 50. He would sell those for 300 taels of silver. Then he would become a money lender. Within another 3 years, he would have 500 taels of silver. Being a rich man, he could now buy a concubine. Hearing that part of the plan, the man's wife became angry and crushed the egg in her hand. The newspapers said that Deng Tuo had meant that story as an attack on the people's communes. The chat that intrigued me the most was the last in the series, the 36 Stratagems. It listed strategies developed by Chinese military experts over thousands of years, summed up in 4-character idioms. Deng Tuo had written that the best was number 36, run away. The newspapers said that was a secret warning to his fellow anti-party conspirators to disband. These were the stratagems. Cross the sea under camouflage. Besiege the kingdom of Wei to save the kingdom of Zhao. Murder with a borrowed knife. Wait calmly until the enemy is exhausted. Plunder a burning house. Make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Create something out of nothing. Advance secretly by an unknown path. 37. Let the fire burn on the other side of the river. Hide a dagger in a smile. Palm off a substitute for the real thing. Take the opportunity to pilfer a goat. Beat the grass and startle the snake. Revive a dead soul in another's corpse. Lure the tiger out of the mountains. Let the enemy off the hook in order to catch him. Cast a brick to attract jade. Catch the ringleader to nab the bandits. Take the firewood out from under the cauldron. Fish in troubled waters. Leave the molting cicada's shell behind. Close the door to catch the thief. Befriend a distant enemy while attacking the near one. Seek safe passage through the kingdom of Yu to conquer the kingdom of Guo, and take you on the way back. Steal the beams and pillars and substitute rotten timbers. Point at the mulberry and abuse the locust. Pretend to be foolish while remaining intelligent. Pull down the ladder once the enemy has mounted the house. Deck the tree with false blossoms. Make the host and guest exchange places. Use a woman to ensnare a man. Fling open the gates of the empty city. Sow discord among the enemy. Inflict injury on oneself to win the enemy's trust. Shift the burden to your enemy, and finally, the best policy, run away. Chairman Mao had applied the last strategy in the Long March, moving the revolution north to escape Chiang Kai-shek's fifth encirclement and annihilation campaign. I wondered whether I would ever find a use for any of them. Then I thought up another I could use right away. Wait and see. One afternoon when we were making dazabao, little Mihu came running into the classroom waving a magazine and shouting, "Big discovery, big discovery." We clustered around. Little Mihu was holding the May issue of China Youth. He jabbed his finger at the back cover, a scene of young people carrying bundles of wheat in baskets slung on shoulder poles. Behind them stretched a golden ocean of wheat. "Look at the red flag in the background," little Mihu said excitedly. "It's fluttering toward the right. On the map, right is east and left is west. So the wind must be blowing from the west. Chairman Mao says the east wind should prevail over the west, but here the west is prevailing over the east." That was not all. Little Mihu turned the back cover sideways and traced his finger through the wheat field, pointing out some light-colored streaks. "Here are 4 characters, do you see?" "Oh my!" somebody gasped. "Long live Kai-shek." I saw it too, the veiled message in praise of Kuomintang leader Chiang Kai-shek. The magazine passed from hand to hand. We were shocked that the enemies of socialism would be so bold as to issue a public challenge and amazed that they had figured out such a clever way to do it. Now we understood why the newspapers were warning us that counter-revolutionaries had 39. Wormed their way into the very heart of the party's cultural apparatus. Nothing could be taken for granted anymore. A few days later, little Ba Wang pointed to Chairman Mao's portrait at the front of our classroom and exclaimed, "Look! Chairman Mao has only one ear." Sure enough, the face was turned slightly to the right, showing only the left ear. A few students laughed. "What are you laughing about?" little Ba Wang snarled. "This is a serious political problem. Every normal person has 2 ears, so why did this painter paint Chairman Mao with only one?" The class divided into 2 schools of thought. Yuling and I and a few others saw the missing ear as a question of artistic realism. But little Ba Wang's view won over a majority. They began discussing whether to report the missing ear to the school party committee. The China Youth cover was the talk of Yizhong. Everyone was on the lookout for more incriminating evidence, and every day fresh dazabao reported the latest findings. One group of students claimed to have found a snake on the face of Lenin, whose portrait hung beside the portraits of Mao, Marx, and Stalin in the back of the school auditorium and several other meeting rooms. Others said the snake was no more than a shadow on one side of Lenin's nose. Another group found a sword hanging over Chairman Mao's head in a photograph that showed him standing on the rostrum in Beijing's Tiananmen Square. Others said the sword was a painted beam. There were a few more imaginative discoveries, but none was as convincing as that pernicious message on the back cover of China Youth. The search spread. Nothing was immune from suspicion. Taking their cues from the newspapers, students found problems with short stories, novels, movies, and plays. The critiques that appeared on the walls each day became more and more intricate. The headline-style dazabao were joined by much longer zayazibao, small character posters. Many students tried to imitate the prose style of the Shanghai essayist Yuan, who had written the first critique of the play Hai Rui dismissed from office. The method was, first, to declare yourself a defender of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, second, to pose a series of accusatory questions about your target, and third, to expose it as yet another example of counter-revolutionary infiltration of the party. We discovered that this campaign was more than mere academic debate. Our writing had effects. One evening, a group of students went into town to see a visiting song and dance ensemble from Tianjin. The next day, posters appeared around campus accusing the performers of attacking socialism and spreading bourgeois ideology. The critics were outraged by a dance that depicted peasant girls plucking cucumbers. They said the ugly hip-twisting motions made a mockery of poor and lower-middle peasants. Students sent copies of the posters along with a letter to the ensemble leaders. The troupe cancelled its remaining performances and left town. Then students began to scrutinize textbooks, teaching methods, and even teachers themselves. One poster criticized a literature textbook for spreading decadent bourgeois ideas because it included a poem about young people's minds turning to love in the spring. One chastised our geography teacher, Teacher Lu, for entrancing us with descriptions of the grasslands of Mongolia and the mountains of Xinjiang instead of inspiring us with Mao Zedong's revolutionary thought. Another accused our English teacher, Teacher Shen, of writing a double entendre poem for a provincial literary magazine. Shen's poem was an ode to the lotus. For I, though rooted in stinking mud, your body is smooth and clean. Though you drink bitter water all your life, your flowers are fresh and fragrant. In summer, you please us with your beautiful blossoms, in autumn, you wither and leave us your delicious roots. The phrase drink bitter water all your life was said to be a slur on socialist society. More posters went up questioning various teachers' backgrounds. Why did Teacher Feng have an American father? What were the circumstances surrounding Teacher Li's defection from the Kuomintang to the Communists? By now, layer upon layer of paper covered the school walls. The debate had expanded far beyond the bounds of the three-family village, although the three villagers' names still appeared here and there, usually covered with big red X's, the symbol used on court decrees to signify the death sentence. It was already June. Yizhong's anniversary had come and gone without the annual fish feast. The school leaders had not issued any schedule or instructions for examinations, graduation, or summer vacation. No poet laureate had been chosen for the year. We continued with open-air classes each morning but were given less and less homework. Secretary Ding called assemblies frequently to recite the latest People's Daily editorials. But he also advocated restraint. After the incident involving the Tianjin performers, he cautioned us to keep our criticism within the school walls. When posters about teachers surfaced, he told us to avoid personal attacks. He said we should concentrate on important political and cultural matters instead. Then he announced an outright ban on criticizing teachers. The movement had acquired a name, the Great Socialist. 42. Cultural Revolution. The newspapers and radio brought us news from the center of the movement, Beijing. In addition, my classmate Yuan Chao kept us apprised of important Central Committee developments. His father let him read internal party communiques, something my father had never let me do. Even as Ding Yi was trying to narrow our activities, students in Beijing were broadening theirs. Furthermore, the Central Committee was behind them. One day, the central radio station broadcast the text of a poster that had been put up at Baida, attacking the top authorities of the school and calling on all revolutionary intellectuals to plunge into the Cultural Revolution. The poster said that monsters and demons and Khrushchev-like counter-revolutionary revisionists were undermining socialism. And Yuan Chao brought us rumors of an important Central Committee document that said that representatives of the bourgeoisie had infiltrated the party, the government, and the army, as well as the cultural arena. The next news from the capital was even more exciting: the entire Beijing Party Committee and the two top leaders of Baida had been dismissed. The reconstituted party committee had sent a work team to Baida to make sure students could carry on the movement unimpeded. The People's Daily celebrated these events with editorials headlined "Sweep Away All Monsters and Demons" and "We Are Critics of the Old World." Emboldened by the developments in Beijing, Fang Pu struck the first blow against the leadership of Yizhong. He pasted a poster on the auditorium wall accusing Secretary Ding of obstructing revolution with regulations, taboos, and commandments. An attack on Ding Yi was no small matter. He was a 43. Longtime party member with a history of loyal service that was known even to the authorities in Beijing. Aside from his party work during the Civil War, he had proved himself anew by opposing a counter-revolutionary incident in 1962. The government was having a hard time arranging work for college graduates because of the country's economic difficulties, and seniors from the Yijin Geology Institute had lost patience waiting for assignments. They marched across town brandishing flags and demanding jobs. When they got to the railway station, they lay down on the tracks and halted the trains for 6 hours, until the head of state himself, Liu Shaokai, arrived from Beijing to negotiate. Ding Yi had become involved when the demonstrators passed by Yizhong and tried to get students there to join them. He had ordered the school gates barred. Ding Yi had always stood on the side of the party. He seemed unassailable. At our next assembly, 3 strangers sat on the auditorium stage beside Secretary Ding. They were introduced as a work team that would be investigating the progress of the Cultural Revolution at Yizhong. The young woman in charge of the team was exemplarily read and expert. She had graduated from Baida in history and already was a vice head of Yijin County. Accompanying her was another college graduate in his early 30s and a dour-looking older man. The team made rounds of the school over the next couple of days and then issued a report pronouncing Ding Yi's supervision impeccable. Fang Pu was required to write a public apology. I went looking for Fang Pu after the poster appeared and found him in the library. I went along as a tactical maneuver, he confided to me. It doesn't mean that I have changed my mind. Although the work team had defused Fang Pu's assault on 44. Ding Yi, it lifted the ban on criticizing teachers. The team also suspended classes altogether so we could make Cultural Revolution full-time. Once again, posters about teachers proliferated. Their tone grew harsher. "Down with big traitor Liu," said one headline. Liu, who taught senior-level history, had done underground party work in Shanghai before liberation. He had once been arrested by the Kuomintang, and the poster charged that he had taken the occasion to betray some of his comrades to the enemy. Another poster was headlined "Ultra-rightist Zhu is rubbish." Zhu taught senior Chinese. The poster said he had not shown repentance since being labeled a rightist in 1957. It referred to him as eclectic Zhu because he wrote essays that blended Confucian, Maoist, logician, and legalist thought. Another read Leng, reactionary student of American imperialist Leighton Stewart, must confess to the people. The target was an old philosophy teacher, an eccentric bachelor who wore a Western-style suit to class. Leng had graduated from Yenching University, founded by Americans and later absorbed by Baida. The poster alleged he had made underhanded deals with the last U.S. ambassador to China. More posters appeared about our physics teacher, Feng, accusing his father of representing American aggression in old China. Feng's 2 little children played happily around the posters. Each time they recognized their father's name, they would point and yell proudly, "There's another one for Papa." Feng wrote a reply, saying his own mother had been a victim of U.S. imperialism. The American Navy officer had raped her, insisted she marry him, and then abandoned the whole family. Next to this account, Feng hung a large framed photograph showing a Caucasian man in uniform, with his pretty Chinese wife and several children. One of the children was Feng him. 45. Self. This family history and the picture attracted a big crowd. No more posters about Feng appeared after that. The attack on teacher Shen resumed with renewed vigor. "Ferret out old Fritter Shen," one poster said. It said Shen had been born into a big landlord family and had gone to Hong Kong after liberation to escape political retribution and to make lots of money by working for a foreign company. Yuan Chao wrote a poster claiming that Shen had insulted his father, the veteran of the Long March. Yuan Chao had once written on an English test, "My father is a cock," instead of "My father is a cook." Shen had cited the mistake in class as an example of carelessness. Yuan Chao charged that Shen had read the sentence aloud in a deliberate attempt to tarnish his father's reputation. More criticism of teacher Li went up as well. One poster, which began "Rip off Li's revolutionary insurgent mask," claimed that our Chinese teacher had not really intended to lead his troops in an uprising against the Kuomintang. Instead, it gave the following version: Li's troops were guarding Chiang Kai-shek's residence in Nanjing, the Kuomintang capital. Just before the People's Liberation Army crossed the Yangtze River to take the city in the spring of 1949, Li went on vacation somewhere north of the river. While he was enjoying himself visiting brothels, his men revolted of their own accord and went over to the communist side. Li was stranded and had no choice but to surrender. When I remembered how the tale of a communist heroine had moved teacher Li almost to tears, I was not sure what to believe. One morning, the news spread swiftly across campus that Leng, the lackey of the American imperialist Leighton Stewart, had cut his throat. He had bungled the suicide attempt, slicing his windpipe instead of an artery. Other teachers found him on the ground outside his single room and an ambulance rushed him to the army hospital. He survived but did not return to school. Leng's drastic action silenced the criticism aimed at him, but not that against others. Old Fritter Shen now was said to have raped a serving girl at his landlord family's estate while he was a youth, and to have written counter-revolutionary poetry in English as well as Chinese. Teacher Li was accused of corrupting students' minds with his tricks of balancing a rifle and riding a bike without moving. He also was said to have told other teachers dirty stories about visiting brothels in Shanghai. I was feeling more and more disappointed with teacher Li. Some teachers began to expose other teachers, producing furious poster battles. Lu and Yang waged one such battle on the wall inside the bell tower courtyard. Yang said the rightist Lu did not really know much about geography but just threw out bits and pieces of bourgeois trivia to dazzle his students. Lu charged Yang with having an affair with the wife of an army officer while her husband was fighting in Korea. The exchange attracted a lot of attention. Neither won the battle, since their posters provided students with more ammunition to use against both of them. Other teachers followed Feng's example and wrote explanations, confessions, or self-criticisms in hopes of arousing sympathy. Sometimes students took these as evidence of bad faith, accusing the teachers of making false admissions in order to get by. Crossing the sea under camouflage, as the first of the 36 stratagems put it. The concern with the three-family village became buried under layers of posters about teachers. Students first concentrated on those with bad family origins, such as landlord or 47. Capitalist, or bad personal histories, such as counter-revolutionary or rightist. Later, these factors did not seem to matter. Anyone who had ever said anything suspect in class was fair game. I liked almost all my teachers and did not want to attack them, but neither did I want my classmates to think me an unrevolutionary misfit. Finally, I decided to criticize teacher Wen. Although she always spoke to me in a kind and gentle way, I had grown weary of her lectures about being read and expert, and still felt she was singling me out. I entitled my poster denouncing Wen Qiu's persecution of me and posted it in the bell tower courtyard. It ran for 13 pages on sheets of paper more than a meter high. Although some students wrote comments in the margins of my poster praising my literary style and my idea of writing in the first person, few were very interested in my complaints. Teacher Wen was small potatoes. I did get enthusiastic support from one person, though Shuanghan, our class sports manager. Teacher Wen had once suspected Shuanghan of stealing a pen from the classroom. She had ordered all the boys into our dormitory room to strip naked and search each other. Everyone knew it was directed at Shuanghan. The pen was never found. Shuanghan had borne a grudge ever since. Shuanghan wrote a poster too, accusing Wen Qiu of maltreating him. His poster got more attention than mine, because he called Wen Qiu the daughter of a filthy capitalist's whore. Our homeroom teacher's old mother, who lived with her on campus, had a frightening, ravaged face. According to Shuanghan, the old woman's deformity was the result of syphilis she had contracted as a prostitute in Shanghai. Wen Qiu masquerades as a learned intellectual, Shuanghan wrote, but her family status is really lumpen. 48. I tried to avoid teacher when I saw her on the path, but she stopped me and said, Jianhua, I am so sorry for what I did to you, but I want you to know that I criticized you for your own good. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. She looked pale and tired, her eyes were red, and her usually tidy hair was mussed. I suddenly felt remorseful. Teacher Wen asked me to come to her home and to bring Shuanghan. We went, partly out of curiosity, but mostly because we were used to obeying our homeroom teacher. She and her mother lived in a 2-room flat off the bell tower courtyard. Sitting with Shuanghan and me in the dingy bedroom, she poured us tea and related her family history, starting with her mother's birth into a poor peasant family in South China. Her mother's parents, unable to feed their daughter, had sold her at the age of 14 to a man who traded in human beings. The man resold her to a brothel near a foreign concession in Shanghai. She had both foreign and Chinese customers. When a foreign warship was in port, she serviced as many as 20 soldiers and sailors a day. She ran away several times, but each time she was caught, sent back to the brothel, and given a whipping. A capitalist bought her as his concubine. Wen Qiu was born. The capitalist discovered that his consort had syphilis and threw both mother and child out on the street, where they turned to begging. Mama's syphilis went untreated. Teacher Wen began to sob. When she had recovered her composure, she took a small framed picture out of a box. It showed a beautiful young woman in a tight silk kipao, the elegant dress of old China. The woman was smiling, but the smile had a tinge of bitterness. She did not resemble the ugly old woman who was sitting in the next room. I glanced at Teacher Wen and discovered she looked much as her mother once had. 49. It was twilight when we left Teacher Wen's home. I looked on the courtyard wall. Fresh posters already were encroaching on my tale of persecution. I knew that my handiwork would be completely covered up in a day or two. A few days later, I chanced upon little Mihu writing a poster entitled Expose Wen Qiu's Indecent Behavior. In childish calligraphy that resembled tadpoles crawling all over the paper, he complained that Teacher Wen often came into the boys' dormitory rooms and put her hands under the quilts on the pretext of seeing if we were warm enough. I told him that people would laugh at his poster, but that did not dissuade him. Then I told him about Wen Qiu and her mother's bitter past. Little Mihu threw his poster out. Tihi People's Daily had called upon us to sweep away all ox ghosts and snake spirits. Catalan, the monitor of Class 85, and Kong Fang, the class's youth league secretary, decided to organize a unified action against teachers Shen and Li. Little Ba Wang was the most enthusiastic. He suggested we take inspiration from Chairman Mao's report on the peasant movement in Hunan province, written in the 1920s, which described how the peasants had put dunce caps on the heads of local tyrants and evil gentry and paraded them through the streets. The class split into active and passive contingents. The AC 50 activists took up ink bottles, brush pens, paper, and paste buckets and trooped off to the teacher's building. Little Mihu carried 2 dunce caps made of white paper, topped with white tassels of the type used for funeral decorations. Little Ba Wang had 2 wooden boards. The rest of us followed and watched as Li and Shen were dragged out of their offices and onto the porch. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" Li was saying. "What's the matter?" Little Ba Wang yelled. "We're here to sweep away you ox ghosts and snake spirits." The 2 were capped, and the boards were hung around their necks. Li's board identified him as reactionary Kuomintang colonel and Chiang Ching-kuo's running dog. Shen said, vile progeny of the landlord class and imperialist spy. I tried to push my liking for Li out of my mind and concentrate on his crimes. The latest posters had accused him of yearning to change the heavens, to return to the old days, to restore Kuomintang rule. One poster even said that one night in 1962, when Chiang Kai-shek was raising a hue and cry about counter-attacking the mainland, Li had donned his old colonel's uniform. I had been taught that Chiang Kai-shek's rule was the darkest era in Chinese history. Li himself had read to us from the novel Red Crag, which described how the Kuomintang reactionaries and the American imperialists had tortured the communists. I knew that in Chiang Kai-shek's China inflation was so high that 1 jin of money could not buy even 1 jin of plain paper. I had read about the armies of beggars, the lanes of brothels, the frozen corpses found in the streets. My father had fought the Kuomintang all his life. We could not tolerate a return to those days. As I thought of these things, I began to hate Teacher Li. Yet part of me still liked him. I stayed some distance from the porch and tried to hide from his view among the growing crowd of students. "Students, let's talk things over," Li was saying now. Little Ba Wang motioned to him to stop talking. A struggle meeting was about to begin. Li and Shen stood on the porch with their heads lowered. Catalan led the crowd in shouting slogans, leniency to those who confess, severity to those who refuse. Li, make a clean breast of your crimes. Shen, confess or be damned. Long live the great socialist cultural revolution. Speak. Little Ba Wang yelled at Li. How many people did you kill before liberation? What crimes did you carry out for Chiang Ching-kuo? Speak. Other students echoed his commands. I killed no one, Li said. I was guarding Chiang Kai-shek's residence. Chiang Ching-kuo was my chief. One was a battalion leader under his command. Did you kill any communists? Little Mihu shouted excitedly. No, never. One didn't like Chiang Kai-shek's killing. That's why one ran away with my soldiers and surrendered when the People's Liberation Army came to Nanjing. My brother, who crossed over earlier, had a lot of influence on me. He can testify to that. He works in the provincial government. Li is not honest, Little Ba Wang cut in. Li is playing tricks with us. Don't be taken in by this cunning fox. Down with Li. Catalan shouted, holding both fists high. Down with Li. Voices chorused up and down the porch and through the crowd. Suddenly, with a plopping sound, the paste bucket was upside down on Li's head. The sticky brown mixture of sweet potato flour and water, still warm, oozed down Li's shoulders and over his back and chest. Little Ba Wang picked up a broom and began knocking on the bucket. Shen was trembling and bowing his head very low, almost to his knees. I wished he would confess his crimes as soon as possible and get the ordeal over with. But he appeared too frightened to talk at all. The students on the porch then ordered both teachers to start marching. They paraded Li and Shen around the campus, shoving and pushing the two teachers with almost every step. Li, unable to see with the bucket on his head, stumbled and fell several times. Following Class 85's revolutionary action, other classes began to organize struggle meetings and parades. The wooden slogan boards grew larger and heavier, the dunce caps taller and more elaborate. Some students hung bricks on the boards to make it harder for the teachers to stand up. One group of first graders made a cap of sorghum stalks as high as a two-story building for their homeroom teacher. They had to support it with long poles as they marched him around. The list of accusations grew longer by the day: hooligans and bad eggs, filthy rich peasants and son-of-a-bitch landlords, blood-sucking capitalists and neo-bourgeoisie, historical counter-revolutionaries and active counter-revolutionaries, rightists and ultra-rightists, alien class elements and degenerate elements, reactionaries and opportunists, counter-revolutionary revisionists, imperialist running dogs, and spies. Students stood in the roles of prosecutor, judge, and police. No defense was allowed. Any teacher who protested was certainly a liar. The indignities escalated as well. Some students shaved or cut teachers' hair into curious patterns. The most popular style was the yin-yang cut, which featured a full head of hair on one side and a clean-shaven scalp on the other. Some said this style represented Chairman Mao's theory of the unity of 53 opposites. It made me think of the punishments of ancient China, which included shaving the head, tattooing the face, cutting off the nose or feet, castration and dismemberment by 5 horse-drawn carts. At struggle meetings, students often forced teachers into the jet plane position. 2 people would stand on each side of the accused, push him to his knees, pull his head back by the hair, and hold his arms out in back like airplane wings. We tried it on each other and found it caused great strain on the back and neck. Still, some students insisted that it was far more humane than the methods the Kuomintang reactionaries and American imperialists had used to torture the communists at the infamous Sino-American Cooperation Organization prison in Happy Valley, near the city of Chongqing. The novel Red Crag detailed some of those tortures: bamboo splints under the fingernails, electric shock, the rack. A few students even argued that we should use a bit more force. After all, weren't many of these bad eggs Kuomintang and American agents? At one meeting, Little Ba Wang and other activists in my class gave history teacher Yang a jet plane ride and a Yuan haircut. We all knew how proud Yang was of his swept-back Chairman Mao hairstyle. I had heard that he washed his hair with cold water every morning and ate walnuts to make it shine. Teacher Yang displayed a stony expression as the students shaved half his scalp. The next day, he was nowhere to be found. The rumor was that he had run away to stay with relatives. His disappearance alarmed the work team, which issued a new order: from now on, we were to keep watch on the teachers at night. Virtually none of Yizhong's 200 teachers escaped attention in our big character posters, and almost anyone who was crit. 54. I-sized had to stand before a chanting crowd at least once. After attacking the most obvious bad elements first, students went on to milder cases, even a few from excellent family backgrounds. A young teacher from a worker's family was charged with emphasizing academics over politics, and a young woman of poor peasant origin was criticized for wearing high heels, proof that she had betrayed her class. Each apologized in a public meeting. We had just about run out of targets among the teachers when attention suddenly shifted to Lin Sheng, the soft-spoken, scholarly vice principal of Yizhong. A long critique covering an entire wall reported that Lin Sheng's bourgeois, revisionist view of education had exerted widespread pernicious influence. As proof, it quoted at length from his collection of teaching experiences, a pamphlet of essays he had written reviewing his 4 decades in education. The most offensive essays were excerpted in full. Each essay's title was an idiom, famous saying, or line of poetry, and each began with an anecdote or fable. Each was followed by students' comments. Red apricot blossom stretching over the wall was typical. It went like this. One spring day, long ago, the southern song poet Ye Xiaotang went to visit his friend's garden. His friend happened to be out. Ye wrote a poem that is still popular today. After knocking long and gently at the gate of intertwined branches, with no response, I turned to go regretfully, the mark of my wooden clogs imprinted on the dark green moss, when suddenly I spied a sprig of red apricot blossom stretching out over the garden wall, the bountiful beauty of spring that could not be locked up in answer to nature's call. 55. I learned this poem when I was a small child, but not until recently did I discover in it a philosophical meaning that could apply to our education. Why did a single branch of red apricot blossoms give Ye Xiaotang poetic inspiration? Would he have written such a fine poem if he had seen a whole bunch of apricot branches coming over the wall? I think not. The essence of the poem is in that single branch. It caught his eye against the greenery of everything else. Had there been a bunch of branches, he might have ignored them. The one branch's singularity made it precious. In education as well, a number of gifted students stand out from the rest. We should pay great attention to them and help them excel in their fields of study. Only in this way can we compete with other key schools and produce talented people for the country. The commentary that followed said that this essay showed how Lin Sheng took the point of view of the exploiting class. He advocates the bourgeois theory of the ivory tower, one critic wrote. He wants education to serve a tiny elite, depriving the vast majority of the children of working people the right to schooling. In another essay, Lin Sheng recalled how his own father had started him on the road to learning. The comments said that Lin Sheng was bragging about his landlord origins. In the old society, old people from the exploiting class, like Lin Sheng, could afford to go to school. How many workers or poor and lower middle peasants went to school? Most of them could not even dream of such a thing. Although I rather liked Lin Sheng's writing, I felt no urge to take issue with the commentators. The mere fact that Lin Sheng was the son of a landlord was incriminating enough. The attack on Lin Sheng caused a stir because he was Yizhong's third highest authority, next only to the party secret. 56. Terry, Ding Yi, and our principal, Wu Du. Wu Du was difficult to criticize, since we had not seen him for months. He had gone to Beijing before the earthquake to take a political study course at the Central Committee Party School, and nobody knew when he might return. As for Ding Yi, he still was under the protection of the work team. Within 24 hours, Lin Sheng's revisionist line in education had become the dominant theme on the school walls. The work team announced an assembly at which the vice principal would be expected to confess his crimes. It would be our first school-wide struggle meeting. The work team had set up a schedule for guarding the teachers. The night before the assembly, our class was on duty. We rummaged through the sports equipment room after dinner and picked out baseball clubs, fencing foils, wooden swords, and metal-tipped javelins to arm ourselves like proper sentries. I felt the same kind of excitement I had felt playing spy games in primary school. I was assigned to roving patrol in the bell tower courtyard. Clutching a wooden sword, I roamed the darkness among the teachers' residences. Wherever I saw a lit window, I would try to peer inside. I did not have much luck, since most of the windows were curtained or covered with newspaper on the inside. Only one was uncovered. For a few minutes, I watched Teacher Shen. He was lying in bed, a cigarette dangling from one hand, the other hand stroking a furrow that had been shaved up the middle of his scalp. I came upon little Mihu sitting on a stoop and sat down beside him. The night seemed long, the work monotonous. Both of us began to doze. Half asleep, I heard a thump that sounded like a thermos falling. Early in the morning, I opened. 57. My eyes to find people already scurrying across the courtyard. Haven't you heard? A passing student said. Vice Principal Lin hung himself. A throng of onlookers had gathered at the door of Lin Sheng's home. I elbowed my way toward the front. The vice principal was sprawled on his back on a bed, fully dressed in a blue suit, surrounded by students who had cut down the rope. His glasses lay on the floor. Dr. Yang pushed her way into the room to take his pulse. Lin Sheng was the second dead man I had seen. When I was still in primary school, I had attended a public rally in town at which a man from a landlord background was sentenced to death for raping a girl from a poor peasant family. After the sentencing, a horse-drawn cart took the man to the execution ground on a hill behind the town hall. I was eager to see the execution and followed thousands of people to the hill. Then I hesitated. I lingered behind until I heard the gunshot. When I got up the hill, the body was lying by a pit. An old peasant stooped down, scooped the brains out of the skull with his hands, wrapped them in a big leaf, and carried them off. That lifeless body had been a criminal and a stranger. This one was someone I knew. I thought back to my only personal encounter with Lin Sheng, during my first term at Yizhong. Teacher Wen had criticized me for melting down candles and playing with the wax during class. When I refused to stop, she sent me to see the vice principal. I arrived at his office expecting a reprimand. Instead, he gave me a cup of hot tea and a lesson on how candles were made. The wax was a byproduct of petroleum processing, and workers at the Daking oil field worked very hard to get that oil, he said. By the time he was finished, I felt very guilty about having ruined good. 58. Candles. I went back to the classroom and apologized to teacher Yuan. As one of the night guards, I could not help feeling partly at fault for Lin Sheng's death. At the very least, I should have investigated the thump I heard as I was nodding off to sleep. On the other hand, the student right outside his door had failed to hear anything. Even with a guard by his bed, Lin Sheng probably would have found a way sooner or later. He was one of those people who subscribe to the notion, better to be a shattered jade vessel than an intact clay pot. Our class had the privilege of sleeping all morning because we had been on guard duty all night. In the afternoon, we attended an assembly in front of the teachers' building. Secretary Ding and the other Yizhong Party committee members stood on the porch. In a monotone, the head of the work team read out a statement: anti-party element Lin Sheng alienated himself from the party and the people, and committed suicide. On behalf of the county party committee, I hereby announce that we have decided to expel anti-party element Lin Sheng from the party and dismiss him from his posts both inside and outside the party. We call on all revolutionary students to rise and criticize Lin Sheng's counter-revolutionary revisionist line in education. Some deafening slogan shouting ensued. Lin Sheng was to be buried the next morning. His wife and children refused to come to the funeral, saying they wanted to cut off all relations with this anti-party element. Some teachers and students volunteered to escort the body to its burial spot. I took one last look at him in the bell tower courtyard, where he lay on his own quilt in a flimsy wooden coffin. His 59 eyes were closed, and someone had put his glasses back on his nose. Students covered him with another quilt, nailed on the coffin lid and lifted the coffin onto a cart. The procession set off, with one student at the head holding a signboard and several others pulling the cart. A scattering of students and teachers walked alongside with heads bowed. Others who were neither activist enough to carry a slogan nor soft-hearted enough to grieve among them myself trailed at a safe distance. Lin Sheng was buried outside the north side of the city wall by the grass-covered grave of the student who had drowned in the Huchuo River. The signboard was planted atop the new burial mound. It read, "The tomb of anti-party element Lin Sheng." By July, the earthquake danger seemed to have passed and the summer rains were beginning. We dismantled our shacks and moved back into the dormitories. It seemed certain now, there would be no finals or college entrance examinations, no poetry contest, no graduation, no summer vacation. The Cultural Revolution took precedence over everything else. Yuan and I had skipped our monthly visit home 2 months in a row. Both of us were so busy making revolution with our classmates that we rarely saw each other anymore. When I did run into him, on the path or in the dining hall, I 60. Generally asked him the questions I did not want to ask anybody else, such as where the Cultural Revolution was going and how long it would last. Nothing is certain in the world, was Yuan's answer to that. Laozi is not the only philosopher who says that. Marxist dialectical materialism says so too. Or didn't you get that far in politics class? We were just starting dialectics when classes stopped, I said. Chairman Mao uses dialectics. He says one divides into two, and a bad thing can be turned into a good one. With Lin Sheng gone, the biggest remaining monsters and demons were teachers like Shen Enli. The activist students interrogated them almost daily and confined them to their offices to write self-criticisms. Little Ba Wang brought us regular reports on the interrogation sessions. Shen had admitted to deflowering a maidservant while growing up in his landlord family. Li still refused to confess to killing any communists. Some students were beginning to talk about linking up with rebel movements elsewhere. By chance, I met 2 rebels from Beijing who were on a secret mission to Yizhong. 2 girls I had never seen before were washing their sandals at a spigot in the bell tower courtyard. I asked them who they were. Their names sounded familiar. They had graduated from Yizhong 2 years before and were now university students, one at Baida, the other at Tsinghua. Their names had been near the top of the list written in gold on red paper that I had seen my first day at Yizhong. The 2 girls told me that their revolutionary rebel headquarters in Beijing had sent them back to their old school to help make revolution. The movement here lacks vigor, the one from Baida declared. At Baida, we rebels, under the lead. 61. Airship of Na Yuanzi, have already kicked out the party secretary, and the work team is retreating. Na Yuanzi was the young philosophy instructor who had put up that first poster attacking the authorities at Baida. The girls asked me if I knew Fang Pua. I told them we were good friends, although I had not talked with him since his apology for the ill-fated critique of Ding Yi. Fang Pua is the real revolutionary rebel here, said the one from Tsinghua. He's been suppressed by the work team. He's just like Tsinghua's Kui Deifu, who was persecuted by our work team. I added Kui Deifu to my ever-growing mental list of Cultural Revolution luminaries. The 2 visitors urged me to organize my classmates to support Fang Pua. I'll follow the situation, I said. Chairman Mao had not appeared in public for months, when suddenly in mid-July he made a long-distance swim up the Yangtze River. The work team at Yizhong marked the occasion by organizing a school excursion to the Huchuo River. We lined up by class and walked for an hour, through the town and out the southern gate to the river's north bank. Most of the boys wore gym shorts, and the girls wore shorts and t-shirts, for few of us owned real bathing suits. The runoff from the Taihang Mountains had filled the channel on its way to the Bohai Sea. Ribbon-like beaches of white sand lined both banks as far as the eye could see. Here and there were patches of hardy allgrass, whose tentacled roots could tunnel beneath the sand to send up new sprouts. I had acquired a taste for allgrass, as I had for horse greens, during the 3 difficult years. The sprouts were delicious, and the roots even better. After paddling around in the shallow water, I lay down beside a patch of allgrass to pull up a few sweet roots. Someone called my name. Fang Pua was lying nearby. His chest looked like a washboard and was almost as white as the sand. "Did you see Chairman Mao's poem today?" he asked me. The People's Daily had run the poem, entitled Swimming, on the front page. Beside it was a photograph of the chairman, dressed in a robe, standing aboard a boat and waving his hand. An accompanying editorial called on everyone to temper himself in the great winds and waves of class struggle. I had learned all 37 of Chairman Mao's published poems by heart, including this latest one. I recited the lines I especially liked. Heedless of blowing winds and surging waves, I tread the water as if strolling in a quiet courtyard. Were the goddess still in good health, she would be amazed by all the changes in the world. Fang Pua looked at me approvingly. "Chairman Mao's new poem is very encouraging," he said. "It is a message to us young people. It symbolizes revolutionary heroism." Fang Pua's eyes sparkled behind his glasses. He seemed happiest when he was talking about revolution. "Your father, my father, and all our revolutionary forefathers fought all their lives for the revolution," he went on. "We revolutionary descendants are obliged to carry on the great cause. Although our country is besieged by the US imperialists and the Soviet revisionists, reactionaries of other countries, and the Kuomintang on Taiwan, we do not fear them. The greatest danger comes from the enemies hidden right among us. We must ferret them out." Fang Pua glanced meaningfully at a group of people standing on the beach. They were Secretary Ding, the 2 men on the work team, and Teacher Guo, who wore an eye-catching scarlet swimsuit. Most of the teachers had remained behind on campus. She was one of the few untainted ones who had come along. "Ding Yi is trying to stop us from exposing these hidden enemies," Fang Pua said. He and the work team diverted the students' attention to Lin Sheng, who was a much lesser threat. "We will expose their tricks. I asked Fang Pui where he had been since he wrote his self-criticism. "I been in my dormitory room, reading Marx, Lenin, and Chairman Mao," he said. "Soon I'll be coming out of seclusion. 2 revolutionary rebels from Baida and Qinghua are helping me prepare." I did not tell him about my meeting at the well. "The confrontation between the students and the work teams in the schools in Beijing is intensifying," Fang Pui said. "The real revolutionary rebels want to follow Chairman Mao's instructions and expose the hidden enemies in the party, while the work teams want to protect them. The contradiction is the same at Yizhong. Don't forget, we're one of the 4 key schools in the province. Imperialists and revisionists can always find a way to plant their agents in the most influential institutions." As Fang Pui talked, I realized that he was a perfect example of the unity of opposites, which Chairman Mao explained in his article on contradiction. Pale, spindly, and bookish on the surface, he was zealously revolutionary at heart. Fang Pui left me to rejoin the seniors for the walk back to school. I got into formation with Class 85. By the time we reached the city's southern gate, my shorts were dry. Secretary Ding, Teacher Guo, and the 3 work team members passed us on bicycles. Teacher Guo's swimsuit had made a damp print on her blouse and pants. She looked happier and more relaxed than the fragile, pinched woman I knew from politics class. At the end of July, Yizhong took part in a nationwide display of support for the valiant struggle of the Vietnamese people against U.S. imperialism. We assembled outside the teachers' building to listen to a live broadcast from Beijing, where 1 million people were rallying in Tiananmen Square. Head of State Liu Shaoqi made a speech, declaring, "China's 700 million people are the Vietnamese people's powerful backup force, and China's vast territory is the Vietnamese people's trusted rear area." We also held our own outdoor rally. To my surprise, the work team had picked Fang Pui to speak on behalf of the students. Fang Pui's oratory seemed more fiery than ever after his month in ignominy. "The United States is the source of war in the world," he shouted. "We have dealt the U.S. imperialists one blow after another, but they persist in their vicious ambitions to swallow China up. We drove them back in the Korean War. We have knocked down 2 U-2 reconnaissance planes. We have wiped out many Kuomintang troops that landed on our southern coast with the help of the U.S. Marines. But the U.S. imperialists still occupy our treasured island of Taiwan. Under U.S. occupation, our compatriots on Taiwan live in abject misery. Our Taiwanese sisters are often kidnapped by U.S. soldiers and raped in speeding jeeps. Our Taiwanese brothers are often used by U.S. soldiers for target practice." As Fang Pui ended, his audience took up his final words. "Down with the U.S. imperialists. Resist the United States and aid Vietnam. We must liberate Taiwan." We kept on shouting as we marched into town to join the rest of Yijin in a demonstration. It happened to be market day, which fell on every 5th day in Yijin. Throngs of peasants from the surrounding countryside were in town to sell their produce, go shopping, see local opera, or just sightsee. They mingled with the townsfolk, who had poured into the streets with banners and signs. The demonstration converged at the intersection of the city's 2 main streets, For Harmony Street, which ran north and south, and Perpetual Victory Street, which ran east and west. We formed a big circle, creating an open-air stage, where our school gave a show on the theme, "Resist the United States and Aid Vietnam." Every class had prepared a song, dance, or skit. Our act starred Little Mihu, Little Ba Wang, and Urku. Little Ba Wang played the role of an American soldier, Urku was an American pilot, and Little Mihu, who had an older brother fighting with an anti-aircraft artillery unit in North Vietnam, was an American sailor. They wore paper caps and large red paper noses. Each confessed his crimes and stupidities in Vietnam. At the end, they flung off their props, turned into Vietnamese villagers, and yelled anti-American slogans. The peasant spectators were delighted at the unexpected entertainment. The bartering on the sidewalks came to a virtual halt. The intersection became totally clogged when lighting, one of Yi's Hong's best performers, appeared dressed as Uncle Sam to recite a clapper ballad. In a thick, rustic accent, he ridiculed the American capitalists for their greed and cruelty, his copper clappers clicking and clacking away. The American capitalists take baths in milk or dump it into the sea while others are starving, he said. The peasants laughed and talked among themselves excitedly. By the end of the show, they were shouting slogans along with us. 66. That night, messengers came around to all the dormitory rooms to tell us to report for emergency muster. We got dressed in the dark, since lights were not allowed, and went to the south gate. The Secretary General of Yi's Hong's Youth League branch, Tang Hong, announced that she had received an urgent order to collect supplies to send to the Vietnamese front. I donated my quilt, plus 2 mao that I found in my pocket. Other students gave everything from clothing to mosquito nets and canteens. The collection continued for nearly an hour. When it was over, Tang Hong told us it was nothing but an exercise to see whether we were prepared. She looked pleased as she instructed us to retrieve our things and go back to sleep. The degenerate and the worn shoe. Ferret out alien class element Guopei. I was astonished to see the slogan appear one morning on the wall of the teacher's building. Guopei in trouble? Teacher Guo was our authority for political questions. I had never heard her say anything that could be faulted. And she was the greatest Cultural Revolution enthusiast among all the teachers. She had worked closely with the Yi's Hong Party Committee and the work team in arranging our political activities during the past several months. The poster revealed that Guopei had been hiding something. It said she was the daughter of a general in the service. 67. Of one of Chiang Kai-shek's most notorious strongmen, Yan Zishan. Yan had been warlord of Shaanxi province before submitting to Kuomintang authority. He had slaughtered countless communists. Among his victims was the child heroine Lu Hulin, whom his troops had chopped up with a haycutter. According to the account, Guopei had taken a plane to Tianjin with her father on the eve of liberation. He had fled to Taiwan with Chiang Kai-shek, but she had stayed behind. Guopei was left behind to sabotage our socialist construction, the poster charged. For years, she has been opposing the red flag under cover of the red flag. She is a counter-revolutionary who wormed her way into the heart of the party and assumed the most important of positions, teaching politics to the younger generation. My eyes moved to an adjacent poster. Guopei is a venomous snake who disguised herself as a beautiful woman, it began. It went on to say she had used one of the 36 stratagems, use a woman to ensnare a man, to corrupt her husband, a physics teacher who came from a working-class background. We must break the venomous snake's spine. The poster exhorted. I had always thought Guopei and her husband ill-matched, but not for political reasons. He was tall and well-built, and Shaanxi often joked that he could easily crush his slender wife into minced meat in bed. The criticisms of Guopei were signed all revolutionary students of class 35. That was Fang Pu's class. Furthermore, Fang Pu was leading a new assault on Ding Yi. Fresh posters charged the party secretary with suppressing the Cultural Revolution, and called on students to revolt against him. Fang Pu was now on firmer ground because of recent developments in Beijing. Chen Boda, Chairman Mao's personal 68th secretary for decades, had become head of the Central Cultural Revolution group that was directing the movement. Official documents now referred to the movement as the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, a name that had been appearing more and more frequently in the press, replacing Great Socialist Cultural Revolution. Most important for Fang Pu's purposes, the central authorities had called on schools throughout the country to elect Cultural Revolution preparatory committees of their own to replace the work teams. That meant that Ding Yi's protectors would soon be leaving. Secretary Ding put up his own poster, headlined sincerely welcoming criticism from revolutionary students and teachers. Immediately, students began filling up the margins, warning that Ding Yi was playing tricks. Other students defended him with posters urging us to have faith in the party's leadership. The rebellious students responded by calling the defenders royalist clowns. The political atmosphere was heating up to match the midsummer weather. A heat wave had set in, and before going to bed, we would strip naked in the dark outside the dormitories and pour basins of cold water over our heads. The boys in Class 85 often stayed awake past midnight now, listening to little Ba Wang. He would stretch out in bed without a stitch of clothing on, displaying his pubic hair and bulging thigh muscles, as he reviewed the day's events. An activist in the campaign to criticize teachers, he was in a position to bring us the latest allegations against Dingyi and Guopei. "We made a great breakthrough today in interrogating Guopei," he announced one evening. Fang Puo, the martyr's son, led us in storming her office. We took her to an empty room in the bell tower courtyard. At first, she refused to come. 69. With us, so we had to drag her. We ordered her to lower her head and confess her crimes. She said she hadn't committed any crimes and refused to lower her head. So I pushed her head down. She resisted as desperately as a pig about to be slaughtered. I got so angry that I slapped her face. I didn't slap her very hard, but she's such a weakling that she fell down. I ordered her to get up again. We took turns eating dinner while we interrogated her. We brought her some food, but she wouldn't eat. She was such a die-hard devil that we almost gave up. Then Fang Pu got an idea. He made up the story that Dingyi had confessed to having sexual relations with her. You know what? She believed it. She almost fainted. Seeing this, we all knew they must have done something. We pressed her to confess. Finally she admitted that she's been Dingyi's mistress for more than a year. Little Ba Wang's triumphant announcement took us by surprise. Sangzi broke the shocked silence. How incredible! Every day, Teacher Guo taught us to observe socialist morality, but she herself is a worn shoe. Guopei's hair was loose and all over her face, making her look like a spirit, little Ba Wang continued. I urged her to spill out her secrets if she wanted lenient treatment. She told us how the whole thing started. In the winter of 1964, Dingyi came to her home to discuss the 4 cleanups. Somehow, he began to tell her about his personal life. He complained that he was lonely because his wife was working for the Women's Federation in another county. Guopei said she wanted to comfort Dingyi, though our analysis is that she wanted to use her flesh to curry political favor. They made an arrangement. One snowy night when Guopei's husband was away at a meeting, Dingyi limped all the way from the lead 70 ERS courtyard to the bell tower courtyard and tumbled into bed with Guopei, just like the king of Chu meeting the goddess of Mount Wu in the clouds and rain. I'll bet Secretary Ding really crushed Teacher Guo into minced meat. Sangzi exclaimed. Little Ba Wang was enjoying our attention. He went on. Guopei's confession was so fascinating that we kept asking her for more details. We asked her what they talked about in bed. She turned red and said, just pillow talk. We urged her to be more specific. She finally said, I asked him what the difference was between me and his wife. He said his wife's place was too loose while mine was tight and sensual. We really hadn't expected her to be so frank. We felt a little embarrassed and ended the interrogation. How often did they do clouds and rain? Sangzi asked. Whenever there was a chance, little Ba Wang said. Guopei's husband may be tall and strong, but he's henpecked. He probably knows he's a cuckold but is afraid to speak out. Guopei usually went to Dingyi's house because it's more isolated. She confessed that one night she ran over there barefoot in the snow. This wild pheasant is not afraid of cold when in heat, Sangzi declared. Little Ba Wang said the activists planned to drag out the party secretary the next day and parade the adulterers downtown. When one fell asleep, he was still talking, with Sangzi interjecting from time to time. The next morning, the whole school was plastered with new posters about Dingyi and Guopei. Fang Pu and his fellow rebels must have worked all night. The party secretary was described as morally rotten as well as reactionary, a degenerate as well as a revisionist. Our politics teacher was a 7i. Worn shoe, a wild pheasant, and a whore, as well as an alien element and a venomous snake. One poster said that revolutionary rebel students had seized and interrogated Ding Yi during the night, and that he had confessed his crimes. The poster announced that degenerate counter-revolutionary revisionist Ding Yi and his alien element mistress Guo Pei would be on parade that afternoon. In the leader's courtyard in the southwest corner of campus, students were searching Ding Yi's office and tossing his books out the door. A couplet had been posted around the doorframe. The first set of characters on the right side read, "Eat, drink, shit, pee, sleep," and the second set on the left side listed 5 inert elements: helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon. 4 characters above the door read, "Inertness is your nature." All this was a clever way of calling the party secretary a lazy good-for-nothing. The handwriting looked like Wiawa's, but he was nowhere around. I found him in front of the principal's building, pasting up a poster entitled "Kick out the party committee and make revolution ourselves." I asked my brother if he had written that couplet, and he said that he had. I reminded him that Mama and Papa had always told us not to get involved in ambiguous matters. "I've been very cautious," Wiawa insisted. "I wrote that for our homeroom teacher's door, but my classmates said it would go to waste there and took it over to Secretary Ding's place. Anyway, the matter no longer seems ambiguous. The work team came out in support of the rebel students and is helping them prepare an exhibition on Ding Yi's corrupt life." "Does that mean anything?" I asked. "The work team members are but grasshoppers in late autumn, they will soon be replaced by an elected committee." 7-2. "Of course they're not so stupid as to defend a pair of adulterers," Wiawa said. "In this part of the country, people think extramarital affairs are worse than burglary, or even murder. But the team members could have just stayed silent. The fact that they are backing the rebellion against Ding Yi gives it some legitimacy. It also makes logistics easier, since the work team still is in charge of supplies." The exhibition was up by the time breakfast was over. A banner strung between 2 willow trees in front of the teachers' building heralded the startling realities of class struggle. Property seized from Ding Yi and Guo Pei was arrayed over a row of desks: big piles of grain coupons, wads of money, cigarettes, good wine, a desk lamp, a potted orchid. Ding Yi had owned an 8-transistor Panda brand radio, testimony to his decadence. Guo Pei somehow had obtained some American-made razor blades for her husband, evidence that the Kuomintang had planted her as a spy. I was most impressed by the heaps of grain coupons. Where had the party secretary gotten so many? Did he have so much meat and fruit to eat that he could not use up his grain rations? Or maybe the cook in charge of the teacher's dining hall had given him extra coupons as a bribe. I thought of the small dining hall where the teachers and administrators ate. Once during the winter, after months of eating tasteless cabbage, I had peered into a window there and seen big chunks of meat in the teachers' bowls. The teachers still ate there, even though most of them were monsters and demons. Now that the top leader of the school had become a demon too, why should they eat so well? The more I thought about the small dining hall, the more indignant I felt. I rounded up little Mihu, Shuangan, Zongwei, and a few more classmates and suggested we shut it. 73. Down. They were enthusiastic. We took up the usual weapons: paper, brush pens, ink, and a pail of glue, and marched into the small kitchen. We found the cook, Wuxiang, meaning 5 spices, preparing the teacher's lunch. Wuxiang had a special affection for boys. One night when I had run into him on campus, he had put his arms around me and squeezed me. I had broken loose and run away. Seeing the group of us, he smiled awkwardly and asked what we wanted. "We want to shut down your dining hall," I said boldly. "You must be joking," he said. "Where on earth did you get such a strange idea?" "We're not joking. This is serious. Don't you know that all but 3 of your diners have become monsters and demons? Do you want to keep serving to ox demons and snake spirits?
No, I don't.
But you can't close down my kitchen without a formal order from Secretary Ding. Secretary Ding is now a demon too, screeched little Mihu. Wuxiang looked puzzled. That can't be. Just go out and see for yourself, I said. Now Wuxiang looked worried. What shall I do if you shut down this dining hall? Let's discuss it. He picked up some steamed pork knuckles. How about this? I give you a few of these and you go away. Wuxiang, I said, trying to sound severe. Ding Yi had a whole lot of grain coupons. They're being exhibited outside as proof of his crimes. Did you bribe him? No, I didn't. I'm a clean person. It has nothing to do with me. Then why did you try to bribe us just now? 74. I was wrong. I apologize. Wuxiang nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. You had better talk with the cook in charge of the main dining hall to see if you can go to work there, I said. From now on, this dining hall is closed forever. We swept by Wuxiang and set to work. First we carried all the tables and stools to our dining hall. Then we pasted up some posters denouncing the teacher's bourgeois lifestyle. Finally, we shut the doors and sealed them with an X made of 2 strips of paper, on which we wrote closed by revolutionary teachers and students. Looking at the sealed door, I felt pleased. It was so easy to accomplish things nowadays. The procession with Ding Yi and Guopei passed out the south gate in the afternoon. New information about the party secretary's decadence had continued to surface all morning, and now we had a third culprit, Tang Hong, the Youth League Secretary General, who just a few days earlier had summoned us for emergency muster to aid Vietnam. Ding Yi had admitted to sleeping with her too. One poster, headlined "One Cavalier Riding 2 Horses," charged that he had rolled into bed with both women at once. Ding Yi headed the parade, wearing a 5-meter-high dunce cap decorated with paper cutouts of skeletons, monsters, turtles, and ox heads. A drum hung from his neck. He held a drumstick in one hand while trying to support the swaying cap with the other. Guopei, beside him, wore a long pink silk kipao that students had found in her wardrobe. A pair of frayed red satin shoes hung around her neck. Her shoulder-length hair had been cut into a tangled haystack, with patches shaved to the scalp. She held a gong and a stick. Tang Hong wore a long black gown and had a pair of old leather shoes dangling around her neck. All that was left of 75. Her hair was a long strip down the middle. She held a pair of cymbals. The trio sounded their instruments as they walked. The students of Yizhong followed along. It was market day again, so a big audience was in town. The crowds gawked as we escorted the 3 new demons through the streets. On orders from rebel leaders, the 3 had to chant in turn as they walked, I am Ding Yi, Ox Demon and Snake Spirit. I am Guopei, and 1 Warn Shu. I am Tang Hong, and 1 Warn Shu too. At the main intersection, we ran into another parade. Students from the normal school were taking a group of school leaders through the town as well. Our 2 processions cheered each other. The sun beat down like a ball of fire over the ancient city. Our 3 demons were drenched in sweat. Guopei's tight dress clung to her so that her underwear could be seen. Ding Yi's paper dunce cap was soggy and coming apart. Rivulets of perspiration ran down his red, puffy face. The red, the black, and the in-between. During the movement to criticize teachers, Yuling had grown more and more withdrawn, until one almost forgot she was around. One day, she came up to me on the verge of tears. She had never before asked me for help with anything except math problems, but now she said that she needed my advice. We went for a walk by Rear Lake. Yuling told me that some of her father's medical students had come from Ximen to search her family's house that morning. Only her grandmother had been home. A sympathetic neighbor had summoned Yuling from school, and she had run home to find the intruders looking through her father's diaries. The diaries were the only thing they had taken away. Those diaries recorded my father's whole life, including the period he spent abroad, Yuling said, her voice trembling. Those students said my father is a spy working for the CIA. I know he is not a spy. He works very hard, and cares very little about comfort. He never does any of the things a spy would do. I told her not to panic. They can't just claim he's a spy, they have to have solid evidence, I said, trying to convince myself as well as her. The current situation is very confused. All the teachers everywhere are getting criticized. They can't possibly all be bad. After some time, things will calm down. Yuling's mother was in trouble also. Her students at the normal school had charged her with teaching bourgeois music. I'm really worried, Yuling said, and began to cry. I searched my mind for a way to comfort her. Good people who are wrongly accused will be cleared in the end, I said. Take the case of my father. He once was labeled the leader of an anti-party clique, but later he was rehabilitated. The charges against Yuling's mother sounded mild, so I assured her not to worry. As for her father, I advised her not to tell anyone that he was suspected of being a CIA spy. If anybody should find out, she should say that she had severed all ties with him. Many children of teachers under criticism at Yizhong had publicly disowned their parents, and a few 77 were even helping to expose their parents' crimes. It was only practical. Our classmates soon found out about Yuling's mother from students who had visited the normal school to read Dazabao. I had to agree with Yuling that it was only a matter of time before rumors about her father would reach our school. She was growing increasingly nervous about her family background. When the name Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution replaced the name Great Socialist Cultural Revolution, she asked me if proletarian excluded intellectuals. Finally, she decided to forestall any trouble. She put up a poster, the first she had written since the Three Family Village days, announcing that she was severing relations with her parents, politically and economically. That act seemed to lift a burden from her mind. Once again, she began taking part in the rallies, marches, and slogan shouting that occupied the better part of our days. After several mass meetings to struggle against Dingyi and Guopei, we turned our attention to the business of forming a Cultural Revolution Preparatory Committee. The work team, which would still be in charge in the meantime, announced the procedures. Each class was to elect its own Cultural Revolution group of 5 members, who would serve as delegates to a meeting to elect the committee. Our class convened in the classroom for a nominating session. A crack from the earthquake stretched across the plaster ceiling. The back wall was covered with essays criticizing the crimes of Guopei and Dingyi. There were 8 nominations. They included several class officers, Monitor Catalan, Youth League Secretary Kong Fang, and Daily Life Manager Urko, as well as Little Ba Wang, Yuling, and me. Just as Catalan was about to pass out the ballot paper, Lit. 78. Tle Ba Wang stood up, a grim expression on his face. Comrade Monitor, he said, I oppose Yuling's nomination. She herself admitted in her poster that her father is suspected of being a CIA spy, and we all know her mother is under attack for teaching bourgeois music. I suggest her nomination be cancelled. I rose angrily. Yuling's classmates nominated her fairly. You have no business interfering. Little Ba Wang became furious. We are electing a committee to lead us in the great proletarian cultural revolution. As Chairman Mao says, revolution is not a dinner party. This is a serious matter. If someone whose parents have problems gets into our leading body, who will be responsible if something goes wrong? Yuling has been an active participant in the great proletarian cultural revolution, I retorted. She's just as qualified as anybody else. Our class has many students with pure family backgrounds, why should we accept a nominee from a questionable one? Little Ba Wang said. We must take a firm proletarian stand in handling this matter.
What we need is a Paris Commune-style group, not a bourgeois parliament. If you insist on allowing her nomination, we'll have to postpone the vote to study the matter. Yuling buried her head in her arms on top of our desk. Her shoulders began to heave. After a few minutes, she lifted her tear-stained face and said, "So that the voting may go on, I surrender my right to be a nominee." I was both disappointed and relieved at this quick resolution. Monitor Catalan accepted Yuling's withdrawal. Sports manager Shuangan was nominated instead. The voting could proceed. We filled in our ballots and dropped them into a box. Little 79. Mihu, under the watchful eyes of Catalan, read out the names on each ballot while another student tallied them on the blackboard. The top 5 were Catalan, Kongfang, Urku, Shuangan, and I. Little Ba Wang could only scowl fiercely. The next day, 120 delegates representing all 24 classes sat down with administration and faculty delegates to make nominations for 13 committee positions, 10 students, 2 teachers, and 1 administrator. Nowadays, the administration meant the work team, for Yizhong's entire party committee had dissolved in the wake of Ding Yi's downfall. As for the teachers, only a dozen were not monsters and demons, and only 3 were entirely above suspicion. So the dozen sent the 3 as their representatives. One was Guopei's cuckolded husband. As soon as his wife's unfaithfulness became known, he had put up a poster saying that he would have nothing more to do with her. The next day he filed for divorce. He was praised for taking a firm proletarian stand. We did not have much difficulty choosing students for the committee. There were plenty of 3 good students, youth league leaders, and Cultural Revolution activists among us. Most of the student nominees were seniors. One was Fang Pua, now very popular among student revolutionaries for his leading role in bringing down Ding Yi. LT was harder to choose among the teachers. Guopei's husband had come to public attention only because of his wife. The other 2 had never done anything to distinguish themselves. When we finally cast our ballots, a teacher I had never heard of before emerged as chairman of the committee. His name was Deng Zheng. He was a graduate of People's University in Beijing and taught senior-level political economy. Short, stocky, a man of few words spoken with a nasal twang. 80. He was the purest teacher left at our school. He had a clean personal history and a good proletarian class background, and was a party member besides. The other teacher chosen was a physics instructor. Although the work team was about to depart, we chose the head of the team to fill the one administration position for lack of other suitable candidates. She congratulated us on our success in selecting a Cultural Revolution preparatory committee and then promptly resigned. The team members left that very afternoon for the county government headquarters in town. The students saw them off at the south gate. The preparatory committee's first significant action was to buy a new microphone. Then it called a school-wide struggle meeting against Ding Yi. The party secretary had to stand on the stage of the auditorium with his head lowered for nearly 3 hours as each class sent up a speaker to denounce him. His lame leg was shaking uncontrollably. Finally, Deng Zheng let him sit down. One senior student pounded the podium so hard that the shiny new microphone fell off its stand. Deng Zheng darted over to pick it up and examined it with concern. We soon learned that he was rather tight-fisted. When the committee had to have an official stamp made, he spent 3 days looking for the cheapest place in town. Some students began to complain that he was too stingy and cared too much about trivial things to make a good revolutionary leader. In mid-August, more important news arrived from Beijing. The 11th plenum of the Central Committee had just concluded. Defense Minister Lin Biao had been named vice chairman of the party. Moreover, he was the only vice chairman. There had once been 6, Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Zhu De, Chen Yun, Lin Biao, and Deng Xiaoping. The plenum 8R also had issued a 16-point resolution about the Cultural Revolution, which provided the first clear guidelines for what we should be doing.
It said that our target should be people within the party who were taking the capitalist road, as well as certain academic and cultural authorities who continued to propagate bourgeois ideology. It called for a struggle against the four olds, the old ideas, culture, customs, and habits of the exploiting classes. It said persons in charge should not take measures against students involved in the movement. It said we should use reason, not violence. And it said the vast majority of cadres were good or comparatively good, but a small number were anti-party, anti-socialist rightists. To celebrate the plenum's decisions, our preparatory committee organized a spectacular parade through town, headed by students holding a giant portrait of Chairman Mao. Each class had formed its own cacophonous marching band with drums, cymbals, and gongs. We marched amid masses of red flags, waving our small red books of Chairman Mao's quotations and singing. The mountains are cheering and the seas smiling. The Central Committee has issued its communiqué. Like a lighthouse it illuminates our advancing path. We'll carry the cultural revolution to a new high tide. Then we shouted two chants until we were hoarse. Resolutely support the 16 points. Warmly propagate the 16 points. Firmly carry out the 16 points. Bravely defend the 16 points. And smash the four olds. Smash old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits. Even more exciting than the announcements from Beijing were the rumors that followed. Chairman Mao, it was said, 82, had put up his first dazabayo. Entitled Bombard the Headquarters, it criticized the work teams that had come to Beijing's university campuses in June and July for terrorizing and suppressing student rebels. Chairman Mao's meeting with a group of Beijing students in Tiananmen Square was an even more dramatic declaration of his confidence in youth. We had always seen him high up on the rostrum, but this time he was down among the people, walking right across the Golden Water Bridge to talk with the students. He told them to get involved in state affairs and to carry the great proletarian cultural revolution through to the end. Students from the middle school attached to Tsinghua University gave him a red armband with 3 yellow characters written on it in elegant calligraphy: Hong Wei Bing, or Red Guard. The newspapers printed a picture of Chairman Mao wearing his armband and waving. He looked healthy and energetic. Chairman Deng called a meeting of the class cultural revolution groups to discuss forming a Red Guard organization of our own. We decided that each class would set up its own Red Guards under the leadership of the preparatory committee. The committee set only 2 conditions for eligibility: good ideology and activism in the movement. When our class met to discuss the plan, Little Ba Wang argued that only members of the 5 red categories: worker, poor and lower middle peasant, revolutionary soldier, revolutionary cadre, and revolutionary martyr should be allowed to join the Red Guards. He opposed accepting any of the 7 black categories: landlord, rich peasant, reactionary, bad element, rightist, traitor, and spy. Once again, I found myself opposing Little Ba Wang. We don't have a single black category person in our class, I pointed out. All of us, 83, have taken part in the movement since the very beginning, fighting shoulder to shoulder. I think we should allow everybody to become a Red Guard. Youth League Secretary Kong Fang said, even though we have no black category people, we do have some people who fall between the black categories and the red categories. Those are the questionable ones here. We shouldn't admit them. Little Ba Wang said. Why not? They didn't do anything wrong, I said. They might not have done anything wrong themselves, but their parents didn't support the revolution. When our fathers were fighting the Japanese and Kuomintang, theirs were hiding and trembling like timid mice. That has nothing to do with their children, I said. All our classmates were born and brought up under the 5-star red flag. We all have a socialist education. Little Ba Wang was livid. Chairman Mao says everybody living in a class society is stamped with the brand of his class. A dragon begets dragons, a phoenix begets phoenixes, and a mouse's children can only dig holes. They will waver in the course of the Cultural Revolution. We cannot admit them. That's not necessarily so, I said.
Don't you know the story about Zhou Enlai? Once when Premier Zhou was in Moscow, Khrushchev told him proudly, "My class origin is peasant, what's yours?" Premier Zhou looked at Khrushchev and said, "My family background is feudal bureaucrat. So we have something in common, Mr. Premier. We both betrayed our class." Little Wang snickered. That is a good story. But Premier Zhou is an exception. Other red category students joined in the discussion. The 84. In between students stayed silent, listening to our debate. At last, we took a vote. Little Ba Wang's view won out. So 35 of us became Red Guards by virtue of our heritage, and the other 15 remained what they were. Afterward, I tried to comfort Yuling. "Don't worry," I said. "You can still make revolution without being a Red Guard." "It's useless," she replied in a flat voice. "You can't make revolution unless you're a Red Guard. All you can do is look on. I'm going home to see Grandma." She walked off, her head bowed. Chairman Deng had put a group of students to work making red armbands. The torn strips of red cloth stenciled with yellow paint were not nearly as elegant as Chairman Mao's. As I put mine on, with Yuling's misfortune still fresh in my mind, I felt a twinge of guilt. But as I walked around the campus displaying my new status, my uneasiness gave way to a sense of importance. News accounts from Beijing described how Red Guards had smashed the old signboards of stores and restaurants and given old feudal streets new revolutionary names. Perpetual Peace Boulevard, which ran through Tiananmen Square, had been renamed East as Red Boulevard. The street once occupied by the missions of the Western powers was now Anti-Imperialism Road, and the one where the Soviet embassy was 85. Located was Anti-Revisionism Road. These reports pointed the way for the Red Guards of Yizhong. Our first task would be to eradicate the 4 aides in Yizhong. We gathered at the south gate. Chairman Deng led us in chanting a paragraph from the 16-point resolution, which we had mastered so well we could recite it like poetry. Although the bourgeoisie has been overthrown, it is still trying to use the old ideas, culture, customs, and habits of the exploiting classes to corrupt the masses, capture their minds, and endeavor to stage a comeback. The proletariat must do the exact opposite. It must meet head-on every challenge of the bourgeoisie in the ideological field and use the new ideas, culture, customs, and habits of the proletariat to change the mental outlook of the whole society. With the red flag reading Red Guard fluttering at the head of our column, we set out for downtown. Most of us carried the little red book, as we had seen the Beijing Red Guards doing in pictures in the newspapers. Some students had drums, gongs, ink bottles, and brush pens. As we marched, we bellowed the new song of the Red Guards composed by our comrades in Beijing. We are Chairman Mao's Red Guards. Tempering ourselves in great waves and winds, armed with Mao Zedong thought, we'll wipe out all pests and vermin. Our first target in town was street names. Yizhong had 72 streets, big and small. Many were named for their location, like Southwest Street and Inner North Gate Street, and others for landmarks, like Flowery Pagoda Street. Perpetual Victory Street was named after the deeds of the invincible General Zhao Yun. Democracy Street had been named after Libera. Smashing the 4 aides. 86. Shen. We reviewed all the names and decided that only one was inappropriate, for Harmony Street. We renamed it the Street of the 4 News to commemorate the attack on the 4 olds. The Empress Guo wine shop was our next stop. A poster reading Worker Peasant Soldier Wine Shop went up over the gilt lettering of the lacquered signboard. At the town's main intersection, we encountered a few peasants selling vegetables out of wooden barrows. "Aren't they making capitalism?" one Red Guard asked. "Sure they are. Confiscate their wheelbarrows," said another. A group of Red Guards approached the peddlers. "Who allowed you to make capitalism?" one demanded of an eggplant seller. "I grew these in my yard," he said. "I grew these cucumbers in my private plot," another vendor chimed in.
No matter where you grow things, if you're not working for the collective, it's making capitalism. I work in my yard after finishing work in the production team's fields, argued the man with the eggplants. It's permitted by government policy. Where do you work harder? Where do you put your night's oil? If you care about these private matters, how can you concentrate on collective work? You're a capitalist roader, and we'll have to confiscate your things. You can't do that. I saved for a long time to buy the sparrow and scale. The peddler held tight to his possessions as his critics tried to wrest them from him. Another red guard stepped in to moderate. Comrades, he said, we've barely begun our work. If we take the sparrow, 87. It will only be a burden to pull along. Better to just make this fellow promise not to peddle here again and let him go home. After a bit of discussion, the others pasted a dasabao against capitalism on the peddler's barrow and let him go. Similar scenes were unfolding up and down the street. Several red guards surrounded an old woman who was wearing heavy dangling earrings and bangles and ordered her to take off her jewelry. She obeyed without saying a word. She handed the jewelry to the loudest student in the group, who looked at it, dumbfounded, then handed it back and told her to take it home and bury it. Little Mihu and a few others encircled a white-haired old lady with bound feet. She was a familiar figure in town. She sold popsicles, but rumor had it that her popsicle business was only a cover, and that she was really a prostitute who charged 5 yuan a visit. Her husband was said to keep watch while she entertained in their house. Auntie, little Mihu said to her in his sternest voice, take off your old feudal foot-binding rags. This woman was not so compliant. I've worn my foot-binding cloths all my life. She shrieked. The Communist Party has never told me to take them off. How dare you tell me to? Doesn't your grandma wear them? Go home and tell her to take hers off. The students argued with her for some time, but she held her ground. So they hung a sign around her neck reading Wild Pheasant, drew a circle in the dust around her, and ordered her to stand there in the sun for 4 hours. As soon as they had gone around the corner, she disappeared into her house. We resumed our procession along the street of the Four News until we reached 3 elaborately carved marble arches that straddled the street. The triple archway had stood here. 88. For 200 years. The arches had been erected under the reign of Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty to honor the court's Minister of Personnel, Liang Menglong, a native of Yuzhen. Many of Liang's descendants still lived in this neighborhood. Our family had lived near here also, and I had played street games with the children of the Liang clan. Our favorite was playing officials. We would set up formations of bricks and throw broken pieces of brick at them. If you knocked down the brick that was largest and farthest away, you became the big official. If you knocked down smaller bricks, you were a petty official. If you missed entirely, you became the criminal and had to run away. The big official would order the petty officials to catch the criminal. If they failed, everyone else would spank them. Yizhong's preparatory committee had decided that the triple archway symbolized feudal oppression of the people of Yuzhen and therefore must come down. Although I had happy memories of playing under the shadow of the arches, I did not feel too bad about destroying them. Of all 24 Chinese feudal dynasties, I disliked the Qing most. For one thing, it was a dynasty of invaders, the Manchus. For another, it was under the Qing that the Western powers had begun to subjugate China with opium and gunboats. The Qing was the most corrupt and impotent dynasty in Chinese history. A nimble boy scaled the first arch and fastened a thick tug-of-war rope around the top. Others began to pry the stone foundation loose with crowbars and pickaxes. Curious neighbors came out to watch. I recognized some of the Liangs. Nobody stepped out to protest, and some of the people even brought tools to help us out. To the clamor of "Smash the 89. 4 olds." The resplendent structure came down and smashed into a pile of broken stone. Within 2 hours, all 3 arches were gone and piles of stone blocked the street. Fang Pua climbed atop the rubble, his usually white face flushed almost as red as his armband. Waving a fist in the air, he yelled, "Revolutionary comrades in arms, we have successfully knocked down this feudal relic. This is our first great victory. Let us advance on the crest of victory to the next target." We wiped our dusty faces and marched on amid the sound of drums and gongs, shouts, and revolutionary songs. We were heading for the south side of town. People of the Hui nationality, many of them practicing Muslims, lived there. So did some descendants of Jews who had come along the Silk Road from the Middle East during the Song dynasty. Their synagogue was long gone, and they had religious services along with the Hui in the mosque. If you went walking through this neighborhood, someone might point out a person with curly hair and tell you that he was a Jew, but if you asked the Jew his religion, he would tell you that he was a Muslim. With the exception of these non-Jewish Jews, the Muslims looked just like the rest of us Han Chinese. But when a Hui person died, he would be wrapped in a long white cloth and buried in a brick tomb, whereas a Han would be put in a wooden coffin and laid to rest in the earth. The other practice that distinguished the Muslims was their refusal to eat pork. There were quite a few Muslim restaurants in town, and our school dining hall had a special section for Hui students, who were given mutton or beef whenever the rest of us had pork. I had been brought up to consider religion backward and 90. Superstitious a spiritual opiate, as Marx had said. I had tried some religion only once, just before taking the middle school entrance exams in the summer of 1964. A group of us from Democracy Street Primary School had gone to see the Goddess of Mercy at Defo Temple. When nobody else was in the hall, we hastily fell to our knees, put our palms together, bobbed our heads, and chanted for the giant 42-armed goddess to ensure our admission to Yizhong. Only 2 of us got into the key school. The others went to undistinguished schools. I concluded that the goddess was not very reliable. The onion-domed mosque stood near the town's southern gate. An old man with a wispy goatee came out and surveyed the crowd of students at the entrance. "What are you here for?" he asked. He was answered with shouts, "We've come to eradicate the Four Olds." "Four Aids? There's nobody by that name here." Fang Pua stepped to the front of the group. "Don't play games with us," he said. "We've come to extirpate your superstition." "What superstition? We don't have any superstition." "No superstition? What about those people who crouch on the floor with their buttocks to the sky and murmur, 'Allah, Allah'? What is that if not superstition? That is religion, the Muslim faith, permitted by the government. It is not superstition." "Enough of your nonsense," Fang Pua said. "Your activities belong to the Four Aids and must be wiped out." He pushed his way past the old man, and the rest of the Red Guards swarmed after him. "Forward, revolutionary comrades in arms!" Fang Pua shouted. Chairman Mao teaches us that revolution is not like going to a dinner party, or writing an article, or painting a picture, or doing embroidery. We can't be so tasteful and refined. Revolution is when one class overthrows another. Let's overthrow this reactionary superstition. We looked around for something tangible to overthrow. The few worshippers who had been in the mosque when we entered had scurried away, leaving only an empty expanse of cold tile floor. We decided to pull down the onion. It was so high that we had to tie several ropes together. The daredevil who had scaled the arches found his way to the roof, shimmied up the bronze-plated dome, and attached the first rope to its needle-like point. With hundreds of Red Guards pulling, we easily toppled the onion on the count of 3. Great cheers went up. The old man watched in horror. Somebody had obtained a pig's tail from a butcher shop and hung it around his neck. Others were drawing caricatures of fat pig heads and posting them around the building and courtyard. We had been smashing the Four Aids since early morning, and it was already mid-afternoon. So gripped were we by revolutionary ardor that nobody had even mentioned lunch. Chairman Deng was waiting with a smile on his face when we came out of the mosque. He recommended that we go back to school for some food and rest. You little revolutionary generals have worked all day, he said. This is just the beginning. We have a long way to go. The next morning, we set out for Defo Temple like an army of monkey kings eager to make havoc under heaven. We found that a company of People's Liberation Army men had moved in during the night to protect the temple. As the Red Guards in my class approached the front hall, which housed a smiling, big-bellied Buddha and 4 celestial kings, one of the soldiers came up as if to greet us. The 4 pockets on his 9-2 jacket indicated he was an officer. He held a little red book in one hand. Little revolutionary generals, he said, this temple is on the National Register of Cultural Relics. It does not belong to the category of the 4 olds. Please leave and find your 4 olds elsewhere. Monitor Catalan, who also clutched a little red book, answered him, Comrade soldier, how can you say this place doesn't belong to the 4 olds? Don't you see those superstitious monsters? She gestured toward the celestial kings, who indeed looked monstrous, especially the one with a green face and protruding teeth. These statues are the work of ancient artisans, said the officer. They are the wealth of the people. We should not destroy them. Can't you see that they oppress the ordinary working people? Little Mihu said, pointing to a small figure writhing in agony under the foot of one of the fiendish kings. These are figures of legend and have nothing to do with reality, the officer said. Students from other classes had drifted over to hear the debate. The officer seized the initiative. Come with me, he told the growing audience. I'll tell you a true story. Intrigued, we followed him across the temple compound to the Hall of the Goddess of Mercy. He led us inside. You all know that the great Goddess of Mercy has 42 arms, he said. But do you know that only the 2 big arms in front are real bronze? The Japanese aggressors sawed off the other 40 arms and melted them down to make bullets to kill the Chinese people. Japan has a long Buddhist tradition, but they didn't care about that when they needed ammunition. They wanted to destroy the whole statue, but they couldn't uproot it. They finally gave up when the temple elders told them that 93 black water would run out and flood the whole city if the goddess was removed. Damn those Japanese devils. Death to the Japanese devils. Several Red Guards cursed. The army officer continued in a gentle voice that resonated through the hall. This statue was not easy to make. Craftsmen of the Liao dynasty built a small earthen hill and carved out the mold for the lotus seed. Scores of smelting stoves worked at the same time to make enough bronze to fill the mold. After the seed was cast, the craftsmen heaped more earth on the hill to make the second section. They repeated this 7 times in all, casting the head last. At the end, they took away the hill, and here the statue has stood ever since. We looked at the Goddess of Mercy with new admiration. Do you still think we should smash these cultural relics? The officer asked. Just then, we heard a series of crashing sounds. The officer's face fell. He rushed outside, and we ran after him. While he had been holding some of us spellbound before the Goddess of Mercy, other students had regrouped by the 4 celestial kings, tied ropes to them, and pulled them down all at once. The painted clay figures had smashed into pieces. The officer looked at the wreckage with tears in his eyes. You what kind of Red Guards are you? He stammered. He barked a command and a platoon of soldiers ran over. They linked arms to blockade the hall entrance. The demolitionists retreated. Nobody wanted to clash with the People's Liberation Army. We marched off, waving our red flags, singing the Red Guard song, and exulting in our latest victory over the 4 olds. 94. More work lay ahead. For one thing, we could not be true revolutionaries unless we purged the 4 aides from our own ranks. Some Red Guards of Hui nationality bravely began to eat pork. One boy gave a public demonstration in front of the dining hall. Comrades, he declared, tradition says we Hui can't eat pork. That's nonsense. We must thoroughly wipe out such old customs. Now, watch me eat this chunk of pork. It's delicious, much better than mutton or beef. Long hair was another old thing. The girl Red Guard snipped off their braids, emulating the women in the communist base areas in the 1930s, who had bobbed their hair. Catalan and Kongfang prevailed on Class 85's best barber, Urku, to crop their hair as short as the boys. Our revolutionary forefathers sacrificed their lives for the revolution, so why shouldn't we sacrifice our hair? Catalan said. The girls did not stop with their own heads. They set up a checkpoint at the small north gate, an opening in the city wall where people passed on their way from town to the railroad station, and made any woman with long hair get it cut before she could go through. They also checked for tight pants. If there was not enough room for a soda bottle to drop down to the cuff, they would slit the legs up to the thigh. For anyone so ignorant as to protest, the girls explained their actions by quoting the first line of the 16-point resolution. 95. The great proletarian cultural revolution now unfolding is a great revolution that touches people to their very souls. Another thing that concerned us was our own names. We all knew the story of the Qinghua middle school girl who had been among the students received by Chairman Mao. Learning that her given name was Binbin, which meant gentle and refined, Chairman Mao had told her, "You should be militant." Afterward, the girl had changed her name to Yao, militant. Some of my classmates proposed that everyone in Class 85 adopt the surname Mao, because Chairman Mao was our great commander and we were all his children. Others suggested the surname Wu, to signify proletariat, but we dropped that idea after someone pointed out that the same character could also mean none. Still others suggested the surname Dang, meaning party, for the Communist Party. Some thought we should use numbers for given names, Party 1, Party 2, and so on. Others said that would be too confusing and advocated using a variety of given names, Party Toward the Sun, Party Red Heart, Party Forever Loyal, and the like. Unable to reach agreement, we decided that everyone could choose whatever name he or she wanted, or keep the old name if it was not objectionable. Almost all of us chose new revolutionary names. They included Baodongbiao, for safeguard Mao Zedong, and Lin Biao, Kong Mao, revere Mao, Xiangdong, toward the east, Jihong, inherit red, Yanga, forever revolutionary, Fangziu, anti-revisionism, and Mizi, liquidate the bourgeoisie. Sangzi wanted to add a fourth happiness to his name. My parents were happy because of liberation, land reform, and my birth, he said. Now I'm happy because the cultural revolution will consolidate the dictatorship of the proletariat. So he became Sixi, quadruple happiness. I took my new name from Chairman Mao's poem Swimming, and called myself Shijishu, meaning changes in the world. But the lengthy discussions were all for naught. We found it impossible to remember all these new names, and our new identities lasted only a few days. We thought we had recognized just about all the four olds in our midst when a poster appeared at Yizhong's main entrance calling our attention to something we had missed. The poster was addressed to Red Guard comrades in arms of Yizhong and said, "You have done a very good job of smashing the four aides outside your school, and we congratulate you. However, you have neglected the four aides under your own noses. This Western-style marble gate, which represents the cultural aggression of the imperialist powers, obviously belongs to the category of the four aides. We trust you will take immediate action to clean up your own nest. If you fail to smash the gate within 3 days, we Red Guards of Yijin Normal School will come smash it for you. Salutations in the name of the great proletarian cultural revolution." Chairman Deng immediately called a meeting of the preparatory committee, which unanimously passed a resolution to pull down the south gate. Everybody on campus, even demons and monsters who had been sequestered in their rooms writing self-criticisms, came out to witness the historic event. Eclectic Zhu, the ultra-rightist teacher of Chinese, showed up with a pickaxe, climbed all the way to the top of the gate from an adjacent wall, and began chopping at the central arch. "Come down here, Eclectic Zhu!" Fang Pu yelled. Who gave you permission to go up there? 97. Eclectic Zoo looked down sheepishly. Nobody. I just want to contribute something to the campaign to wipe out the 4-AIDS. Only revolutionaries can take part in this. Fang Pu said. How dare you pretend you're a revolutionary? You're a die-hard ultra-rightist. You'd better go back to writing your self-criticism. Zhu came down, dropped his pickaxe, and left. But the incident played into the hands of a group of students who wanted to save the gate. Quoting Chairman Mao saying whatever our enemies support, we must oppose, and whatever they oppose, we must support, they argued that if smashing the gate pleased the ultra-rightist Eclectic Zoo, the gate should not be smashed. Chairman Deng called a hurried meeting of the preparatory committee on the spot. The committee came up with a compromise: we would knock down the arches on top but not the pillars on the bottom. Within a few hours, the arches had fallen. The 6 pillars remained, and so did the metal grates topped with spikes and red stars that were swung shut each night. The preparatory committee met again to determine what other 4-AIDS we had overlooked. It assigned tasks to each class. Class 85 got the job of dismantling the school bell tower. Of course, only Red Guards were allowed to participate. Nobody could deny that the bell tower was old. It had stood in the courtyard at the center of the campus since the Song dynasty, a good 1,000 years. It was a complicated structure, with a solid square brick terrace for a base, topped by a round silo of brick and wood. This construction fit the traditional mythological view that the earth was square and the sky round. The big bronze bell hung from a thick beam inside. We started from the top, climbing a ladder to the roof, prying the gray tiles off one by one, and throwing them down until clay shards littered the courtyard. Yuling, who had returned to school after spending a few days with her grandmother, stood below with the other non-Red Guard students. As the others cheered us on, Yuling merely watched, a sad expression on her face. She had become as quiet as a statue. With the rafters of the bell tower exposed, we noticed several sparrows' nests tucked away beneath the eaves. We suspended our work to raid the nests of their eggs and fledglings. Then we tore down the rafters, uncovering the big bell. As we struggled to lower the bell on ropes, the beam creaked and gave way. The bell hit the brick terrace and broke into several pieces. Our revolutionary task took almost an entire day. In the evening, feeling tired but triumphant, we wrapped the baby sparrows in mud and roasted them over a campfire. When they were done, the feathers came off easily with the mud cocoons. We popped the naked, steaming little birds into our mouths. It was a good reward for a job well done. Wai Yuling once again sought my help. Her neighbor had brought word that Red Guards from the normal school had come to her home to smash the 4-AIDS. I readily agreed to go with her to help her grandmother clean up the 99 mess. I had been to her house several times, and her grandmother had always offered me something good to eat. We took a shortcut to town along a path through the reed ponds. On the way, I took off my armband. I did not want to alarm the old woman. I also wanted Yuling to know that we were still equals. I told her that I was still angry with my classmates for excluding her from the Red Guards. Yuling gave me a sorrowful look. It's fate, she said. Grandma used to talk about fate, and I always told her she was being superstitious. But now I'm beginning to believe that you can't change your fate. Her pent-up feelings poured out. Sometimes I hate my parents for not being pure. I hate them for being educated in the old society. I hate them for making so many problems for me that I can't even join the Red Guards. Other times, I don't blame them for anything. They are kind people and good parents, and they have always worked hard for the country. From first grade in primary school, I was always a young pioneer leader. My teachers and classmates liked me. Now everybody treats me like some sort of criminal. Even you've been ignoring me totally for the past week. You're only interested in smashing things. Maybe you think talking with me will harm your political future. It was true that I had not said a word to Yuling as she followed the Red Guards around. Once again, I felt guilty that I was a Red Guard while she was not. I looked at the ground as we trudged along the path. We finished the walk to her house in silence. Yuling's home was on Democracy Street. A pair of small stone lions squatted on either side of the carved wooden door to the courtyard. As Yuling opened the door, we could see that the lions had proved impotent guards. It looked as if a 100 hurricane had swept through the courtyard. Books, sheet music, and anatomy and acupuncture charts were scattered all over. A pair of large porcelain vases lay broken beneath a grape trellis. We entered the house, a traditional one with a tiled roof and lattice work on the windows and doors. Yuling's grandmother sat on a couch, a blank expression on her face. Her white hair, which she always put up in a bun, had been cut. "Grandma, Jian who has come to help us clean up," Yuling said, her voice suddenly cheery. The old woman stirred from her trance-like state. "Child, you're home," she said. "I've been wondering how to clean up, or whether it's necessary." "Of course it's necessary," Yuling said. "Our home is not the only one in this condition. Many others have been ransacked too. This is life. We should pick up the pieces and start over again." Now she sounded like the old Yuling, but I knew she was covering up her pessimism for her grandmother's sake. I took a good look around. An upright piano stood in the living room, its keyboard and cover smashed, its strings sprung out in all directions. A gramophone lay on its side on the floor, bits and pieces of smashed records all around it. Potted flowers, incense burners, vases, and pictures in glass frames lay broken among more piles of books. Yuling's grandmother related how a dozen Red Guards had burst into the courtyard and turned everything upside down. "They said your father is a spy and your mother worships foreign things," she said. "They called me a capitalist." A wry smile came over her face. She had been a shopkeeper in the old society, so she had always been classified as petty proprietor. 101. It turned out that the Red Guards had taken all the old woman's wealth without even knowing it. A few days earlier, she had hidden a gold brick and some jewelry inside the frame of Yuling's old Pigeon brand bicycle. The Red Guards had wheeled the bike away, saying that the emblem, a white pigeon with a blue sky on a red background, was a camouflaged Kuomintang flag. Yuling and I spent several hours sorting through the rubble, righting furniture, and returning books to shelves. I looked up and down the street as I left, just to make sure that nobody who knew me was around to see. In calmer times, Yuan and I had gone home once a month to see Grandpa and our brothers and sisters. Sometimes we took the bus to Lingzi, and sometimes we walked half a day to save the fare. If we were lucky, we could hitch a ride on a cart and get home before dark. Our last visit had been early in the poster writing campaign, when classes were still in session. We had set out on foot on a Saturday afternoon, buying a few sesame buns at the railway station near school before turning onto the road from Yagento Lingzi. Fields dotted with shocks of newly harvested winter wheat stretched endlessly around us. Wheat also covered some stretches of the road that the peasants had taken over for threshing grounds. We passed one small village after another, each a cluster of 102 mud and brick houses partially hidden by courtyard walls. Some of the walls closest to the road were whitewashed and bore slogans in huge red characters: "Never forget class struggle. Carry the 4 cleanups through to the end." It looked as if the Cultural Revolution had not even touched the countryside. We had made this trip dozens of times, but I always found it exhilarating. The terrain changed gradually, flat plains giving way to gently rolling hills. Even the slopes had been planted with wheat. Peasants in the plains pulled the wheat up by the roots, but here they harvested by sickle, leaving a golden brown stubble. With dusk approaching, the Taihang Mountains shimmered light blue in the distance. Papa had fought the Japanese in the Taihang Mountains, and then led militia reinforcements to help the People's Liberation Army fight the Kuomintang. He had given Yuan 2 mementos of those days, a Japanese soldier's green wool blanket and an American-made Parker fountain pen. Papa had received 2 blankets after a victorious battle with the Japanese in 1941, but had sold the second after marrying Mama. His unit had captured the pen from a Kuomintang army officer in 1948. My brother kept his 2 treasures at school. I could not help feeling envious whenever I saw him unfold and refold the blanket or cradle the Parker pen in his hand. After we crossed the Yijinlingzi County line, the road ran along a river. Bluish-gray cooking smoke curled from the stovepipes of the houses on the riverbank. An ox-drawn cart laden with wheat lumbered ahead. We ran to catch up with it. The driver, an angular old peasant with a straw hat pulled over his forehead, was leaning against the load of wheat humming a high-pitched opera tune. A long-stemmed pipe with a R03 brass bowl, the kind Papa smoked, dangled from his lips. We gladly accepted his offer of a lift. When Wiawa mentioned that the winter wheat harvest looked good, the old peasant said that it was, thanks to County Head Gao. Is that County Head Gao Shangi? Wiawa asked. None other than Gao Shangi, he said. Thanks to County Head Gao, we dug extra pump wells last year, the peasant said. Otherwise, the dry winter would have ruined a big part of the crop. County Head Gao came to our village in person and told us to dig more wells. He even tied on a rope and went down a hole himself to help dig. The water was miserably cold, and he looked as weak as a scholar, but he insisted on going down. I'm 65, and I've never seen an official who's nicer to us peasants. He knows something about farming, unlike most of those city bureaucrats. I asked the old man if it was true that County Head Gao dressed like a peasant. That doesn't impress us, he said. Many officials do that for show. We watch how he acts. When he goes on inspections, he carries a manure basket on his shoulder and picks up stray dung. Then he dumps it in our fields. The man told us that lately Gao Shangi had been going around incognito. A lot of people wrote him letters complaining that workers at the county coal station were slipping coal to friends and relatives through the back door. So he showed up in his shabby peasant clothes to buy coal, and the manager said it was all sold out. He insisted, and the manager got impatient and gave him a shove. Then his aide spoke up and told the manager not to be so rude to the county head. The manager was terrified and begged for forgiveness. County Head Gao criticized him and told him to treat the peasants with respect and to shut his back door. How about that? 10-4. When the old man let us off and turned down a dirt path to his village, I pondered why Papa would want to stay on in this backward mountain area. Wiawa, does it sometimes seem to you that Papa loves the peasants more than he loves us? I asked my brother. Don't be silly. Papa's just that way. He's busy, Wiawa said. The county seat appeared before us, set in a basin surrounded by low hills on 3 sides and bordered by the river on the 4th. The haze of cooking smoke mingling with the twilight made the scene look like a mirage. We began to run down the hill, as we always did when we got to this point. We knew just what waited below. Grandpa would make us a good dinner. Since Grandma's death, when Wiawa and I were infants, he had learned to do all the things that women were supposed to do around the home. Zhiwa and Xinghua would bring us a basin of warm water and clean towels. Miwen would help Grandpa pump the bellows at the stove. Yuan, with her big eyes and thick hair, would sit on our knees and, after a bit of coaxing, perform the newest song and dance she had learned in primary school. Papa probably would be out in the countryside on inspection, but Mama might drop in to say hello. We found things as we expected, except Grandpa's chronic bronchitis was a little worse than before. After eating, all of us sat together in the front room of the small house and talked late into the evening. Feeling important, Wiawa and I described the activities going on at Yizhong. The Cultural Revolution had hardly made a ripple in Lingzi. The younger children went to bed on the kang, the heated bed in the back room. After converting the dining room table into a bedboard and fluffing up some quilts, Wiawa and I joined them. My last sight before I dropped off to sleep was 10:05. Grandpa sitting by the lamp in the corner, leafing through one of his thick books on herbal medicine. During the 3 difficult years, he had sewn patches on our pants in the same posture by the same dim light. That had turned out to be our last visit home for quite a few months. In late August, I decided to take a few days off from the campaign to smash the 4 olds. I wanted to check on Grandpa's health and to ask Mama for some extra money for a train ticket to Beijing. Rumor had it that Chairman Mao was going to receive a second batch of Red Guards in Tiananmen Square, so Yizhong's preparatory committee was organizing a school trip to Beijing. To save time, I took the bus home. Lingzi seemed tranquil as the bus pulled into the terminal. The buildings and walls and streets looked naked compared with Yizhong's. There were few posters. I supposed that the difference had something to do with Lingzi's quiet political history. The Western imperialist armies had marched into Yizhong in pursuit of Boxers, the Catholic Church had won converts there, the Japanese had occupied the town for 8 years and the Kuomintang for 2 more. It was logical to find spies, reactionaries, collaborators, and traitors there. Lingzi, on the other hand, had never been of interest to the Western powers and had been under the Japanese only briefly. When the People's Liberation Army took over there, no struggle with the Kuomintang for control had ensued. I walked through the town with big strides, conscious of my eye-catching Red Guard armband. I had not seen a single person in the streets here wearing one. I swung my arms back and forth grandly so that everyone might notice the first Red Guard ever in Lingzi. Turning a corner, I approached the county theater. A collage of slogans, written in sloppy callig. 106. Raffi on strips of coarse brown paper and pasted haphazardly on the theater's front wall, brought my proud march to a halt. Down with Gao Shangi. I read. I could not believe my eyes. I looked again, carefully. The slogan did not change. I moved on, my heart beating wildly. Strongly protest Gao Shangi's suppression of revolutionary students. Gao Shangi, lower your head and confess your crimes to the people of Lingzi. Denounce executioner Gao Shangi for suppressing the Cultural Revolution at Lingzi Middle School. I broke into a run. Breathlessly, I burst into the house. Grandpa was making dinner. He listened serenely as I blurted out the news about the slogans on the theater wall. My younger brothers had already told him, and he had gone out to see them himself. Don't worry, he reassured me. Storms come and go. I've witnessed many political movements and they're all the same. Now, wash your face and hands and have some watermelon. Grandpa said that the middle school students were causing trouble over the work team sent there by the county party committee. The party secretary was on leave to lead the 4 cleanups in another county, so Papa was acting secretary as well as county head, and the students blamed him for the work team's presence. Grandpa told me several more times not to worry. He said that Papa had acted in line with instructions from above and was not to blame for any problems with the work team. Furthermore, even if the students opposed him, the local peasants would always support him. Mama came over the next morning looking troubled. Papa had just returned from the countryside, and the students were looking for him in order to hold a struggle meeting. Lingzi did not yet have a Red Guard organization, Mama said. R07. Why don't you go talk to the students? She urged me. Since you have that Red Guard armband, they might listen to you. The idea made me uncomfortable. What would the students think of a rebel talking like a royalist? Would they even listen to me? Nonetheless, I agreed to try. I went first to the county government headquarters, but found no students, only a man painting the 16 points onto a billboard by the gate. I headed for the county party committee headquarters. On the way, I noticed that the marble archway at the town's western entrance was still standing. During the Warring States period, the king of the state of Zhao had ordered the arch built to commemorate his 60th birthday. The movement against the 4 aides had not made much headway here. The students milling about the party committee courtyard eyed my armband as I approached. I went directly to the dormitory room where my father sometimes stayed. The door was shut and sealed with 2 crossed strips of paper that read "Closed by revolutionary students of Lingzi Middle School." Returning to the courtyard, I asked one boy what the students were waiting for. "We're waiting for Gao Shangi to come back," he said, looking longingly at my armband. "We haven't set up our red guards yet, but we're discussing it." "Why are you waiting for County Head Gao?" "He's to blame for the work team's mistakes at our school. He also supported our principal, who is a capitalist roader. We want him to make a self-criticism." "Comrade," I said, "we Red Guards in Yajin drove out our work team without resorting to extreme means. We even saw them off at the gate. We didn't go in hot pursuit and blame the county party committee for their mistakes." 108. "Maybe your work team wasn't too bad. The work team at our school put a student under house arrest for a month. Now he's our leader. Everybody I've met here says Gao Shangi is a good county head. He spends most of his time living in the villages and working in the fields with the peasants. Why pursue a good man?" I felt uneasy praising my father, but it was the only tactic I could think of. "We hear a lot about his good deeds too. But we're making revolution. We can't be blinded by his good side. County Head Gao cares only about liang, mian, grain, cotton, and oil and doesn't distinguish between di, wo, you the enemy, ourselves, and our friends. He doesn't hold high the banner of Mao Zedong thought. He neglects class struggle." 2 rebels from Nankai University in Tianjin made an investigation and discovered these things. The middle school students were not likely to give up if they had university students egging them on. I tried one more thing. "Why don't you give him a chance to correct his mistakes, instead of struggling against him? That's what the royalists at our school recommend. We can't wait anymore. We're far behind the rest of the country." It was hopeless. They were not going to change their minds. I slowly walked toward home, thinking how unrealistic and naive Mama was to imagine that rebels would give up their rebellion just because of my armband. I began to feel embarrassed. How ridiculous I must have seemed. I wandered about Lingzi's narrow streets kicking pebbles, in no hurry to report my failure to the family. I found myself at the county theater again. A noisy crowd appeared on the town's main street, coming toward me. The people in front, 10-9, were pushing a slender man in a peasant's white cotton jacket. As they came closer, I saw Papa's face, wincing slightly with each shove as he tried to stay upright. The wave of people carried him up the theater steps and into the door. The door closed behind them. The street was empty again, except for a few students left to stand guard outside the theater. I could hear cries of "Down with Gao Shangi!" coming from inside. Faintly, I heard Papa respond, "Long live the Communist Party!" Then the shouting again, "Down with Gao Shangi!" Again, Papa's voice, "Long live Chairman Mao!" How stubborn Papa was! Like a sword of tempered steel, he would rather break than bend. I waited and waited outside the theater for the struggle meeting to end. The shouting seemed to go on forever. When students finally opened the front door and spilled out, Papa was not among them. They had slipped him out the back. I trudged home. It was dusk. I had planned to go back to Yazhong that afternoon, but the idea of making revolution with my classmates no longer fired me with enthusiasm. If my classmates found out about Papa, they would not want me making revolution with them anyway. For the first time in my life, I faced the specter of joining the black categories. My family had always been a revolutionary family, and I had never been anything but the son of a revolutionary. How could this happen to me? When I got home, Weiwa was there. He had investigated the situation at Lingzi Middle School and had heartening news: some of the students had decided to defend Papa. They had formed a Red Guard organization called the Mao Zedongism Red Guards. In addition, militiamen from nearby villages were preparing to rescue Papa from the rebel students. 110. Papa had been brave enough to go to the school in person that morning. He had put up a poster on behalf of the party committee, welcoming suggestions and criticisms. The rebel students denounced the poster as a trick. They demanded that Papa immediately dismiss their principal. Papa argued that he could not do that himself, the whole party committee would have to meet and discuss it. That was when the rebels had decided to seize Papa. The next day, Mama came over to tell us that other county officials were negotiating with the students for Papa's release. She gave Yuan and me money for train fare to Beijing, and a bit of pocket money besides, and told us to go back to school since there was not much we could do at home. Walking to the bus station, we encountered new slogans along the street that made us feel even better. We are ready to die in defense of the county party committee. We are ready to die in defense of Gao Shangi. Within a few days, Mama wrote us that Papa had been freed. The negotiations between the county officials and the students had broken down. Peasants and militiamen armed with spades and hoes had stormed the middle school, scattered the rebels, and found Papa in a locked room. The Mao Zedongism Red Guards had cheered on the rescuers. Meanwhile, the rebels had set up their own organization, called the Mao Zedong Thought Red Guards. Papa feared that the confrontation between the Ism Guards and the Thought Guards had only begun. 3. Going to see the great helmsman. I could hardly contain my excitement at the prospect of visiting our country's great capital. From Yijian to Beijing took only 4 hours by express train, but few of us at Yizhong had ever made the trip. The closest I had come was during my last year at Democracy Street Primary School. I had been visiting relatives in my hometown of Yuan when flooding cut both the road and the railroad to Yijian. To get back to school, I made a roundabout detour through Beijing. I had spent 2 hours in the Beijing railway station. Now I would see not only the Forbidden City and Tiananmen Square, but also the great helmsman, Chairman Mao. Yizhong's preparatory committee, at the urging of Chairman Deng, had recommended that every student, Red Guard or not, make the pilgrimage to see Chairman Mao. Yuling's spirits soared. She showed me the bedroll she had prepared for the trip, a green canvas shoulder bag, an aluminum canteen, a cup, toothbrush and towel, and a copy of Chairman Mao's quotations rolled into a quilt. Unfortunately for her, however, the committee left the final decision up to each class. Little Ba Wang again raised objections against those from questionable family backgrounds. Only Red Guards have the right to see Chairman Mao, he declared. Chairman Mao is the great commander of the Red Guards, and the Red Guards alone. 112. This time, Little Ba Wang had support from Yuan Xiao, whose combined revolutionary soldier/poor peasant lineage made him the reddest Red Guard in our class. Our parents followed Chairman Mao in making the revolution and liberating China. Only we can go, he said, standing extra straight so that we could get a good look at his new outfit, his father's baggy old red army uniform, cinched with a leather belt. He also had pinned on his chest an enameled badge the size of a 1 coin that showed Chairman Mao's profile, golden against a red background. I argued that everyone wanted to follow Chairman Mao to make revolution, and everyone deserved to see him. The students with family problems had not chosen to be born into those families, and they had put up posters making a clean break. Yuling and the other non-Red Guard students watched me intently. None of them dared speak for themselves, for fear of being accused of class retaliation. My view found even less support than before among the red categories. When we voted, my side lost again. Little Ba Wang and Yuan Xiao led some of the Red Guards in taunting the others. A dragon begets only dragons. A phoenix begets only phoenixes. A rat's descendants know only how to dig holes. A hero's child is a brave man, a reactionary's child is a bastard. Yuling picked up her bedroll and left for home in tears. Yizhong's delegation to see Chairman Mao, 1,000 strong, boarded the night train for Beijing. Many students were wearing new khaki clothes tailored to resemble army uniforms, which their mothers had bought or made. Each of 113 us carried a bedroll and a lunch bag containing steamed bread, pickled turnip, and 2 hard-boiled eggs. We nodded off to sleep on the hard seats, waking periodically to the sound of the train screeching into yet another small station. Peasants pushed onto the cars all through the night, heaving string bags, baskets, and shoulder poles laden with everything from vegetables to live chickens, rabbits, and piglets. The train was packed by the time the darkness began to lift. As day broke, stirring music and the morning news came over the train loudspeakers. Chairman Mao had received a second group of Red Guards in Tiananmen Square. That meant we would be among the third group. Arriving at the station at the southwest edge of Beijing where most of the local trains stopped, we got off to wait for transportation into the city. Some students began munching on their lunches. Others raised a red flag bearing the characters for Yizhong Red Guards. In mid-morning, 20 army trucks pulled up. We piled into the backs, standing so squeezed together that nobody could possibly fall down, and rode through the unfamiliar streets. I looked in vain for a glimpse of Tiananmen Gate. We were unloaded in front of the entrance to Beijing Middle School number 101. The main gate was closed but a small door in the middle of it was ajar. An old man sat in a gatehouse to one side. A few youths wearing Red Guard armbands appeared to be standing guard outside the entrance. From time to time, other Red Guards would go in or out the little door. I could not take my eyes off these Beijing Red Guards. They all wore authentic-looking army uniforms and brown leather belts with brass buckles. They stood and walked with an aura of importance and confidence. Their hair seemed so sleek and trim, their complexions uncommonly smooth and white. 114. I looked over our motley crowd, rumpled and covered with dust from the journey. At a glance, anyone could tell that we came from the countryside. The faces were bronzed, the haircuts shaggy, the clothing rough and shapeless. Some girls even wore traditional high-collared peasant jackets with buttons on one side. Most of these country bumpkins were squatting on their haunches and looking around with great curiosity. We were all like Lu Lao, the old peasant woman in the novel A Dream of Red Mansions, when she went to the grandiose Grand Spectacle Garden to see her rich relatives. In fact, we were even more rustic than Lu Lao, she at least knew how to ride in a sedan chair. Most of us would not know which side of the street to stand on to catch the bus. I ambled over to the little door and looked inside. 2 giant streamers hanging outside an auditorium bore the couplet that little Ba Wang liked so much: a hero's child is a brave man, a reactionary's child is a bastard. The red categories held sway here. I asked the gateman what kind of a school this was. He told me that the students were children of high-ranking army officers, division level and above. Yuan Xiao, with his division-level father, would be on the lowest rung of the ladder here. There is not a single student from the 7 black categories in this school, the old man said proudly. Everyone's of the 5 red categories. I'm sure that can't be true of your school. I told him he was right. He looked even prouder of himself. If you wait until later this afternoon, he said, you can see the long line of cars that come by to pick the students up. As I peered into the little door again, a red guard inside gave the gate a violent kick with his shiny black boot. Go away, you clods! He shouted. As he stood at the door riotously, his hands on his waist, I noticed that his armband was made of velvet. Go away, you little bastards! He shouted again, giving the gate another kick. You don't have to treat us like that, I said. We're also Red Guards. Just look at our armbands. We're from Yijin. Who cares about your dirty little village? He shouted, with another kick. I'm telling you to go away. We came to see Chairman Mao, I said. Why are you acting like a landlord in the old society? Little bastard. Don't you dare compare me to a landlord. With one stride, the lad was outside the small door and holding onto my collar. In another moment, Some of my schoolmates were at my side. Seeing himself outnumbered by the country bumpkins, the Beijing student gave me a push and retreated with another stream of curses. "Who cares about staying at your lousy place?" I yelled after him. After more waiting, we learned that indeed we would not stay at this elite middle school. Chairman Deng had negotiated for several hours with the leaders of the school, but they refused to accommodate us. The trucks returned to take us on another ride. Tiananmen Gate. Someone shouted. We strained our necks to see. It did not look quite right. Too small. Grass growing among the tiles on top. And where was the huge square? It was not Tiananmen Gate, it was the Drum Tower, and we were to stay at Drum Tower Middle School, down a small lane, where ordinary people's children went. After dinner in the dining hall, we went to sleep on straw mattresses on the floor of the school auditorium. We would be staying here until we got word of Chairman Mao's next reception. Meanwhile, we would have time to explore the city, read Dazabao on other. 26. The author at Tiananmen Square, Beijing, December 1966. Campuses, and exchange revolutionary experiences with Beijing Red Guards. Early the next morning, we received cards entitling revolutionary students and teachers visiting Beijing from all parts of China to ride the buses without charge. Little Mihu, Erke, a few others, and I caught the bus from the Drum Tower to Tiananmen Square. Although we had seen it in countless pictures, its immensity impressed us as no picture could. Standing solidly on the north side of the square was Tiananmen Gate, the very place where, in October 1949, Chairman Mao had proclaimed, "The Chinese people have 2. Stood up." Chairman Mao's picture hung over the gate's central arch. Beyond the gate glistened the yellow-tiled roofs of the Forbidden City. We walked across the square to the Golden Water Bridge, where Chairman Mao had talked with the first group of Red Guards. Little Mihu suggested that we pay our respects to Chairman Mao as we saw other Red Guards doing. We stood in a row on the bridge, took out our little red books and held them against our chests, and bowed to the giant portrait several times. We crossed the bridge and came to the foot of the gate. Visitors had scribbled revolutionary slogans on the maroon wall, "Long live Chairman Mao." "We wish Chairman Mao a long, long life. Follow Chairman Mao to make revolution forever." I rubbed my finger along the wall, leaving a light line. The maroon paint came off on my finger. I wanted to save this precious color forever. Taking my diary out of my pocket, I used my maroon finger to write the place and date. Tiananmen Gate was the first of a succession of gates leading into the Forbidden City. We walked through to the third one, the Noon Gate, where the emperors had mandarins who had offended them beheaded under the noonday sun. A stone tablet on the back of a tortoise instructed all officials, civilian or military, to dismount from their horses and sedan chairs before entering the inner sanctum of the imperial palace. To our disappointment, the Noon Gate was barricaded. Whether one's intentions were to smash the Four Olds or to sightsee, no visitor could get through. When we returned to the Golden Water Bridge, Little Mihu used his belt to lower his canteen into the canal and hauled up some of the stagnant green water to take back to his village. We gazed across the great square. In front of us ran east. 28. Is Red Boulevard, whose name just 2 weeks earlier had been Perpetual Peace Boulevard. I had never imagined that so many buses and trucks and cars existed in all the world. They flowed along 3 lanes in each direction. Bicycles streamed along a 4th lane by the curb. A traffic policeman stood on a platform in the middle of the boulevard, brandishing a reddened white baton with precision and grace. Students at Drum Tower Middle School had told us that the Beijing Red Guards had made some revolutionary changes in traffic regulations during the movement to smash the Four Aids. They demanded that vehicles should stop at green lights and go at red lights, since stopping at red was counter-revolutionary, and that traffic should travel on the left side of the street, as in Britain, since the right side was not proletarian. The city had abandoned these changes after only a few days, because they had caused too many accidents. From time to time, Passing cyclists flung handfuls of handbills over the sidewalk. A group of Red Guards pedaled by, singing everyone's favorite song about Chairman Mao, sailing the seas depends on the helmsman, all things on earth depend on the sun, moistened by rain and dew, young crops grow strong, to make revolution, we must rely on Mao Zedong thought, fish cannot leave water, nor can melons leave vines, the revolutionary masses cannot leave the party, to make revolution, we must rely on Mao Zedong thought. Red Guards were going in and out of the pine grove on the south side of the square. Among the trees, we discovered a brisk trade in Chairman Mao badges. Most were like Yuan Chaos, the size of a 1 fen coin. Some were a bit bigger, like a 2 fen coin. I inquired whether anyone would sell me a badge. "We are not speculators," said one boy. "We only 119 trade. 2 small ones for a big one." "What if I did not have any badges to trade?" "You can use Chairman Mao photos instead. 10 photos for 1 badge." I had seen youths on the sidewalk selling photos of Chairman Mao receiving the first group of Red Guards. A pack of 10 cost 8 Mao, which seemed rather expensive. But the idea of returning to Yijian with a Chairman Mao badge captivated me. Better yet, I should get 2 and give 1 to Yuling. I ran off to find a photo dealer, came back with 2 packs, and bartered them for 2 small badges. I pinned one on my chest and the other inside my pocket. I was sure I could feel Chairman Mao's radiance burning into me. My classmates and I had lunch in a restaurant crowded with Red Guard sightseers. It was the second restaurant I had ever gone to. The first was in Ximen. That was in 1960, the collective dining halls had just closed, and Grandpa had taken me to Ximen to get a new bellows for the stove. He was sitting at the table eating, and I was standing by his side, when a waiter came along, rapped on my head with a bundle of chopsticks, and said, "Get out, you little beggar." Grandpa had to explain that I was his grandson. This restaurant greeted us with a sign at the door, "Revolutionary Comrades," as part of the campaign to smash old habits and customs. We restaurant workers have decided that customers should serve themselves. We served ourselves bowls of hot Sichuan noodles from the service counter, found a table, and sat down. A slogan on the wall next to us read, "Resolutely oppose the rotten bourgeois lifestyle." When we were done, we followed the instructions of another sign above one of the sinks, "Revolutionary Comrades, please wash your own bowls and chopsticks." We rode a bus westward along East's Red Boulevard to 120. The Military Museum. An American U-2 spy plane shot down by the Chinese Air Force sat on the lawn outside like a giant crow. Then we rode back across the city to the shiny new Beijing railway station. The terminal had 2 escalators, one going up and one coming down. We rode them over and over until we felt satisfied. When we got back to Drum Tower Middle School late that night, the auditorium was humming with talk of the day's adventures. Some students had gone clear across Beijing to the Summer Palace in the northwest suburbs. Others had taken the bus on the wrong side of the street and gotten lost. On our 3rd morning in Beijing, we all rode the public buses to the northwest edge of the city to visit Baida. The campus seemed a city in itself, a blend of traditional and modern architecture set among gentle landscaping. Despite the tranquil setting, the place was like a beehive. People swarmed over the paths and lawns, talking and arguing, listening to impromptu speeches, studying posters. The dazabayo were everywhere, spread over walls, tacked up on bulletin boards, hung on clotheslines between trees and utility poles. Red Guard contingents from all over the capital were selling their own newspapers for 2 fen a copy. Every so often, a snowstorm of handbills materialized, and hundreds of hands reached up to grab them. I joined a crowd at the Baida Sports Ground, where Baida's former party secretary and vice secretary, Lu Ping and Peng Piyun, were scheduled to appear before a struggle meeting at 10 a.m. Most of the spectators were bumpkin types like myself. Perhaps Baida's own Red Guards had gotten bored with struggling against Lu and Pengo, the culprits, a man and a woman, were marched out. Around their necks were cardboard signs labeling them anti-party elements. They kept eye to eye. Their heads bowed. A Red Guard made a brief speech listing their crimes. Another Red Guard interrogated Liu. Did you oppose Mao Zedong thought? No. Didn't you suppress the students at Baida? Yes, I did. I made mistakes. But I didn't oppose Mao Zedong thought. The interrogator repeated the same thing with Peng, and she gave similar answers. The Red Guards shouted some slogans and led the two disgraced officials away. I spent the rest of the day studying Dazabao. The most popular new poster quoted a recent speech by the old Army Marshal Ye Jianying, revealing that Chairman Mao's physician had given him a checkup, pronounced him very healthy, and predicted he would live to be 100. A number of posters debated the Tan Lifu line. Tan Lifu, a Red Guard leader whose father was a high-ranking cadre, was credited with originating the blood lineage theory, best expressed by Little Ba Wang's favorite slogan, "A hero's child is a brave man, a reactionary's child is a bastard." Tan Lifu's followers had set up a Red Guard organization called United Action, to which only children of high cadres could belong. Some people were beginning to criticize this theory as reactionary. My arguments with Little Ba Wang suddenly took on a new dimension. I began to copy down commentaries that might strengthen my position later on. We went back to Baida the next day and to other campuses in the following days. We still had received no word of Chairman Mao's next reception. One day when we were at Tsinghua University, Chairman Deng told us that the leaders of the Central Committee and Central Cultural Revolution Group were going to receive Red Guard representatives. He 122 asked the Cultural Revolution Group from each class to follow him to a line of buses parked on the roadside. The other students were not happy to be excluded, but Chairman Deng reassured them, "This is only a small reception. There will be a large reception soon enough. Everybody who is here will have the opportunity to see Chairman Mao." Unfortunately, the line of buses never moved. Late in the afternoon, Chairman Deng said the reception had been cancelled. A week passed and still no news. Some of the students from Yizhong had used up their grain coupons and money. Others began to complain about the lice in the straw mattresses. Our patience was nearly exhausted. In addition, we had overstayed our welcome at Drum Tower Middle School. More Red Guards were coming and they needed the space. Chairman Deng decided that we should return to Yizhong. We tried to comfort ourselves by saying that Chairman Mao's two receptions on August 18 and 31 probably would be the only ones. Chairman Deng found an even better way to console us. He managed to buy a supply of Chairman Mao badges and gave us each one. We were trucked back to the station where the local train stopped, and we boarded the train for Yijin in high spirits, singing a song we had learned in Beijing. The Hows and Whys of Marxism. Tens of thousands of lines and threads come down in the last analysis to one single sentence, which is: to rebel is justified. 12.3. Sending off the monsters. When we returned to Yizhong, I undid my bedroll and spent much of the day catching up on my sleep. In the afternoon, I went to find Yuling. I knew she would be happy about the Chairman Mao badge. I also could tell her that she need not be very disappointed, because we had not seen Chairman Mao after all. Yuling's neighborhood had a strangely quiet air. Nearing her home, I saw paper strips over the courtyard door. I came closer and read the words on them, sealed by the revolutionary masses of Democracy Street. The message was dated the previous day. As I stood there wondering where Yuling and her grandmother could be, someone patted my shoulder. "Comrade Red Guard, what are you standing here for?" I turned around to see a youth about my own age, wiping his runny nose. "I am looking for my classmate, who lives in this courtyard," I said. "I'm sorry, you won't find her here anymore. She and her grandmother were ordered back to their hometown in Shaanxi province. They left yesterday morning, escorted by two comrades from the neighborhood committee. I've been assigned to guard the courtyard." "Why did they leave?" People said they were monsters and ghosts. They can't. Sending of the monsters. 124. Stay in our town. They will work under the supervision of the poor and lower middle peasants in their village. The boy paused to wipe his nose again. Every street in town has monsters and ghosts like this old woman. She had no job, no work unit to supervise her. This type of person could easily take advantage of these confusing times to conduct counter-revolutionary sabotage. I stared at the boy to see if he was making fun of me. He looked serious. I headed back to school, taking the shortcut through the reed ponds. The catkins were going to seed. Their fluffy white heads waved noiselessly in the soft breeze. The sun was low in the west. I unpinned Yuling's Chairman Mao badge from the inside of my pocket and looked at it glinting in the day's last light. I had been looking forward to giving Yuling her present and watching her face light up. I tried to imagine Yuling and her grandmother in the countryside. How would they survive? I had read a story in a Red Guard newspaper about villagers killing landlords and rich peasants. Would Yuling, as a child from a monster and ghost family, be safe? Would she ever return? The questions piled up in my mind until my head was ready to burst. Tears came into my eyes. I sank onto a stone by the path and cried. The sun went down as I sat there, crying and crying. Only when the cold evening wind began to make me shiver did I stand up and stumble my way back to my dormitory in the dark. 12:5. Defending the Mountain Devil. In mid-September, Chairman Mao received Red Guards in Beijing for the third time. We Red Guards of Yizhong felt humiliated. Some students blamed Chairman Deng for sending us back to school too early. Others wanted to go to the capital again. Chairman Deng was thinking of other things entirely. One of the 16 points said participants in the Cultural Revolution should grasp revolution to promote production. Moreover, Yizhong had a tradition of helping local peasants during busy farming seasons. The peasants were getting ready to plant the winter wheat crop. So all the students, Red Guards or not, were going to Perpetual Happiness Commune to work for a month. The monsters and demons would stay behind and do their labor in the school vegetable garden. Perpetual Happiness Commune was an hour's walk from school, off the road leading to Lingzi. It was made up of a dozen villages. My grade stayed with families in Xing Family Village. Half of the villagers had the surname Xing, and most of the other half were Liangs or Dongs. I slept on a kong with two other students and a vigorous patriarch named Xing Meishao-Ripe Wheat Xing. His arms were as scaly as old pine bark and his ribs protruded like bamboo scaffolding. A wooden coffin that his son had made him sat in his house. But when I asked him how his health was, he pounded his 126 chest and exclaimed, "I am not old." General Huang Zhong of the Three Kingdoms could fight on horseback at the age of 70, and I'm only 68. The Cultural Revolution had not ignored Xing village. Former landlords, rich peasants, and other bad elements were under supervision, much as during land reform. Besides laboring in the fields, they had to get up earlier than everybody else to sweep the village streets. They were easily recognizable, for they all wore black armbands with their status described in white characters. The peasants themselves had voted to abolish the last vestige of private farming, household vegetable plots. Now everything was grown collectively. The day's work began with recitations of Chairman Mao's quotations. Since many of the peasants were barely literate, we students read aloud to them. During rest breaks, we would sing revolutionary songs. Sometimes we picked out someone with a black armband and conducted a struggle meeting right on the edge of the field. Xing Meishao was the best seeder in his production team. Using a primitive horse-drawn contraption that dropped seeds from a box, he could sow 2 rows at a time. He made it look no harder than strolling in a courtyard. One followed behind, pulling a stone roller to tamp down the soil. One morning, as Xing Meishao squatted on the soft earth for a smoke and one sat down on the roller for a rest, one noticed that the paper strips the old man was using to roll his cigarettes were covered with writing. One picked up a strip and saw that it had been cut from a handbill. "Where did you get this paper, big uncle?" one asked. "At the market in Yuan a few days ago." "Can you read, big uncle?" "Read? Ha! One don't even recognize my name." 12:7. Do you often go to Yuan on market day? In the past I didn't, but now I go all the time since there are so many interesting things going on. And I can always get a big pile of paper, free of charge. I watched for Xin Meishao after the next market day. Sure enough, he came home with a big pile of handbills under his arm. That evening, he asked me to help him make cigarette wrappers. As we cut the paper into strips, I thought how lucky Xin Meishao was to come from several generations of poor peasants. Just think what might happen to a former landlord or rich peasant who had the audacity to cut up revolutionary handbills. After the fields were sown, I decided to go home, since I was already a fourth of the way there. When I got off the bus in Lingzi and headed toward the center of town, I encountered Dazabao spread over the buildings from foundation to eaves. The nearer I got to downtown, the more profuse the posters became. Almost all were about Papa. The majority seemed to be against him. In addition to the old label of executioner who had suppressed the student movement, the dreadful new title of Capitalist-Roder appeared. One slogan splashed in meter-high characters across the front of the town department store read, "Knock down the Capitalist-Roder inside the party, Gao Shangi." The last character had been altered, making Papa's given name into Mountain Devil, which sounded similar to Mountain Laurel, and two big red X's signifying the death sentence had been painted over the name. I stopped to read another poster entitled "Expose Mountain Devil's Hypocrisy," and signed by the Mao Zedong Thought Red Guards of Lingzi Middle School. It said Papa's 128 habit of smoking a pipe with a long bamboo stem was a hoax to make people think he empathized with the peasants. It claimed Papa really stuffed high-quality China brand cigarette tobacco into the pipe bowl. How absurd! Papa had always smoked tobacco leaves that he bought in the street, the same kind the peasants smoked. I had even helped him toast the leaves over the stove. Papa put out cigarettes only for guests. If he sometimes broke apart the leftover butts and put the tobacco into his pipe bowl, it was because he could not stand waste. How could these students make such ridiculous accusations? It's really unfair, I said aloud. The few people passing by paid me no mind. Students with red armbands no longer were a rarity in these streets. The more I looked at this poster, the angrier I got. I pulled out my pen and jotted in the margin, "Sheer fabrication. Go to hell." Of course, I did not sign my name. Another poster by Thought Guards said they had commandeered a truck and sent a truckload of representatives to the prefectural government in Ximen to demand Papa's dismissal. It sounded like Papa's attackers were on the offensive. The last I had heard, the local peasants were rallying to Papa's support. Where were his defenders now? Why had they fallen mute? At home, I found Grandpa reading one of his medical books. His look of serenity calmed me a bit. Perhaps the family's situation was not so bad. But Grandpa did not have much news. Papa, as far as he knew, was making rounds of the villages. Mama stopped in briefly. Her hair, which she had always worn cropped short, had grown down to her shoulders, and 12:9. White threads were visible among the black. She told me Papa was in the countryside and had no time to deal with the students' complaints. I asked Mama why Papa did not at least refute the false charges against him. "It's useless," she answered. "The students won't listen to a word. Papa doesn't want to waste his time. He even stops the people who want to defend him. He says it's better to let the students make havoc for a while, that when they're tired they will quiet down on their own." When I mentioned the poster that reported the Thought Guards' mission to the prefectural government, she said the ISM guards and some villagers had blocked the truck. However, Papa himself had told his supporters to let the Thought Guards go, saying he would not be afraid to lose his official's cap if the authorities deemed him unqualified. After Mama left, I began to worry about myself. Sooner or later, my schoolmates would find out about Papa. Then they certainly would exclude Yuan and me from making revolution. Grandpa seemed to read my mind. "Your father's case is different from the monsters and demons," he said. "He is a veteran revolutionary. And he is still the county head. Nobody stopped your brothers and sisters from making revolution at primary school. Little Yuan, in fact, is a star dancer in her school's Mao Zedong thought propaganda team." The 4 younger children came home from school looking happy and unperturbed. I questioned them closely about the political situation in town, and particularly about the thought guards. "They don't have the people's support," Zhewa said, sounding very grown up. "They're all bad eggs," said Xinghua. "Don't worry, Papa will win," said Miwen. 13 degrees. Most of the thought guard sympathizers in our school have been locked up by their parents. Yuan said. Their confidence cheered and emboldened me. While Grandpa was chopping vegetables, I told them I wanted their help in a very important task. They could not let anyone know, not even Grandpa or Mama or Papa. They all agreed to my plan. After dinner, I led my commando team downtown. Only a few dim street lights lit our way through the deserted streets. When I gave the order to advance, the 5 of us charged to the nearest wall and began tearing down Dazabao. We went from one building to the next, ripping paper furiously. When we got to the department store, I found the poster about Papa's pipe, shredded it, and trampled the pieces into the dusty ground. After half an hour's work, I called a retreat. We did not want to get caught and charged with sabotaging the Cultural Revolution. I led my team on a diversionary run through the lanes to shake any possible tails. We slipped home under cover of darkness. The next morning, I went downtown to see the reaction. Several thought guards were angrily writing more posters, accusing the ISM guards of vandalizing the earlier ones. I bought stewed beef and sesame buns from a peddler. When my commandos came home from school for lunch, I rewarded them with beef-stuffed sesame buns. Grandpa inquired about my generosity, and I could not resist telling him about our adventure. He put on a stern face and told us not to do such a thing again, but his eyes were gleaming with delight. When I boarded the bus for Yijin that afternoon, I began to think about how paradoxical my life had become. At school, I was a revolutionary, a rebel, a Red Guard. At home, if I had turned into a counter-revolutionary, a royalist, an anti-thought guard commando leader. The contradiction did not bother me for long. I worked out a theory that explained everything. If I did not defend Papa and instead let him get knocked down, I would become a black category person. Then I would no longer be able to contribute to revolution. So my actions were justified. To rebel against unjustified Dazabao was justified. On our return to school, tan and muscular from nearly a month in the countryside, Yizhong's preparatory committee instructed us to compile dossiers on the teachers. Each class was to review evidence from posters and other materials and either verify or discard the charges. The purpose was to identify as many comparatively good teachers as possible. They would be allowed to make revolution with us. Sitting in the classroom reading our file on Teacher Li, I came across a report signed by Little Ba Wang and Little Mihu charging that Li had deliberately distorted the piece he read to us about a woman communist going to the execution ground. According to my 2 classmates, the original text said the woman had gone with her head up, the evening breeze blowing back her gray hair, but Li had described her as shivering in her shoes. They said that Li had deliberately defiled the communist heroine because of his deep-rooted hatred of the communists, which stemmed from his own reactionary background. I remembered that class vividly, how Teacher Li's voice had broken and tears had brimmed up in his eyes. His reading had dramatized the woman's bravery in the face of death. I was sure that it had contained no such phrase as shivering in her shoes. I would talk to my classmates and set the record straight. I did not have to wait long for little Ba Wang. He swept into the classroom waving a big red flag, and announced, "We're setting up a new Red Guard organization, the Red Inheritance Red Guards. Only children of revolutionary military officers can join. I'm going to declare my independence from Class 85. It's fine with me if you want to imitate the Beijing aristocrats," I said. "I just read your report about Teacher Li. I'm afraid your memory is faulty." Little Ba Wang lost his temper. Waving the flag even more vigorously, he said, "Our memories are clear. You should examine your class stand. Why do you want to protect that reactionary Kuomintang officer? Is it because you were a teacher's pet? I'm not even going to listen to you." He turned and strode out. Perhaps little Mihu would be easier to convince. I found him engrossed in a contest with a few other students to see who could swallow the most hot water. They sat in the hot sun, shirtless, eating salted turnip between gulps. Little Mihu's belly was already round. I asked him if he really remembered hearing Teacher Li smear the communist heroine. He gave me an embarrassed look. Little Ba Wang said we shouldn't show mercy to the enemy, so I signed. I don't really remember what happened in class. If that's the case, you can come with me and cross your name out, I said. We can't. 133. Make things up, no matter how bad the person may be. Little Mihu docilely followed me back to the classroom. Before the day was out, the Red Inheritance Red Guards had emerged, with headquarters in an empty classroom. The new organization drew its membership from nearly every class. Yuan Chao joined and was elected deputy commander. Little Ba Wang was not accepted because his father's rank was too low. He would not talk to anyone for several days. Then, full of disdain for the army children who had shut him out, he set up his own Red Guard contingent, called the Safeguard Mao and Lin Red Guards. 10 of our classmates joined him. Our class cultural revolution group was losing its authority. We could do nothing to prevent little Ba Wang's secession or to keep others from following suit. Kong Fang founded the Perpetual Red Guards, and Catalan set up the Mao Zedong Doctrine Red Guards. Finally, Shuanghan and I collected the undesirables and set up the Central and South Seas Red Guards, named after the place in Beijing where the Central Committee and State Council members lived. We had a dozen members, including Erko, the tomboy Huan Tian, and a few others who had been excluded from the original Red Guards. Huan Tian was especially happy to be in our organization. Her upper-middle peasant origins had worked against her since the start of the Cultural Revolution. Little Ba Wang had even accused her of having a counter-revolutionary name, saying that changing heaven indicated a desire to overthrow the new society. I had come to her rescue, pointing out that she was one of the oldest students in the class and had been born right before the founding of the People's Republic in 1949. Her name in fact celebrated the imminent arrival of the new society. 134. We set up our Central and South Seas headquarters in an unoccupied dormitory room. Organizational tasks kept us busy for several days. First, we had to formulate and mimeograph our founding statement. Our guiding principle was, in the spirit of the 16 points, unite all those who desire to make revolution under the banner of the Central and South Seas Red Guards, to carry the Cultural Revolution through to the end. That settled, we stenciled new red armbands with gold dye, and ordered an engraved seal and silk for a flag from the preparatory committee. None of the splinter groups had declared independence from the preparatory committee, since everyone depended on it for logistical and financial support. Our next step was to develop a plan of action that would earn us a reputation and new recruits. Huan Tian came up with the best idea. She had heard a rumor that strange noises resembling a wireless transmission often came out of the school carpentry workshop. Let's keep watch on Carpenter Zhang, she proposed. If we can catch him at something, our organization will gain nationwide fame. Carpenter Zhang, a friendly man in his 50s, lived and worked in a cavernous building behind our headquarters. He repaired chairs and desks and made furniture. With classes suspended and all of us embroiled in revolution, nobody was supervising his activities. It would be easy for him to make counter-revolutionary mischief. We adopted Huan Tian's plan by unanimous vote. For a couple of days, we kept watch on Carpenter Zhang's door from the rear window of our headquarters. We discerned no suspicious activity. We decided to conduct a night reconnaissance mission. After midnight, Shuanghan, Huan Tian, and I climbed a ladder to the roof of the building. 135. Opened a skylight, let down a rope, and slid into the carpentry workshop. Carpenter Zhang's bedroom was down the hall. We tried the door and found it latched. "I bet he's working his wireless under the quilt," Huan Tian whispered. Agreeing that Carpenter Zhang might panic and do something drastic if we broke in, we looked for another way. One possibility was climbing into the space between the ceiling and the rafters, as we did in our classroom when the electric wiring needed repair. We made our way back down the hall, trying the doors until we found an unlocked one. Shuanghan stood on a table, removed a ceiling panel, and boosted Huan Tian and me up into the hole. He would stand guard at Carpenter Zhang's door. Should anything go wrong, he could storm in to help us. Huan Tian and Yuan crawled our way over the ceiling to Carpenter Zhang's room. We lay on our stomachs, pressed our ears to the boards, and tried to peer through the cracks. We could see and hear nothing, but we felt the warm air and smelled the odor of human habitation below. We lay under the rafters for a long time. As we were contemplating retreat, we heard a rustling sound. "He's going to send a cable to Taiwan," Huan Tian whispered excitedly. Then came the distinctive ring of pissing into a chamber pot. The rustling noise resumed. "This time, he's really doing it," Huan Tian said. More rustling, and then a creaking sound, as if the bed were moving back and forth. We held our breath and listened. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise, a mixture of moaning, groaning, and panting. It sounded like somebody suffering. It sounded like a woman. "What's going on? Where did the woman come from?" Huan Tian whispered. "A female spy, come to contact him." One pinched her to silence her. "There. 13-6. Was another burst of groaning, this time in a man's voice. What could they possibly be doing down there in the middle of the night? In a flash, I thought of a paragraph in the revolutionary novel Primrose describing a counter-revolutionary adultery scene. So that was it? I could feel the blood rush to my face. A soft murmuring rose from below. "What are they doing?" Huan Tian asked. I whispered to her, "They've been fucking." Huan Tian shuddered, making the ceiling boards creak. "What's that noise in the ceiling?" The woman's voice called from below. "Nothing but mice," said the man. "This building has lots of mice. Tomorrow, we can get some poison to kill them." "Are you tired?" "I'm tired. I have to make a cabinet for the preparatory committee tomorrow, and you have to travel back to the village. Let's go to sleep." Huan Tian and I did not dare move until we heard Carpenter Zhang snoring. Then we crawled back into the hole we had entered by. A groggy Shuanghan sat below. "I almost fell asleep," he said. "I waited outside the door and didn't hear anything, so I came back here." "What did you discover?" "The old fellow was fucking a woman in the middle of the night," Huan Tian announced. "Really? I wish I had gone with you. Although I've often eavesdropped on newlyweds in the countryside, I've never really heard anything. You two didn't waste your time." We groped our way to the front door, opened the latch, and slipped out. When we got back to headquarters, Shuanghan insisted that we imitate the sounds we had heard. Instead of going back to our dormitory rooms, we stayed in our headquarters and slept on the tables and chairs, using dasabao paper as blankets. 137. In the morning, we gave the rest of the Central and South Seas Red Guards a report on our mission. We were satisfied that Carpenter Zhang was not sending cables to Taiwan. The question now was whether to make further investigation into his morals. We decided that the woman probably was his wife, and even if she was not, the case lacked political significance, so we let it drop. After the meeting, I went to the preparatory committee office to get the silk we had ordered for our flag. Chairman Deng had turned into a one-man distribution center for all the little Red Guard groups that were springing up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. He was an amiable man and did not seem to mind. He measured 6 meters of red silk with a wooden ruler, tore it off the bolt, and handed it to me with a smile. "Wishing you great success," he said. Reply from a socialist rotor. A handbill posted on the classroom blackboard revealed what I most wanted to hide. Someone had drawn a chalk circle around it, with an arrow and the words, "Look at the latest news from Lingzi." I did not have to go any closer to know what the handbill said. I had a good idea who had put it there. A few of my classmates were at their desks, reading files on teachers. Nobody looked at me. The silence was suffocating. I took a walk to Rear Lake, where I sat down under a willow and wrote a letter to Papa. I did not begin with Dear 13-8. Papa. It was better, under the circumstances, to be more formal. Comrade Gao Shangi. I have not seen you for several months. The last time I was home, you were in the countryside. Many changes have taken place at our school. We went to Beijing to see Chairman Mao in September, but unfortunately missed the chance. We spent a month sowing wheat. I learned how to use a harrow while holding onto the mule's tail. I enjoyed it very much. You have always told me to learn from the peasants, and I am glad to say that I did. Recently, handbills from Lingzi found their way to Yijin. They have caused some disturbance in our school. I feel that an invisible force is trying to push me off the revolutionary road. I am compelled to make a choice. I have one question to ask you, a very important question on which my political future depends. Do you still believe you are a revolutionary? Please give me a certain answer, either yes or no. Salutations in the name of the great proletarian cultural revolution. Jianhua. I went to the gatehouse to buy an envelope and stamp, and dropped the letter in the mailbox outside the south gate. Then I tried to prepare myself psychologically to be shunned by the whole school. To my surprise and relief, events turned in my favor in the next few days. Rebels in the Yijin County government, inspired by the activism of Yizhong's Red Guards, put up Dazabao denouncing the county leaders. Among other things, they claimed that the leaders had collaborated with the former party secretary of Yijin, Han Rong, in persecuting Papa, whom they described as revolutionary cadre Gao Shangi. This charge appeared all over Yijin, and my 139 schoolmates could not possibly miss it. Not even little Ba Wang suggested that I be barred from making revolution. We finished our review of teachers' records and sent the files to the preparatory committee. As a result of the re-evaluation, 2/3 of the faculty were classified as comparatively good. The rest remained monsters and demons, including Li and Shen. The most active Red Guards began struggling against these unlucky teachers all over again. Little Ba Wang safeguard Mao and Lin Red Guards interrogated Li and Shen at least once a day, until an accident occurred. According to Little Ba Wang's account, the students had slapped teacher Shen on the face a few times when he lunged at them like a madman. Nobody would say exactly who had plunged a javelin into Shen's body in self-defense, killing him. The safeguard Mao and Lin people had to report the incident to Chairman Deng. He said that he would conduct an investigation, but he never did. He did not even make a public announcement. Instead, he quietly had the body sent to the burial ground outside the North City Wall where Vice Principal Lin Sheng and the drowned student lay. Nobody wanted to get involved with a dead spy. The atmosphere at school seemed stifling. I yearned to get away. The newspapers were full of reports about Red Guards traveling around the country to exchange revolutionary experiences. There was even a special new term for this travel, Chuanlian, or joining the Great Circuit. The Central Cultural Revolution Group had paved the way for Chuanlian on a massive scale by decreeing that Red Guards could ride the trains free. The Red Inheritance Red Guards were the first group at 14:00 Yizhong to leave on Chuanlian. Yuan informed me he was going on Chuanlian with 3 comrades from his small Red Guard group, the Red Brigade. They planned to head for Sichuan province in the southwest. I had never been south of Ximen. To be exact, I had never been south of the glassware factory in Ximen, where we had gone on a school field trip. I told Yuan that I was thinking of leaving, too. He advised me to find a few companions and travel in a small group. I knew that if I raised the matter at a Central and South Seas meeting, everyone would want to come along. So I took Zhuanghan aside and asked him to travel with me. We went to Chairman Deng to get a letter of introduction addressed to Red Guard reception centers at all the cities we wanted to visit. We also persuaded him to give us several blank letters of introduction stamped with the preparatory committee's seal to use in case of emergency. Since Teacher Shen's death, my liking for Chairman Deng had diminished. When I asked him whether he really would investigate Teacher Shen's case, he gave me a soothing look and said, "The 16 points make it very clear that the revolutionary masses are bound to make mistakes. If we pick on the masses too much, we'll also be making a mistake." The day before Zhuanghan and I were going to depart, a letter addressed to me in Papa's bold scrawl arrived. Papa seldom wrote to me, and when he did, his letters were only a few lines long. This one was 3 pages. Jianhua. Received your letter. I just got back from the countryside. This year's winter wheat was very well sown, which makes me happy, in spite of all the troubles and disturbances. I have been the head of Lingzi County going on 5 years now. My ties with some of these peasants go back to the anti-Japanese war. This mountainous area was part of the Shangzi-Chahar-Hebei border area under General Nai Ranjan's leadership. During those days, the people here supported our troops and guerrillas with everything from the food they took off their tables to the lives of their finest children. We fought in the same ditches against the Japanese devils. We promised them that when we won victory and set up the new China, they would have a much better life. Life here has improved greatly, but we are far from reaching our goal. Many people still don't have enough to eat. This vexes me all the time. I feel we have the obligation to fulfill our promise to better their lives. To show how this can be done, we are setting up a model brigade deep in the mountains. The place is called Tile Terrace. The project is going very well. As long as I am the head of this county, I will do my utmost to help feed the people. I cannot bear to see people hungry. This is probably why I am always engrossed in rural work, sometimes to the neglect of other things. Lingzi is an agricultural county, and the emphasis of the work must be in the countryside. As for the movement unfolding throughout the country, not only I, but many people, find it hard to understand. Why does it come when we are still struggling to recover from the 3 difficult years? In those days, whenever I saw my children's gaunt faces, I felt guilty about my inability to meet my responsibility as a father. But I felt even more guilty about my inability to feed the people in my county. It was with great effort that we finally emerged from the great hardships imposed on us by the Soviet revisionists, the imperialists and reactionaries, and natural disasters, as well as by our own boastfulness. We should now be riding with the favorable wind to improve our economy and rid ourselves of poverty. Even though this movement is beyond my comprehension, as a faithful party member I must follow the Central Committee's leadership. Other leading comrades oversaw the early stages of the movement at Lingzi Middle School, since I was in the countryside. But I am acting party secretary at present, so I bear responsibility for anything that went wrong. I understand the anxiety this has caused you and your big brother. Other comrades and I have experienced many movements, but the momentum of this one stunned even us. You ask me if I still believe that I am a revolutionary. I can assure you that I always have been, still am, and always will be a revolutionary. I have devoted my life to the cause of the revolution. I joined the party when I was 19, and founded the party branch in my native village. I gave up my job teaching school to join the guerrillas in fighting the Japanese devils. I have always believed in communism, in the leadership of the party, and in Chairman Mao. Yes, I believe that I am a revolutionary. I know that I am not a capitalist roader. I witnessed what capitalism brought to China before liberation. How could I favor capitalism over socialism? On the contrary, I am a socialist roader, and always will be. I am hopeful that you will have faith in me. However, if for the time being you believe that I am a capitalist roader, as some people charge, you may abandon me. I will not complain. Your father. For once, he sounded something like a real father. I folded the letter neatly and put it between the pages of my diary. Huanggan and I left our Central and South Sea soldiers a note saying that we hoped to meet them on the road, and walked out Yazhong's south gate before daybreak, bedrolls strapped to our backs, armbands on our sleeves, and Chairman Mao buttons on our chests. At the train station, our letter of introduction was enough to get us free tickets to 143 Ximen, where we changed for Wuhan. Every seat in the southbound express was occupied, and Red Guards sitting on their bedrolls filled the aisles. Xuanggan and I settled down by the door at the end of one car. We pressed our noses against the door window, watching the endless green carpet of wheatfields. From time to time, our train had to stop or slow down to make way for freight trains bound for Friendship Pass on the Sino-Vietnamese border. The boxcars were covered with slogans in white paint: "Down with U.S. imperialism. Down with Soviet revisionism. Down with Johnson. Down with Brezhnev and Kosygin." The flat cars carried army trucks, tanks, and anti-aircraft guns for the Vietnamese. We could tell that some of the trucks were Russian by their square cabs. Despite ideological differences, we had agreed to let the Soviets send aid to Vietnam through our territory. I had read our Central Committee's 9 open letters to the Soviet Central Committee several times. They criticized the 3 pieces and 1 less doctrine: peaceful coexistence, peaceful transition, peaceful negotiation with the imperialist countries, and less support for the oppressed countries. I also knew about the Cuban Missile Incident, in which the Soviets had backed down before the U.S. imperialists. I had doubts about the sincerity of Soviet support for the Vietnamese. Xuanggan did too. He had heard that the Soviets were sending rundown equipment to the Vietnamese, and that they secretly cooperated with the U.S. imperialists by providing directions for B-52 attacks on Chinese anti-aircraft posts in Vietnam. It was said that the North Vietnamese tried to keep their Russian friends and their Chinese friends apart, because Russian and Chinese soldiers often got into fights when they met. 144. I thought back to the days when the Soviets had been our big brothers. In primary school, I had corresponded with a pen pal in Moscow named Natasha. In 1960, right before the Russian advisors left China, she had stopped answering my letters. I used to dream of going to Moscow to see Red Square, I told Xuanggan. No more. That's the place I least want to go. Xuanggan said that he felt exactly the same way. We slept curled against each other. When morning came, we found ourselves riding through gently rolling hills. The soil had changed from black to red. We had crossed the Yellow River during the night. By early afternoon, we reached Hankow and Hanyang, 2 of the trio of cities that made up Wuhan. Here, the Han River flowed into the Yangtze. The map of China we had drawn so often in geography class had come to life. As the train crossed the gigantic Yangtze River Bridge, Chairman Mao's poem "Swimming," set to music, burst over the loudspeakers. A bridge flew across the river to span south and north, a deep chasm turned into a thoroughfare. The train came to a stop at Vuchane, the third of the Triple Cities. Red Guards were everywhere, meandering through the railway station and filling the plaza outside. The local Red Guard reception office sent Xuanggan and me to an agronomy institute on the outskirts of the city, where we joined 1,000 other travelers on gym mats in the auditorium. The line to the dining hall at dinner was almost a kilometer long, but moved as fast as an assembly line. Deciding to put revolution before tourism, Shuanghan and I bought a stack of blank paper for copying Dazabao, and visited Wuhan's two big universities, Hubei University, in downtown Wuchang, and Wuhan University, whose majestic wooded campus sprawled over a suburban hillside. We stud. 145. The salacious details of the crimes of Hubei province's top officials. One poster accused the provincial party secretary of having illicit relations with a famous acrobat whose body was so flexible that she could coil up like a snake. When our wrists ached, we went to the Yangtze River Bridge and gazed down at the junks and steamers. This had been the first bridge built over the Yangtze, with the help of Soviet engineers. It connected two rocky hills on either side of the river, one called Turtle, the other Snake. Another line of Chairman Mao's poem Swimming described the scene. Turtle and snake are tranquil, winds move the sails. From /y/Wuhan, we would head for subtropical Guangzhou in the far south. I was looking forward to eating bananas and pineapples. So were throngs of other Red Guards who waited on the railway platform for the Beijing-Guangzhou Express. The train arrived 2 hours late, and so full that people had to use the windows to get on and off. Shuanghan boosted me through a window, and I pulled him in after me. The air inside the car was warm and stale. Red Guards occupied every available space. Besides filling the seats, they sat on each other's laps, on the backs of the seats, and on the small tables that divided pairs of seats. Some squatted in the aisles, others lay on the luggage racks, and still others had squeezed into the lavatories. Shuanghan and I found ourselves sandwiched among several youths, one of whom had very bad breath. The conductor could not lock the door because people were standing on the steps. In addition, one boy had climbed to the top of the train and was refusing to descend. Police finally coaxed him down. The train began to pull out of the station with an ear-splitting screech, and immediately halted again. "Comrade passengers, little generals of the Red Guards," came a voice over. 146. The loudspeakers, "Our train is much too overloaded. We hope some comrades will take the interests of everyone into account and catch the next train." The train attendants were unlocking the doors, but nobody was getting off. Everybody seemed to be waiting for somebody else. "Comrades, our great leader Chairman Mao teaches us to learn from Dr. Norman Bethune's communist spirit, to be utterly devoted to others with no thought of ourselves. We should implement Chairman Mao's teachings, take hardships upon ourselves, and make things easy for others." Shuanghan and I looked at each other. This would not be a very comfortable ride. We edged out the door. Others were leaving too, crowding the platform again. At last, the train coughed and puffed out of the station. The next train to Guangzhou left at midnight and probably would be equally crowded. We decided to take a boat down the Yangtze to Nanjing instead. We rode the ferry from Wuchang to the Hankow docks and got 2 free boat tickets. Boarding the brightly lit East Red No. 3 that evening, we discovered that our tickets were not the same. I had a third-class berth, while Shuanghan was in 5th class, down in steerage. My cabin had 8 bunks that under ordinary circumstances would accommodate 16 people. At least 3 times that many were there. I would have to share my lower bunk with a young couple who had arrived first. Still, the boat was far more comfortable than the train. I left my bedroll at the foot of the bunk and went down to the steerage section. Hundreds of people lay on straw mattresses on the floor. The air smelled of fish mingled with sweat. Shuanghan did not mind, he was happy to have room to stretch out. When I returned to my cabin, I found a young couple. 147. Had fallen asleep in each other's arms, leaving me no space. I spread my quilt on the floor by the bunk and went to sleep to the sound of the river smashing against the boat. We spent most of the next day gazing at the scenery along the river from the main deck. The following day at dawn, our boat glided up to the Nanjing piers. The river here was broad and flat. The current, like a soldier tired after several days on a forced march, had slowed to a gentle eastward roll. After reporting to our living quarters, a classroom at a primary school, we went to Nanjing University to read more Dazabao. The villains here were the party secretary of Jiangsu province, who was accused of running a revisionist, anti-party clique dubbed the Cool Summer Night Enjoyment Club, and the mayor of Nanjing, who was said to belong to the club. The members reportedly gathered at night to chit-chat, drink, and play cards. Red Guards from Beijing and Tianjin rode across the campus and through downtown in commandeered trucks installed with loudspeakers, encouraging the local Red Guards to overthrow the provincial and municipal party committees. Chiang Kai-shek's former presidential palace, now the seat of the provincial government, was overrun with Red Guards. Our first sightseeing stop was the mausoleum of the leader of the I-92 Republican Revolution, Dr. Sun Yat-sen. The hall sat on a hilltop, reached by a long flight of steps. Looking up at the domed ceiling, I was surprised to see that nobody had covered up the emblem of the Kuomintang flag, a white sun on a blue background. It seemed that the Cultural Revolution had stopped at a pavilion halfway down the hill. Graffiti objecting to the care lavished on the memory of a Kuomintang leader covered the pavilion's marble walls. Why is this tomb kept so majestic and resplendent, while tens of thousands of 148 revolutionary martyrs killed by the Kuomintang at Rainflower Terrace lie in the mud? One commentator demanded. Rainflower Terrace, outside Nanjing's South Gate, was our next stop. Maple trees in the scarlet of late autumn covered the stretch of gentle hills. The Kuomintang had executed more than 200,000 communists and communist sympathizers here. 4 stone walls marked the spots where Chiang Kai-shek's firing squads had shot revolutionaries en masse. Posters strung from the trees accused the provincial party committee of neglecting the site and called for the committee's overthrow. As we followed a narrow path through the trees, we came across many people crouching on the ground hunting for rainflower pebbles, translucent stones of many colors, which according to local legend fell from the sky with the rain. It was said that every house in Nanjing had at least one bowl of these pebbles. Premier Zhou had dug pebbles for relaxation when he was in Nanjing negotiating with the Kuomintang in the late 1940s. These days, Red Guards used them to form slogans and designs on the hillsides. One person had written a poem in pebbles, about maple trees dyed red with martyrs' blood. Shuanghan and I dug some pebbles for ourselves and took them back to the primary school. A group of middle school students from Beijing was staying at the same school. One evening, one of them advised us to visit as many cities as possible before it was too late, because the Central Cultural Revolution Group had issued a new directive ending Chuanlian by train and boat. Nobody else had heard of such a decision, but he insisted it was so. What a stinking instruction! I could not help saying. The boy grabbed my jacket. What did you say? Did you say the instruction from the center is a stinking instruction? He demanded. Beat him, beat him. Some of his friends chanted. He dares to smear the Central Committee. Shuanghan bravely challenged them. You can't beat him. He's from a lower-middle peasant family. The Beijing youth gave me a push before letting go of my jacket. When he and his friends had left, another Beijing student warned me to be more careful, because the same gang had beaten a boy to death for saying something that they considered counter-revolutionary. Shuanghan and I decided to leave for Shanghai the next day. To our dismay, however, the number of people on Chuanlian had grown so astronomical that we could only get tickets for a week later. We roamed both the train station and the port looking for people who might want to trade tickets. Everyone we encountered was as eager as we were to head for new destinations. Shuanghan suggested that we join the lines of Red Guards waiting to board the trains anyway. There are so many people waiting that the ticket inspectors can't possibly check them all, he said. We may be lucky enough to get on. I was dubious about the plan. Red Guards were supposed to conduct themselves well. It would be embarrassing if we got caught. Shuanghan told me not to be so timid. You have to use these tricks when you travel so far from home, he said. So we joined the long line for the train to Shanghai. We waited and waited. Feeling restless, I asked Chuangan to hold my place and went out to the plaza, where red guards were trading Chairman Mao badges. One youngster was offering a large golden badge for 2 small ones. Excitedly, I traded him the 2 badges I had gotten in Beijing. Now I had a big one as well as the small one Chairman Deng had obtained. Walking among the haggling dealers, I stopped to admire a new design, consisting of a small red badge inlaid on a 5.15 degrees pointed gold star. The owner wanted 10 small badges for it, an impossibility for me. When I returned to the line, Chuangan greeted me with an angry look. When I told him that I had been trading Chairman Mao badges, he got even angrier. "You're such a burden," he said. "It would be much easier to chew on Lian by myself." I was taken aback. In all our days together, we had not argued once. "When did I ever depend on you?" I asked, forgetting for a moment that he had saved me from a beating the previous day. Chuangan answered, "Fine. If you don't need me, I don't need you either. I'm going by myself. Here." I took one of the blank letters of introduction out of my diary. "Fill this in yourself and go wherever you want." Chuangan took the letter and left without looking back. He vanished into the crowds. My pride prevented me from running after him. From now on, I would have to get along by myself. The line finally began to move. I held out my ticket with the date facing down. The inspector did not even look at it. Waiting on the track was a freight train so long that I could not see the end of it. I clambered into a boxcar, sat down on the floor, and leaned against my bedroll, feeling terribly weary. The steel door slid shut, throwing the car into darkness. The train began to move. It stopped irregularly during the night to make way for passenger trains. At each stop, boys and girls would jump down from the cars to relieve themselves on the railroad tracks. We reached Shanghai early in the morning. I joined the flow of people along Nanjing Road. The gray, smog-stained buildings that rose so high on both sides of the street made me feel that I was walking through a deep canyon. Dazabao in the street denounced the mayor and party secretary as counter-revolutionary revisionists and capitalist roaders. One poster reported that workers had hijacked a train to Beijing to complain about the municipal leaders. Other workers had stopped the train by lying down on the tracks. A fight had ensued and several people had been killed. At the foot of Nanjing Road, I stood on the bund overlooking the Huangpu River and watched the ships in the port that foreign warships had once controlled. Over the next few days, I crisscrossed the city with my free bus pass, visiting factories and exhibition halls. My accommodations in Shanghai were high class compared with the other places I had stayed. I shared a room at a public security station with students from Tianjin and a teacher from Jiangsu province. We had real beds, and each one of us even had a nightstand with a drawer. One evening, the teacher asked me if I had any Chairman Mao badges to trade. He showed me a badge he had just acquired. It was just like the one I had admired at the Nanjing railway station. He wanted 5 small red badges or 2 gold ones for it. I told him that I only had the small red one I was wearing and a gold one. I opened the drawer of my nightstand to get the cloth bundle that contained most of my money and grain coupons, and unpinned my gold badge from the cloth. I had heard Shanghai had a lot of pickpockets, so I did not carry my valuables on the street. After examining the gold badge, the teacher agreed to trade. My collection now consisted of one 5-pointed star badge. It seemed like a good deal, even though the star's edges were a bit worn and Chairman Mao's face was scratched. 2 days later, I planned to go downtown to buy some cheap radio parts. When I took out my cloth bundle, I was stupefied to find my money and grain coupons gone. Stolen. Right here at a public security station. I did not know what to do. I needed the money to continue my trip. I needed to eat. I went to the people in charge of receiving red guards at the station, but all they could offer me were some comforting words and a few days of free meals. My Tianjin roommates came back after dark, but the teacher from Jiangsu province did not return, although his cotton-padded jacket was still on his bed. It brought to mind one of the 36 stratagems: leave the molting cicada's shell behind. Late that night, one of the Tianjin students offered to go with me to the railway station to look for the man. We picked our way through the crowds, knowing that we would never find the thief. I already had my ticket for scenic Guilin and had planned to visit Hangzhou and Guangzhou on the way. The student from Tianjin told me that many Red Guards were traveling without spending a single penny of their own. They borrowed money from the local government wherever they went. They did not even carry quilts, knowing that the Red Guard centers would take care of whatever they needed. There was no reason to abandon my trip. I decided to follow his advice. Then word came of a new directive ending free transportation for Chuanlian. That Beijing Red Guard who had almost beaten me up in Nanjing had been right. The directive said that Red Guards would only get tickets to return home, with no stopovers allowed on the way. It also encouraged Chuanlian on foot, in the style of the Long March. Reception stations would continue to function for the long marchers. I would have to go home like everybody else. The public security station people gave me bread for 2 days and a letter explaining that my money had been stolen. 153. I took a passenger train to Nanjing, took a ferry across the Yangtze to Pukou, and rode in a boxcar as far as Dezhou, a small city where I could transfer for Ximen. It was late afternoon, with gloomy skies and a cold wind. The train to Ximen would not come through until morning. The waiting room in the small railway station was full of dusty peasants. All the benches were occupied with people staring blankly or sleeping. All of a sudden, a large group of school children burst in with flags, gongs, and drums, and turned the center of the room into a stage. They performed a short opera called Don't Forget Past Bitterness. A little boy wearing a skull cap and robe played the landlord, a little girl in tattered clothing the peasant maiden. The landlord beat the maiden with a whip, and she sang mournfully, tears flowing down her cheeks. At the end, rebellious peasants knocked the landlord down on the floor and shook their fists at him. Then, as swiftly as they had arrived, the children filed out. Feeling chilled and lonely, I undid my bedroll and spread my quilt on the floor in a corner where a stove was sending out some warmth. It was morning when I walked into the courtyard in Lingzi. Miwen sat at the doorway, pumping the bellows on the coal stove and singing a revolutionary song. She welcomed me with a scream that brought Zihua and Xinghua out. Said 154. Ting my grimy bedroll down in the courtyard, I entered the house. An object that resembled a balloon was hanging under the eaves. Miwen explained that it was a pig bladder filled with yellow wine and millet, prescribed by an herbal doctor to cure Zihua and Xinghua of bedwetting. They had to drink the wine and then roast and eat the bladder. They already had been through several, and the remedy seemed to be working. Other than that good development, all the news at home was bad. Grandpa's health had so deteriorated that he was too sick to leave the Kong, so my little sister Yuan was staying with Mama and the 3 other children were cooking their own meals. Their curriculum at primary school had dwindled to the study of Chairman Mao's 3 most read articles: Serve the People, The Foolish Old Man Who Removed the Mountains, and In Memory of Norman Bethune. Worst of all, the attack on Papa had grown fiercer, and Mama had been dragged in as well. Papa's supporters had fled, given in, or defected to the opposition. Even Papa's aide, Qin Mao, had turned against him in a brazen display of ingratitude. Just a few years earlier, Qin Mao had been herding cows in a poor mountain village when Papa met him on an inspection tour. Papa had liked this honest, hard-working cowherd so much that he had arranged work for him in the county government. Now Qin Mao had written a poster claiming that Papa worked him like a serf in the old society. As an example, Qin Mao said that he had emptied Papa's chamber pot. He failed to mention that he had done so only once, and this of his own free will, at a time when Papa was ill. My younger brothers described how the Thought Guards 155 had paraded 100 cotters through the streets of Lingzi, the vice head of the prefecture in the lead, Papa second, and others behind according to rank, all the way down to the head of Lingzi's peasant militia. The Thought Guards had dressed the highest cotters in official robes and caps seized from the county opera troupe and made everybody walk with his hands raised in surrender to the revolutionary rebels. Near the end of the procession walked Mama, her hands over her head. The ISM guards had fallen apart, some leaders running into the mountains and others surrendering to the Thought Guards. As for Papa's colleagues, most were concerned with protecting themselves. Papa's second in command, Yuan, a man known to bend like a blade of grass with the prevailing political winds, was cooperating with the Thought Guards. It was just like the old saying, you fall down a well, only to have people throw rocks after you. Papa was no longer acting party secretary of the county. The actual secretary, after returning from his 4 cleanups assignment in another county, had used a clever ruse to fend off would-be critics. Since the secretary was also chief political commissar of the local military department, in accordance with Chairman Mao's principle that the party commands the gun, he merely put on an army uniform, which scared the rebel students away. Mama and Papa now lived in a single room at the county government headquarters because the Thought Guards had expropriated their 3-room flat. I wanted to see Papa, but my brothers said I should wait until evening, since the Thought Guards kept him busy during the day. I wandered through Lingzi reading the tirade against I-56. Papa, burn Mountain Devil. Shoot Mountain Devil. Bury Mountain Devil alive. Boil Mountain Devil in oil. I walked all the way to the middle school and found it deserted. The dazabayo covering the walls were faded and peeling. Almost all the windows were broken, and shattered glass littered the ground. A small boy who seemed to be the only person around told me that the Thought Guards had moved to the county party committee compound. On my way back home, I saw a procession coming up the street. I felt sure that Papa must be among the men walking at the front with their heads bowed. As they came closer, I saw that the man at the lead was Yuan, Papa's vice-county head. The throng of people yelling slogans behind him were not middle school students, they were members of 4 cleanups teams rebelling against their leaders. Yuan had helped supervise the 4 cleanups in Lingzi County. The Cultural Revolution had been going on for half a year already, and these people were still preoccupied with the previous movement. At dusk, I went to the government courtyard to find Papa. He was sitting at a desk in a sparsely furnished room reading the People's Daily. A cotton-padded coat was draped over his narrow shoulders. He was wearing reading glasses, which I had never seen him use before. He turned when I called. His face was as stern as always. Jianhua, you're back. Is Weawa back too? No, we didn't travel together. I went with a classmate, and we had a quarrel and separated. I came back alone. You should not break off with your companions. Unity is always better than division. Where's Mama? I-57. She and Yuan went to visit a friend. They'll be back soon. She's under a lot of pressure these days, so one encourage her to go out and relax. Papa lifted his long-stemmed peasant pipe from the desk, packed it with tobacco, and lit it. He drew forcefully and the pipe glowed. He breathed smoke out his nostrils. That was an interesting letter you wrote to Comrade Gao Shangi, he said. Your mother was outraged that you addressed me as comrade. For a fleeting moment, his lips seemed to curl in amusement. Excuse me, Papa, one thought the letter might get intercepted. Thank you for your response. It came just before one left on Chuanlian. A box labeled Dai-Da-Wan herbal pills for injuries from falls, fractures, contusions, and sprains was sitting on the desk. I hear they're harassing you a lot. Are you injured? One asked. Nothing serious. Nothing compared to what we experienced during the anti-Japanese war. However, one feel uneasy about the methods these people use, knocking down everyone in power no matter what kind of person he is. It can't be what the Central Committee meant. The 16 points make it very clear that the majority of cadres are good or comparatively good. We can't all be capitalist roaders. Did they force you to admit to being a capitalist roader? They tried to, and one told them 1 a.m. not 1 a.m. sure of myself on this point. One cannot yield. Rebels from the communes came to me to demand that one dismiss their leaders, and one told them one cannot do that either. The county government appointed those leaders. One can't recall them on my own. But these people don't believe me. I say, how can they be so unreasonable? Papa, I think you should leave this county for the time being. You can go back to Yuan, where your old guerrilla comrades will protect you. Or you can go back to Yijin, where you are still considered a revolutionary cadre. Jianhua, I'm not crazy about being an official. But the state assigned me here and I have to do my job. I can't desert my post. Why can't you resign? In feudal society, when officials fell from favor, they simply took off their caps and went home to become ordinary villagers. If feudal officials have such freedom, why don't communist cadres in a socialist society? There is quite a difference between us communist cadres and those feudal officials. Our aim is to serve the people. As Chairman Mao said, we are like seeds, to be sown among the masses, to draw sustenance from the masses, to take root, blossom, and bear fruit among the masses. We should welcome criticism from the people and correct our errors. We can't run away. I am prepared to be tempered in this furnace. In the end, everything will be clarified: good from bad, white from black, truth from falsehood. How stubborn Papa was. All his life, he had devoted himself to the revolution, even to the neglect of his family. What had he gotten in return? Curses, misunderstanding, and maltreatment. I wanted to cry out, Papa, for your sake and ours, you can't go on like this. But when I looked at Papa's weathered face and met his resolute eyes, the words froze on my lips. 159. A long march, by hook or crook. He bare winter trees seemed to have taken command of Yizhong. Not a soul was in sight as I walked through the half-destroyed marble entrance. I found only 3 of my classmates on campus: the tomboy Huan Tian, the dark-skinned, curly-haired Kruma, so nicknamed after the president of Ghana had visited Beijing, and Delta, named for the Greek letter we had learned in algebra because of the triangular shape of his eyes. They were in a dormitory room cooking sliced sweet potatoes on top of a stove. The others in class 85 were either on Chonlian or at home. These 3 all came from upper-middle peasant backgrounds. Nobody had wanted to travel with them, and they were afraid of meeting trouble if they went alone. I chided them for their cowardice and offered to go on Chuanlian with them if they were willing to go on foot. 3 pairs of eyes lit up with excitement. We decided to set out the next day for Beijing, since they had been excluded from our school trip there. I repeated what the Tianjin student had told me after I had been robbed: we did not need to take our quilts because the reception centers would provide bedding, and we could borrow money and grain coupons from local governments along the way. It turned out that we would not have to borrow. A new directive made long marchers eligible for an allowance. R60. Of 4 Mao a day. Chairman Deng gave us a letter of introduction and 12 yuan apiece, enough to last 30 days. Weawa returned to school that night with a trophy from the south, a large bag of glutinous rice. Unable to resist buying it when he saw it selling so cheaply in Chengdu, the capital of Sichuan province, he had carried it for thousands of kilometers. This type of sticky rice was hard to find in the north. It was a main ingredient in both babaofan, 8-jewel pudding, a concoction with nuts and dried fruit eaten on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, and zongzi, dumplings wrapped in bamboo leaves or reeds made during the Dragon Boat Festival in the 5th lunar month. He would bring the bag to Lingzi to cheer up the family. Our long march team of 4 started out before dawn, walking alongside the railroad tracks that led to Beijing. Yuan set a vigorous pace in front, holding a flag on a bamboo pole. Several times an hour, the headlights of a locomotive illuminated the endless track. The train would speed by with a tremendous clatter, and we would edge farther from the tracks to avoid being sucked under the wheels. Then it would recede, leaving behind the sound of our flag snapping briskly in the breeze. The sun rose, tinting the wheatfields orange. Now that we were visible, from time to time a mischievous engineer would engulf us in a burst of locomotive steam. We stopped for breakfast at a small station and then continued on even more energetically. By mid-afternoon, we had covered 30 kilometers. But difficulties now arose. Delta was tired. Crewmen's feet ached. They began to talk about hitching a ride. Yuan and I convinced them to go a bit farther. By evening, everybody was exhausted. When we saw some other red 161 guards scrambling onto the back of a truck at a station crossing, we joined them with a cheer. The truck went only as far as the next station, and we found ourselves on foot again, this time in the dark. 3 glum faces turned to me for a solution. I told Yuan to furl the Long March flag. We would catch the night train and be in Beijing by tomorrow morning. No need to worry about the expense, there were ways to get on a train without paying the fare, and the conductors seldom checked tickets at night. If a conductor came by, we could hide in the lavatory. We boarded holding 2 Mao tickets for the next station. After several hours went by and no conductor had shown up, we relaxed and fell asleep. Early in the morning, we got off at a freight station in the southwest of Beijing, which was safer than trying to pass by the ticket inspectors at the main railway station. We walked in the direction of downtown. Street sweepers wielding twig brooms raised clouds of dust beneath the yellow street lamps. Joggers and shadowboxers came out. Shops began to open as bicycles and buses filled the streets. A policeman directed us to the Red Guard reception center at a stadium on the south side of the city. Masses of young people were waiting in long lines that snaked through the stadium and several temporary buildings. Fellow Long Marchers told us that more Red Guards than ever were pouring into the capital, despite the end to free transportation for Chuanlian. So overtaxed were the reception centers, it was said, that Premier Zhou had vacated his own house to put up Red Guards. The latest rule was that visitors could stay in Beijing no more than a week. Furthermore, only those who came on foot would be received. Our letter of introduction posed a problem. It was dated December I, just 2 days earlier. The 162 receptionists would never believe that we were as fleet-footed as the rebel messenger Dai Zong in the novel Water Margin, who could cover 400 kilometers in a day. If we got turned away, we would have no place to stay. We decided that our only way out was to alter the date on the letter. This was not hard to do, because the numbers were written in Old Chinese style instead of Roman numerals. I used my pocket knife to scrape off one of the strokes in the number 12, for December, changing it to 2, for November. I added a few strokes to change the 1 to 21. The letter passed scrutiny. We got free bus passes and were assigned to stay at the Philosophy Institute of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. We shared a room with 15 other students. We needed neither quilts nor money nor grain coupons, the wheatstock mattresses were covered with clean sheets and new yellow blankets, and the meals were free. Best of all was the People's Liberation Army soldier assigned to our room, a friendly northeasterner, tall as a basketball player, who had seen Chairman Mao 5 times. His job was to answer our questions, help us with any problems, and make sure we left after 1 week. We took the bus to Tiananmen Square. Beijing looked more revolutionary than it had 4 months ago. Billboards with Chairman Mao's quotations dominated the downtown street corners. Tall red characters reading "Long Live Chairman Mao" had sprouted atop office buildings and department stores. Many storefronts had fresh coats of red paint, and red flags flew everywhere. Peeling slogans covered the reviewing stand in front of Tiananmen Gate, the balustrades of the Golden Water Bridge, and the 2 giant stone lions standing guard before the gate. Smash the bourgeois headquarters inside the party. They 16-3 proclaimed. Down with Liu, Deng, and Tao. The surnames referred to Liu Shaokai, the head of state, Deng Xiaoping, Secretary-General of the Central Committee Secretariat, and Tao Zhu, a vice premier. All 3 names were covered by red X's. How bold the Beijing rebels were to aim so high! High-ranking leaders were under attack all over the capital. In some places, the rebels would march them out on a regular schedule for the benefit of out-of-town visitors. We went to the Central Communist Youth League headquarters for a look at the disgraced 2 Who's Hu Yaobang, Secretary-General of the Youth League, and Hu Keishi, his assistant. Red Guards displayed them on a 3rd-floor balcony every quarter hour. Beijing's Red Guards had split into 3 main organizations, each of which published its own tabloid newspaper. These papers were full of sensational stories about the decadent lives of high-cotters. One regional party secretary was said to dine on all sorts of delicacies, and Red Guards who searched his home had found 4 ox penises on the chopping board. With free food, lodging, and transportation, my 3 comrades and I could afford to spend a few fen on a Red Guard paper whenever we liked. We also could afford snacks and souvenirs. Each of us bought a green cap and green canvas belt, for the fashionable military look. We bought Chairman Mao photos to exchange for more badges. We bought pigs and goats' feet, ate them on the bus, and dropped the bones under our seats. We even spent 8 Mao apiece to have our pictures taken in front of Tiananmen Gate. The soldier in our room lent us his greatcoat to pose in. We also spent hours browsing through the department stores and saw a television set for the first time. 16-4. We were living an extravagant lifestyle at the Philosophy Institute. Since nobody had to pay for food, people often took more than they could eat. The dining hall floor would be strewn with leftovers at the end of each meal. One day, a poster appeared criticizing this waste. The poster said that we should learn from Premier Zhou, who ate steamed bread and stir-fried cabbage in the staff dining hall at the Great Hall of the People, and then poured hot water into his bowl and drank the thin soup. The situation improved dramatically after that. Our roommates came from all over the country. They included several students from Guangdong province, who ran outside in amazement when a light snow fell over Beijing. There also were a few students from Inner Mongolia who disgusted the rest of us with their nightly hunt through their clothes for lice. A week passed quickly. The 4 of us were given one-way tickets printed with the destination Ximen. We asked the soldier to help us stay, but he said he could not. We debated, should we go home by train, continue our long march on foot, or find a way to stay in Beijing. My comrades and I agreed that the last course was best. After the soldier escorted us to the train station, we returned to the Red Guard reception center and presented our letter of introduction again. The ruse worked. This time, we were assigned to stay at the Beijing Children's Palace, behind Coal Hill Park. We discovered that the former coach of the world ping-pong champion Zhuang Zedong lived there. He played ping-pong with us at the very table where Zhuang Zedong had trained. The food at the Children's Palace was delicious. The kitchen gave us free food coupons printed on green paper, which we turned in for meals. If we wanted seconds, we had R65 to pay. Delta quickly figured out how to get seconds for free, using slips of plain green paper. You put a real coupon on top and a phony one underneath with just the edge showing, and told the server you were getting food for a friend. Nobody ever checked. We put our bus passes to as much use as possible. We had a competition going to see who could ride all of the city's 50-odd bus routes first. Often I would go out by myself in the evening, get on a bus, ride all the way to the last stop, change to another route, and so on, until it was very late. Sometimes I would fall asleep and the ticket seller would wake me up at the terminal. We investigated whenever we saw Red Guards conversing in little groups, for usually they were trading Chairman Mao badges. We accumulated the newest designs depicting revolutionary landmarks: Chairman Mao's birthplace, Shaoshan, the Jinggang Mountains, where the Communist Party had set up its base after Chiang Kai-shek's massacre in 1927, Zunyi, the site of a crucial Central Committee meeting during the Long March, and Yan'an, the base area from the end of the Long March to the eve of liberation. The Red Guard newspapers kept us apprised of current events. Beijing rebels had captured head of state Liu Shaokai and his wife Wang Guangmei by holding their children hostage. Red Guards catch Liu Shaokai by stratagem, one headline read. We also picked up mimeographed copies of Chairman Mao's unpublished poems. One written to Wang Guangmei asked why she had erected a giant tombstone for her capitalist father, Wang Huiqing. The second week passed faster than the first. Again we were given tickets for Ximen and were escorted to the station. This soldier did not leave until we had boarded a South 166 bound express. The train was no less crowded than the others I had been on. Delta and Huantian managed to squeeze onto a seat, while Kruma and I lay on the luggage rack, tied down with our belts so we would not fall out in our sleep. The train was bound for Guangzhou, and Huantian and Kruma agreed with me that it was too good an opportunity to pass up. We would go all the way, regardless of what our tickets said. Delta wanted to get off at Ximen but could not push his way to the door fast enough, so he ended up going too, against his will. We had only a few yuan left. Our mouths watered at the sight of the roast chicken, fermented bean curd, and other local foods that vendors were selling on the station platforms. But we could not afford them and had to make do with cheap, crumbly cakes and boiled water. We arrived in Guangzhou around midnight, 3 days and 3 nights after leaving Beijing. As we filed out of the station, sweating in the warm, humid air, we dropped our tickets for Ximen into a box as if we were Red Guards returning home. Anybody could have told by our padded clothes that we were northerners, but nobody bothered to look. The reception center did not question our claim to be long marchers and assigned us to a building in downtown Guangzhou. We used our remaining money to buy bananas. We visited the municipal government office that dealt with Red Guard affairs to ask for a loan, only to find a crowd of other Red Guards with the same idea. The man in charge was giving nothing away. All we got were 4 tickets to the Guangzhou Trade Fair. We did not worry, however, since our lodging and food were free here too. It was exciting to walk around Guangzhou just after dark, when local people did their shopping and dined out. We 16-7 peered into all the restaurant windows and read the menus. It was said that people here would eat anything with 4 legs except a table, and anything with 2 wings except an airplane. Some restaurants had terrariums full of live snakes and jars full of dried mice on display. Others offered the famous monkey brains, served at a special table that locked the monkey's head in place. The waiter would open the skull and the diners would eat while the body wriggled under the table. In front of a department store by the Pearl River, we found a brisk night market in Chairman Mao badges. We held up packs of Chairman Mao photos and shouted, 10 photos for 1 Jinggang Mountain badge. 10 photos for 1 Yan'an badge. Suddenly, we found ourselves surrounded by 5 youths who were wearing sunglasses even though it was dark. They snatched our photos, ripped them up, and scattered the pieces. Those are pictures of Chairman Mao. I protested. How dare you tear them up? Counter-revolutionaries. One of them knocked me down with a punch to the chest. Kruma and Huantian tried to help me up but got pushed down too. The buzz of bartering around us subsided for a few moments, but nobody came to our assistance. We started running. The youths chased us all the way to the bus stop, yelling curses in Cantonese. We leapt onto a bus and the doors closed behind us. It was time to leave Guangzhou. Unfortunately, the Central Cultural Revolution Group had just issued a new document suspending the distribution of one-way tickets home. Red Guards who had set out on Chuanlian by train were supposed to be home by now, and those who had set out on foot could get home on foot. We could not possibly buy return tickets, for we had spent our last fen on bananas. Without money, we could not even get a platform ticket to sneak back into the Guangzhou Railway. 168. Station. As for walking, we were more than 2,000 kilometers from home. Delta began to cry. After studying a map, we headed for a small train station on the city outskirts. We walked from the fields right onto the platform and boarded the first train that came through, a local full of peasants. Although we had taken off our red armbands to avoid attracting attention, one young woman attendant kept staring at us. She began to check tickets. We were caught, turned over to the head of the train crew, and evicted at the next stop. Rice paddies stretched all around us. We had not even left Guangdong province. We decided to wait until dark and try to sneak onto a freight train. While my comrades napped in the waiting room, I wandered among the shops and stalls by the station, eyeing the heaps of fruits, nuts, and dried fish. I found the fish especially tempting. We had left Guangzhou with just 2 lunch tins of cold rice and a few steamed buns from the place we had stayed. Fish would be just the thing to round out the meal. The shopkeeper turned his back momentarily. My hand seemed to take on a life of its own, snatching 2 dried fish and shrinking back into my sleeve. I walked slowly back to the waiting room and put the fish into one of the lunch tins. My heart was pounding. I had never before stolen anything. I awoke from a deep sleep to the sight of a policeman standing over me. I thought he had come to arrest me for stealing the fish. But he merely wanted to kick the 4 of us out of the waiting room. Perhaps he thought we were pickpockets. We argued that we were not bad people, but he insisted. We wandered out into the darkness. Numerous trains chugged through the station without stopping. At last a freight train came to a stop. We hoisted each other into a low, open car and found ourselves sitting on.